Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I'm a never Trump Republican, and so I'm kind of center right, but I do dislike what the far right is doing right now, and so I often punch right as often as I punch left. What we're going to be reviewing today is Andrew Wilson, a very popular Christian nationalist. He's actually a Christian theocrat who likes to do red pill debates. Red pill debates are about gender relations and sex and marriage and the modern dating scene, etc. And he's going up against a popular feminist named Naima from the show Jubilee. Jubilee is a debate show that's run out of Los Angeles as well. So these are two large contenders. They're having a debate about feminism. Something very funny happens in the middle of the debate. And so without further ado, I want to let these characters speak for themselves. I will be pausing intermittently in order to break it down. Let's go.
Of the whatever channel. Without further ado, I will introduce our two guests. I'm joined today by Andrew Wilson, host of The Crucible. He's a blood sports debater and political commentator. Also joining us today is Naima. She's a senior at University of Southern California. She's a political commentator and content creator. The topic today, you'll each have up to opening statement, and then the rest of the show will just be open conversation, possible prompt changes, and we're going to have breaks for messages from the audience. Andrew, you're going to go first with your opening statement, so please go ahead.
Yeah, so my position on feminism is that it's terrible for society. As we go through this, I'll kind of flesh that view out using what I call force doctrine so that you can understand why I have that same set. But force doctrine basically just states that while feminism definitionally is the movement towards egalitarianism and equity for the removal of patriarchal systems, that feminists will always have to appeal to patriarchy in order to try to remove patriarchy, which is ironically hilarious. But a few things I wanted to get to first is that I went through several hours of my opponent's content, and I've actually not ever seen her make a single argument for anything that she believes. I've seen her assert a lot of things, but not an argument for anything she actually believes. So I have some notes here, and I was hoping she could help me clear some of these things up. From the Surrounded September 8th, 2024 episode, she says abortion is murder. The prompt is abortion is murder and should be illegal. She asked for a viability time for 20 weeks and thinks abortion before 20 weeks is acceptable. She says the fetus is technically classified as a parasite. The fetus cannot exist outside of the womb and therefore is a parasite. The actual definitions don't support this. An organism living in, on, or with another organism in order to obtain nutrients, grow, multiply. That would be an actual definition of a parasite or someone or something that resembles a biological parasite living off of, being dependent on, or exploring another. Fetuses can't fit that definitionally. Fetus is the same species. Biological parasites are classified as other, not the same species. Also, mutual biology. Mothers and fetus co-adapt, and mothers are actually healthier while they're pregnant, so they can't really be a parasite. Parasites are rarely temporary, and fetuses are. So, and none of that fits the criteria for a parasite. On our video, Middle Ground, Progressives versus Moderates, and this is from January 19th, she says the prompt is, does the far left make Democrats lose elections? She said Kamala was not progressive enough, not far left enough. She talks about how women's rights are being stripped, but didn't give any examples of what those are. So I'm actually really confused about a lot of her positions, including her rematch against Charlie Kirk. That happened March 5th, 2025, why DEI is unlawful. Her rebuttal to Kirk was bizarre. It just had something to do with there's no racial factor in DEI, even though Kirk gave a pretty good rebuttal for that. So I'd like her to kind of dive into what she actually believes within the paradigm of feminism. But for my positive position, I will say I have a logical argument called force doctrine, and my logical argument called force doctrine refutes feminist ideology, and it just works, as I explained before, that patriarchy must always be appealed to in order to try to eliminate patriarchy. Women can't enforce their own rights collectively, and men can. Therefore, women always have to appeal collectively to men for their rights. So you're always going to essentially have a patriarchy through forced doctrine, and there's nothing women can do about that. So I'm willing to logically go through that and have it examined rigorously. But I'm hoping that with that, you can also describe your positions so that I understand them better.
All right, let's take a look at force doctrine real quick, only because I don't necessarily just want to accept Andrew Wilson's paradigm. I do think it's funny. Force doctrine, in a general sense, refers to the principles and guidelines that govern the application of force, often in a military context. It outlines how military forces should be structured, deployed, and used to achieve specific objectives. I don't think that's an AI summary. I don't think that's exactly what he's pointing at. I think he's effectively saying might makes right. And if he gives a specific definition, I'll be happy to review it. However, I do want to point out that we are effectively having 3,000-year-old conversations. Matter of fact, this might be a 2,500-year-old conversation. Where is Socrates? When was Socrates alive? So taking a look at this, 470 BC to 399 BC. So let's just round that up to 500. And we're having a 2,500-year-old conversation. What's interesting about Socrates is he has this narrative from, I think it's like Xenophon, Socrates, or it might be Xenophon, I forget. But there's a story, Xenophon. So Xenophon is a guy who was a contemporary to Socrates, and he talks about some of like the dinners and stuff that they went to. It's supposed to be partially fictional, partially real, but Xenophon describes a dinner party where there's a guy who is in Athens who's complaining about the fact that, you know, powerful men have been constrained by society through the weakness of democracy, and that in a truly just society, he would be allowed to do what he wanted to do, and he would be allowed to be militarily powerful and financially powerful, and he should be unrestrained by the weakness that is the regulatory force of democracy. And Socrates, without skipping a beat, effectively says, well, is democracy not the weak pooling their strength together in order to restrain the strong? And therefore, is there not a hypocrisy within the force doctrine of democracy, but actually it's a fulfillment of force doctrine where many weak folks can restrain the cannibalistic and predatory nature of the strong? And so that's where this, number one, this conversation is 2,500 years old. Number two, I would love to hear Andrew Wilson contend with that. I'm sure he would try to dance around it, but this is a 2,500-year-old conversation. If we're talking about might makes right. Checking in with chat only because we're getting into it. Oh, that was Liberty Prime. Grease the like button, guys. True. Liking the stream is free. That's an excellent point. Then type stuff. Pickle jar starts a semantics debate about the meaning of force. Excellent. Silver says, this force doctrine stuff popping up is uber cringe. We have the great equalizer now, and there are only been a cultural shift to completely nuke that R-slurred argument from orbit. Well, I like to think that Xenophon addressed this 2,500 years ago. Mothers are healthier when pregnant, asked Grassroots Hegemon. I think that there is an argument to be made that females do have a autoimmune overdrive when they're creating human life and when they're breastfeeding. There are a bunch of health benefits during that cycle where, as an example, like hair grows faster, nails grow faster, the autoimmune system is supercharged, and that's because the woman's body is effectively supercharging in order to create new life. So it can be an incredibly taxing physical process, but I think Andrew Wilson, I understand what he's pointing at, even if he's not 100% accurate. Chase says, women have to appeal to men because men are stronger. Does bro forget about 2A? Yes and no, but are women going to be more likely to use the Second Amendment and use firearms and use violence in order to enforce their world order? I think the answer is probably not. I don't think they're socialized that way, and I also don't think they're temperamentally that way. Harmonic Fox says, you know who else was around during that time? Diogenes. That guy had some pretty interesting things to say. Yeah, but isn't he the degenerate who lived in a box and got drunk all day? I forget. What I miss, says Khalil, please remind me how you spell your name. That way I don't keep mispronouncing your name. I'm sorry for doing it 2 or 3 times, but of course I don't read Hebrew, so my apologies. Anyways, all we're doing, Mr. Khalil, even if I'm mispronouncing your name, is Andrew Wilson is the red pill debater. This is a feminist debater. And halfway through, they're talking about the force doctrine in the intros. And halfway through, they're both asked to open up a pickle jar, and neither one of them can do it. So that's like the meme of the debate, but we're getting into the substance of the debate.
All right.
Kyle. So I'm missing Kyle. Kyle. So Khai. So I would pronounce that Kai. And then Yeel, I think I was missing I was using an L instead of a Y as in Yankee, but Kyle. I'm going to put that in my notes. That way I don't have to force you to tell me. God, I need caffeine. Tell me your name every single time. Kyle. All right. And then with a shift, Hebrew friend. And then quick chill, like the stream. It's free. Let's go.
All right. Thank you, Andrew. If you'd like to give your opening statement.
Yes. Thank you, Andrew. I do think that is an interesting claim that I don't, state my arguments, because I've actually been watching some of your content and I've noticed kind of a similar trend as well within these debates where you will ask your...
Plain Jane says, how many of you fathers have been at the birth of your kids? I was at both. I am not a coward. I watched both of my children come into the world. It was very, very, very hardcore. Super hardcore.
Debater questions, but will not put forth your argument, including in your opening statement. You state force doctrine, but instead of elaborating on it, you consistently talk about what I've talked about, which only one of those topics was actually related to feminism. Now, when it comes to my actual beliefs, I think my goal and my hope for this country is to see us advance as a society. I would like to see everyone have bodily autonomy, and I would like for the vast majority of people, if not everyone, to have their basic needs met. And I would like to mitigate any unnecessary conflict between the citizens of this country, genuinely. I think that my main issue with the manosphere and with your force doctrine principle is that it promotes and spreads divisiveness against men and women. It promotes and spreads violence against men and women, and it exaggerates and focuses the differences between the genders. I think that men and women, I know men and women are the same species. We are 99% genetically similar, and the obsessive need to define and separate people based on one singular chromosome is doing both men and women a disservice socially, economically, and politically, which we can get into. I'm ready to open it up if you want to.
Yeah,
I guess actually I'd love to start with a question for you. I would like to go back to the force doctrine theory, if we can. I just kind of want to understand more. I know you've talked a lot about the equal force objection in the past. You've said men have essentially a monopoly on force.
Correct.
If I'm correct. Okay, perfect.
And do you want me to walk you through the argument?
No, I'm going to elaborate. Thank you. And that rights exist through physical force, and that our legal system is based on physical force. So I guess I kind of just want to hear you elaborate on that now, if you're welcome.
So you want my argument for the force doctrine?
Yep.
Okay. So what force doctrine is saying is very simple.
Okay. And then this also is silly. We'll let Andrew articulate his idea, but I'm just going to tell you my reflexive rebuttal before he even starts. Okay. Men do not have a monopoly on force. You can say that physically, on average, men are going to be more temperamentally associated with violence, and on average, men are going to use force more willingly. However, when it comes to women, number one, we have a great technological equalizer, which is firearms. Number two, I think it is becoming more culturally normalized for women to be interested in violence for their own self-defense. I also think it's more culturally normalized for women to be able to assert their rights and privileges using the state in order to enforce their rights. Now, you can say that oftentimes the agents of the state themselves are male. That's partially true. However, it's not a monopoly, right? Monopoly, I think, definitionally means that it's like an exclusive. It's an exclusive right, correct? Monopoly definition, the exclusive possession or control of the supply of a trade or commodity or service. Yeah. So no, I don't think monopoly applies. You can say it temperamentally skews one direction, but it's not a monopoly.
That feminism, if you at least agree with my definition, and it seems broadly feminists do, that it's a movement towards egalitarianism and equity and the removal of patriarchy. If you can't have an oppressed class without an oppressor class, at least not from the Marxist feminist view. In the case, if women are being oppressed, they're not being oppressed by wolves, they're being oppressed by men, right? So if that's the case, then my argument to them is that whatever you believe this oppression is, you will actually have to appeal to men in order to either relinquish whatever this oppression is, or concede to whatever it is that they want, because collectively women actually cannot overthrow any patriarchal systems. They rely on the force of men. And so if men, anytime they want to, decide to remove women's rights, there's actually not anything women can do about it, but the opposition is not true. The opposite is not true. Women cannot collectivize and take away men's rights.
Okay, so are you essentially saying that women do not deserve the right to fight for their own free will or have free will?
Yeah, that's an odd claim.
Kyle says Marxist feminist view and brain cells just died. All right, let me steel man it, okay? My understanding is that Marxism does identify the class struggle between the bourgeois and the proletariat, right? Then Marxist-Leninism, in my understanding, says that the proletariat doesn't know what they want, and so we need to form a vanguard that takes over government and society and then enforces socialism and then communism through the seizure of power. Gramsci, who was a early 20th century leftist philosopher, was curious as to why Marxism, socialism, and communism had happened more in feudal societies than in capitalist societies. And what he argued was that the capitalist societies that were hyper-developed had strong institutional power, including in governance, in media, and in culture. And so governance and media and culture acted as counter-revolutionary forces that did not allow for socialist and communist revolution. And so what Gramsci argued, bear in mind I'm getting the second and third hand, but Gramsci argued that effectively leftist ideas needed to be inculcated through the dynamics of culture and media and law enforcement and law before they could ever take root in a society sufficiently that they could co-opt a capitalist society into a socialist society. And so that's kind of like they call it like the long march through academia. It's this belief that leftists use a Marxist framework or a leftist framework in order to classify social issues so they can normalize the oppressor-oppressed dynamic in order to make economic arguments after they've won the cultural arguments. And if you look at diversity, equity, and inclusion, if you look at critical race theory, if you look at these cultural forces that have been pushing into the mainstream within the past few decades, and realistically, it was even more aggressive in the 1970s. The argument is that this is from a leftist perspective, like equity being pushed through a social lens is more left-wing than it is right-wing if you accept the French Revolutionary definition of left-wing versus right-wing, where the left side of parliament was for the people and the right side of the parliament was for the monarchy and for institutions. Kyle says, or Koyil, I'm trying to koi, you know what I'm saying? It almost sounds like koi in my mind, only because you emphasize that it's like loch, right? Like Loch Ness is the Scottish way, the pronunciation for koch, but I'll do Kyle. Capitalist societies had more firewalls in place. Exactly. And so while I think that Andrew Wilson's line of argumentation is overly simplistic, I understand what he's saying.
I'm not making a claim. I'm trying to get us to the descriptor first. So instead of making a prescriptive statement, I'm starting with a descriptive statement. What is true? And then we can worry about what should be true after we can determine what is true.
Okay, but I'm trying to see, like, structurally, how does that work in the real world? Are you saying that women should not fight for their rights because they...
Listen, let's back up so I can distinguish two things.
Okay.
This is debate sophistry again. Like, she's obviously asking a question. He's trying to make a differentiation between descriptive and prescriptive in order to make her look stupid. I don't think it's going to work, but that's fine. Let's let them play it out.
Right? Sure. I'm not trying to bridge the is-ought gap. I'm trying to start with a descriptive claim. So if the descriptive claim is true, then we can move to the prescriptive side of it. But right now, you would either need to agree with me that descriptively I'm right or that descriptively I'm wrong.
I can't agree with you to say that descriptively you're right until you apply what you're saying in theory to the practice of modern day society. How does your equal force objection, how does this principle work in society? What are you saying in terms
so
of
I'm
how
saying that
women and
because
men
that
coexist?
I think that because that is the case, that men deserve to have various privileges that they're not given in society,
Okay.
which they should be given in society.
So what are the privileges that you think that men should have that women should not have?
Well, primarily, I think that if you're going to look at an equalization, what I would do prescriptively would be to roll voting back. And that's for both sexes. I think that rolling voting back for both sexes is a good idea, and have some sort of perhaps like one house voting system or one marriage voting system, or people who have done some sort of collective service to the state for a voting system. I think that those things would all be very good systems for everybody.
Why?
Now, I would apply that, I would apply that broadly to men, and I would apply that to women. I think that right now men get the shaft because men are required to do a lot of jobs that women are not, which keeps society going, and women are not doing those things. And because of that, I don't understand why it is that women can nullify their votes and disenfranchise them, and most importantly, vote to send them to wars they don't have to go fight in.
So you would like to disenfranchise both the men and women's votes?
Most of them, yes. I think would be a better idea.
What would this achieve?
Well, it would achieve the same thing our founders basically wanted to achieve, which is that they thought that you would have to have a stake in the country in order to vote.
But if you live in the country and if you exist in the country and if you're being legislated by the laws that the country is making, don't you have a stake in that?
No, not always.
You don't?
In fact, many times you don't. Many times, many people actually get more back from the state than they put into the state. So that's at the expense of other people.
Who is that?
So there's lots of people who get a mass amount back from the government that they never pay to the government. This can happen through things like Social Security, disability, things like welfare, things like even earned income child credit that you may receive, even though you don't actually pay anything into the system or very little into the system.
But it's a crime to lie on your taxes and commit. Isn't that tax fraud to claim a dependent?
No. There's just
that is tax fraud.
No.
To
It's not
claim a
Listen, it's not
that you're
tax
not
fraud. I'm saying
taking care
there's
of.
people who get more out of the system than they put into the system.
Okay, but they're still at stake because they still live here now. Are their lives not at stake if we're legislating them?
But that wouldn't follow that because they live here, they deserve the right to vote, though.
Yes, no taxation without representation. That's the point of representative democracy, is that everyone is represented.
Then how come the founding fathers didn't give everybody the right to vote from the beginning?
I mean, the founding fathers also endorsed and owned slaves. Do you agree with chattel slavery?
Well, just let it finish. Go ahead.
I mean, the founding fathers also endorsed and owned slaves.
Just let it finish.
But
do you believe in chattel slavery?
So you do realize that they could do bad thing, right? I can agree that's bad thing, but that has nothing relationally to do with how they set up the system of government.
I mean, I thought this was going to be a debate on feminism. Honestly, I think that's kind of wild because it sounds like you're disenfranchising men. So who do you think would be? Are you trying to go back?
I'm not.
You are. You're taking away.
I'm not disenfranchising men. Calm down. I'll explain.
But if you're taking away the votes of a man because he is not, I guess, landowning, is that what's the criteria for having a vote?
I think ultimately more men would be voting because they would have more stake.
So can I ask? Can every man go to prison?
Yeah.
Okay. If they commit a crime, they can go to prison.
Yeah.
Everyone can do that.
Yes.
Okay. And everyone is in this country has to abide by the laws of this country. Otherwise, they will go to prison. Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. So why wouldn't they be allowed to vote on the representatives that define those laws? That is a stake. If you can go to prison for committing a crime that is created by the government, then you do have a stake legislatively in the laws that the government creates.
That still wouldn't follow that you would need to vote.
Yes, you would need to vote.
Why?
You want to vote for the representatives that create laws that are just and fair to you.
Yeah, why? Like you could have
because you could go to prison.
Okay,
that's a huge stake.
I'll show you, right? Can kings put you in prison?
Yeah.
Can kings also pass just laws?
Sometimes, maybe.
Okay, so
maybe not.
if kings pass just laws, why do you need to vote?
Well, why did we fight an entire
answer the
revolution?
question before you ask another one.
No, hold on. I massively disagree with Andrew right here. I think it's actually really funny. I think this is actually really funny because I think Naima is. Actually, I'm sorry for laughing, but what's funny is, in my heart of hearts, I want what Andrew says he wants, However, I don't think that that's good for society. I think it's a selfish impulse. So let me describe this for you real quick. So Andrew says, I think Naima asks, prompting it, well, what would you do in order to improve society so that we're, I don't know, healthier, happier, stronger, whatever. And he says that prescriptively, I would roll back voting rights for both sexes and genders. Men do a lot of work that women don't have to do. So right here, there's an argument already that men have to go to war, men have to do the electric wiring, men have to do the plumbing, men have to do this, men have to do that, men have to be bricklayers. Because disproportionately, even if that's not legislatively true, there's women in these fields as well. It's still like a 99-to-1 ratio. And so men are responsible for a healthy chunk of the things that perpetuate society, which is descriptively true. However, do you know what the most important thing is that perpetuates society? And it's childbearing, okay? That's the most necessary component of perpetuating the society, and that is a natural thing that is exclusively thrust upon females, okay? So I would argue that if women are compelled through nature in order to perpetuate the human species through childbirth, then men have a duty to perform the roles that perpetuate society, because women are already jumping on a grenade that men do not have to, okay? So his belief that men start from a position of being screwed over is matched by the natural observation that women are born naturally screwed over through having to have children in order to perpetuate the species. So I already think that this argument kind of falls flat, for me anyways. It doesn't have to fall flat for you, but it definitely falls flat for me. Then you have to have a stake in the country in order to vote. Women get back more from the state. Why do women get back more from the state? It's because they're already jumping on the grenade of taking care of children. 70%, 80% of temporary assistance for needy families, Medicaid, all of the social programs, any other form of welfare, all the social programs that Andrew Wilson is talking about, the reason why women get that disproportionately is because they are the one jumping on the grenade of having children. That's why they get that social support, is because they are doing one of the most critical roles in order to perpetuate society. This is so obvious. I understand that his line of argumentation appeals to disempowered males, but this line of argumentation is so obviously untrue. I don't know how his own audience doesn't recognize it. Okay. Stake in the country in order to vote. Now, I agree with Andrew Wilson that the original reason why the founding fathers did it, citizenship for like white men of good character and preferably like landowning males, is because if you own land, it correlates with what they would think of as virtue, because in order to own land, you have to be industrious, frugal, intelligent, particularly in like the 19th and 18th century. But that doesn't mean that you're not like a slave owning, wife beating piece of garbage, right? It just means that you're like good with money and good with material possessions. So while I agree that our voters should largely be virtuous, I think Naima already has a kill shot by saying, well, if you can go to prison, shouldn't you have a say in the laws that can end up with you in prison? So this is a cart before the horse argument, in my opinion, where I would rather improve the virtue of the general population rather than disenfranchise the non-virtuous people in our population. I'm going to check in with chat before we continue. Harmonic Fox says, well, Destiny's proven that everyone, including him, is hypocritical. Well, yeah, we're all hypocrites to some degree. It achieves me and a bunch of other little boys feeling good. Well, notice how he appeals to the founders in stake when it comes to who can vote. Sure. LB Thing Stuff and More says, why? Grassroots says, most of our founding fathers did not endorse chattel slavery. They did endorse a second-tiered system specifically for women. Sure. Harmonic Fox is 18 likes and 45 watching. Yes, like the stream. It's free. Kyle says, monarchical systems concentrate power into the hands of one person, which leads to a higher probability of abuse of power and inequality. There's a reason we have separation of powers, for F's sake. True. Wowman542 says, serious question, does that duty for men still carry over even if a majority of women refuse to have children in favor of pursuing their careers, forcing the birth rate down? I don't think that's true, Wowman542. I think that, let's take a look at it, because I know the birth rate's low, but How many women have children? According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, as of 2015-2019, 57% of women aged 15 to 49 in the United States had ever had a child. This percentage increased to 84.3 for women 40 to 49. So if you have 84% of the population participating in child rearing, we can talk to the other 15% and ask them why they're not having kids. But from my perspective, this is women fulfilling their social obligation of perpetuating the species. So are you going to quit your contributions to society because 15% of the population is doing it? How does that not start a death spiral of men quitting their social responsibilities? So women quit their social responsibilities. So men quit their social responsibilities. So women quit their social responsibilities, so on and so forth. If you quit contributing to society in a positive way, how does that not just give other men and other women the excuse to quit? Like Jesus, you're going to hate this, but I'll rephrase it so you don't hate it. Jesus hates a pusillanimous person. For those of you who don't know what pusillanimous means, it's actually the long form of the gendered vulgar slur. But pusillanimous means showing a lack of courage or determination and timid. And for those of you who missed the J-Hap rant, I'm not going to do it again. But effectively, I'm not like a literally religious person, but there's a phrase, Jesus hates a pusillanimous person. Don't be a wussy. Why are you being a wussy? Why are you giving in? Why are you quitting? Why are you listening to these freaks telling you that society is falling apart when 85% of the female population is doing what they need to do? Buenos días, mi amigos. Yo tengo un gato negro en los pantalones, which means, hello, my friends. I have a black cat in my pants, says Keisoko. Well, thank you for sharing. Excuse me. Silver Jacket Man says, I'm fuzzy as to what Andrew considers non-virtuous. Well, he's going to have a Christian ethic, right? Philip Coffey says, I'd honestly be curious what Andrew thinks about women gotta give birth argument for voting, concerning how much they laser focus on that. Yeah. If women are 85% contributing to the perpetuation of the species, why wouldn't they get a right to vote? LB Thing Stuff and More says, I think 2.2% yearly growth. America is about 1.6 yearly. That's why we also need immigration. Sure. Destron says, I don't know why nobody just presses Andrew on marital grape when the debate goes to smack, because we already know that he has like Christian ethics. So he's going to argue whether or not like women have a duty to sexually fulfill their partners, not whether or not raping women is bad. Excuse my vulgar language. Seraph says, I quit. I have 4 daughters. 2 of them are twins. I am a copulation master. See, Seraph is already contributing more than everybody else. All right. Seraph is winning the battle. Seraph no longer has to socially contribute because Seraph has already given 4 daughters to humanity, and 85% of them, so 3.5 of his kids, will have kids. Seraph has already fulfilled his social duties. Now he has to care for his children as well, but, let's not split hairs. Kyle says, I'll catch up with chat and I'll move back into the content. But I fundamentally disagree with Andrew Wilson's characterization of females failing in their social responsibilities, and somehow men exclusively have to do hard jobs. And therefore, since women aren't compelled to do anything, men should quit. I'm not saying that he thinks that men should quit, but I think that he sympathizes with their feelings that they should. Kyle says, Wilson is stuck in the medieval period and fails to grasp that societies evolve and adapt to changing conditions that are advantageous and occasionally disadvantageous. Sure. By the way, when Andrew Wilson talks about low birth rates, he's referring to white Christian babies. LB Thing says, yeah, sure. Hispanics love having children. Another death spiral. True. Wowman 542 says, I agree. It leads to a death spiral. I was suggesting a hypothetical where 80% plus of women refuse to have children. In a world like that, what can be done at that point? Well, I think wow, man, I'm going to answer your question because it's very critical. It's very important. Then we'll get back into the content. I think that you form a natal virtuous core. And what I mean by that is you find the 20% of women who are having kids, you hang out with them, you work your best in order to find the right woman in order to have a kid, you have a few kids, and then you create communities around people who you view as having virtue. Because if 80% of the population dies off, but then your little virtuous core of people continues and perpetuates, then what will probably happen is if you maintain the virtues that make your little tribe of society pro-social and procreative, then you can probably perpetuate that after everybody else has died off. Grassroots says, this is my primary argument. Sorry, chat's popping off right now, so I'm going to get back into the content. I'm just going to read this one. This is my primary argument against the gross view of women. I love my girlfriend because she's a good teammate. Exactly. All right, let's continue.
I just answered all of yours. If a king passes just laws, why would you need to vote?
Because the king can also pass unjust laws.
So can legislatures.
Sure, but if you have a stake in that and if you're able to represent for your legislator, you can vote a legislator out.
Yeah, but you can
can't
also
vote a king
rebel
out.
against kings. So like, that's what I'm saying. Your position doesn't follow. It doesn't actually follow for you to say,
Sorry, LB says something important. Many women and overall people would love to have more kids, but who in the hell can afford to? Who cares? Just go for it. I'm serious. I'm streaming. I have one of the best jobs on the planet. Grassroots Hegemon has seen to it that we are succeeding very early into our content creation. We see good signs of growth, particularly on the Counterpoints channel. We see some good signs of growth in reference to Valor as far as community support. But right now, I'm paying my bills and that's it. It doesn't matter. I have 2 kids. I'm super ecstatic about it. And then also we're going to have a 3rd kid as long as I can pay my bills or almost pay my bills. Even if I miss a few bills and they're a couple of weeks late, I don't care. I would rather have the adventure of having kids and providing for them and having fun and all that kind of stuff. I would rather do that than be rich. I'm not kidding.
that because you can be imprisoned inside of a nation, that somehow gives you the right to vote.
Well, because you have a stake. You're saying that.
Hang on. I'm
people
falsifying
don't
your
have a
claim.
stake
I'm falsifying your claim. If you claim kings can make just laws, right?
Yes.
Then I don't understand. Why would people need to vote when kings are making just laws?
Well, then why would we leave the monarchy of England? If kings can make just laws, why would we leave?
Well, in that case, you had a nation apart that had a rebellion against the king.
Yes.
That's what
Because the king was passing unjust laws. Naima is fundamentally correct.
was going on. But kings have been rebelled against historically under certain circumstances many times.
So you'd like to go back to feudalism? Like
No,
you
it's not
don't believe in
feudalism.
democracy? Well, yeah, that is
No,
the
it would be
feudalism is under a monarchy.
It would be called limited democracy, which is exactly what we had here. Do you think we had feudalism because most people couldn't vote here?
We had limited democracy, and then there were like many uprisings against that limited democracy because everyone deserves
there
the
wasn't
right.
uprisings really against that. The only uprising that I'm aware of in American history against America was the Civil War.
The Civil War, the Civil Rights
But that wasn't
movement,
about
the first
voting.
feminist movement,
That
the
wasn't
second
about
feminist
voting.
movement.
Yeah, but now I feel like he's being obtuse. So Andrew, I would ask Andrew this question if I was in the room with him, but was it about the disenfranchisement of human beings? Because what the North was arguing is that you have enslaved into an unjust system a bunch of people who do not have stake in their future because they are compelled to do labor through force. And so as a result, they don't have the franchise. Now, was it specifically about voting? No. But was it about unjust treatment of a segment of society? 100%. So I feel like he's being obtuse because the revolution, or excuse me, the Civil War wasn't explicitly about black people voting. He's acting like it wasn't about them being quote unquote socially disenfranchised, which by the way, when were black men allowed to vote? 1870. So almost immediately in the wake of the Civil War, because I think the Civil War, when was the Civil War U.S.? Started April 12th, 1861. If I remember, it ended in 1865. When was the U.S. Civil War concluded? April 9th, 1865. So 5 years after the U.S. Civil War was over, we passed the right for black men to be able to vote. So arguing that it's somehow not about justice for a broad swath of society, I think is 100% obtuse.
The Civil Rights Movement?
No. The
All of
Civil
those were
War
about-
wasn't about voting.
Well, I mean, it was about the owning of chattel slaves.
So not about voting then?
which is also
He's being obtuse.
about human and civil rights.
But not about voting though.
But voting is a civil right.
I don't know. I'm not sure that I believe in
It's
this.
about freedom and it's about
conceptual-
representation.
Yeah.
The point is representation.
So let's back up.
That's what voting is.
Yeah.
Voting is representation and democracy.
I understand, but you haven't actually made the positive case for why people need to be able to vote.
People need to be able to vote because they have a stake in the legislation in this country. If you can be imprisoned in this country, if you can be robbed of your bodily autonomy by the legislature.
Gail, thank you. He says, I need another cup of coffee if I'm going to endure this psychic pain from Andrew Wilson. Caffeinate, brother. Caffeinate and hydrate.
Legislators of this country, then you should be able to have a stake in what the laws that those legislators are making.
Well,
no?
let's see if this makes sense. Do you agree with me that individual voters don't actually have very much power at all?
Individual voters, no, but that's the point of a collective voting body.
I'm with you. So
Yeah.
individuals already don't really have very much power just because they can vote, right?
Sure.
So isn't it the case actually that what you're advocating for is political tribalism? Because you don't have individual power as a voter, you actually have to tribalize with other voters in order to have any sort of collective power, right?
Well, you're taking away power from all the voters,
Well,
so it
can
wouldn't
you
even be
answer my
individual.
question, please? Tribalism, the idea that you as the individual do not have power, right?
Yes.
You do have to collectivize with other people, right?
Okay, but how is
Hang on,
taking
can
away
you
a
answer
vote?
yes or no?
No.
Yeah. Okay. No.
But
okay.
here's my question: how is taking away more people's votes disincentivizing political tribalism?
Yeah,
because now I have to
let her
band
finish,
with
let her
someone.
finish.
Because now I have to band with someone who has a vote. I don't even get a stake. So you're saying because people don't have enough power to vote, I'm going to take what little power they do have.
You're not
away.
answering my question though.
I think he's being obtuse. Omri Gunny says, not kidding, the answer to Andrew should just be read Locke. Dude, I swear to God, we need to have, so right now, I've said this before, I'll say it again, and I'll use it as a shill. So like the stream if you haven't liked it, engage in chat. There's plenty of really funny and smart and interesting and cool and funny and cool and funny and cool people in the chat. Engage with the VODs, watch the VODs so we get that sweet, sweet AdSense. But then also super chat if you got it, okay? But Omri Gunny says, Andrew should just read Locke. I think that when I know that I can pay my bills in perpetuity by being an alternative media creator, which we still have another 5 months in order to do before Valor will either renew my contract or not renew my contract. So if in 5 months I go back to my job, we're just going to be surviving creating content on the side until we have enough money that we can go full-time by ourselves. However, if Valor pops off and kills it and starts raking in cash, then, and I know that I have like a secure job where I can pay bills, I swear to God, I'm going to want to dedicate probably 1 day a week to actually doing like hardcore dry research where we would actually just sit down as a chat and listen to an audiobook of Locke. Because I understand that that's not going to be as fun or interesting or sexy as watching like bad debates online and breaking them down. However, I do think that it would be good for a few dozen of us to get educated on like primary source political philosophy and history. Sacred Snow says, is Andrew a pro-monarchy or is he just knowledge checking her on why the right to vote is important? I think he's just knowledge checking. I don't think he wants to go that far. I think he just wants to go back to kind of like a Starship Troopers style service guarantees citizenship stuff. But this is all a LARP in my opinion. You would effectively have to have the United States of America collapse in order for this to be like a viable thing where you're starting all of society from scratch. And I think that we would just fight back to the same position where eventually black people would be like, hey, we want more representation. And then we fight a war about it. Then they get more representation. And then women would be like, hey, we want representation. And then we would have the suffragette movement again. So setting us back a century, I think all that would happen is the same thing that already happened before. I think it's kind of silly. Imagine living in a village 5,000 years ago with Andrew. So rude, Biz D. So rude. Very funny. I'm not going to read it, but funny. Harmonic Fox says, a noble goal, maybe. I don't prioritize the continuation of the next 1,000 generations of humans as others do. We have no idea if we're going to die due to other causes. I do. I prioritize the perpetuation of the human species. Christian Blair says, if Destiny can succeed, so can you. Well, thank you, King. I appreciate it. Omri, yeah, I think Andrew would be perfectly happy under a theocracy ruled by one as long as he can get the Bible in school. Yeah, he's a Christian nationalist. He wants Christian ethics to be broadly enforced through society, through culture, through education, et cetera, et cetera. Punisher Batman says, super funny how people cope about Andrew Wilson being dumb and obnoxious, but won't even stand a chance to win a debate against them. Punisher Batman, I don't think Andrew Wilson is dumb. You understand that, right? You're coming in here acting like, oh, I think Andrew Wilson is dumb. No, I have a shitload of respect for Andrew's intellect. That's part of the problem. I think his ideas are dumb. I think he himself is smart. Anyways.
It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I know, but you got to answer my question.
It just doesn't sound like you believe in.
It sounds like you need to
democracy.
answer my question, though.
It sounds like your question is meant to trap me because your argument
Can you
is
just
riddled with
answer the
logical
question,
fallacies.
please? What's fallacious about my argument?
You're saying that people do not have a stake in this country, therefore they do not have a right to vote.
It's not what I said.
Yes,
What you're doing is a straw man fallacy.
Can we go back?
No, that's what he said. He said that women disproportionately take more money from welfare and therefore they have less of a stake than the people who are generating the tax revenue. And then he also said that there's broad swaths of the population that do so as well. And therefore those people shouldn't vote because they shouldn't have a say in how the material resources of society are distributed because they don't have as much of a stake. But Naima did a counter argument saying that if you can go to, or excuse me, Naima, you're right, Naima. But Naima made the argument, well, if you can go to jail or prison, is that not a stake in society? And then Andrew just kind of pushed past it.
Yeah, you can go back. What I said to you specifically is what you're saying doesn't logically follow. And when I'm talking about political tribalism, do you agree with me that you do?
I'm going to work out while we're watching.
If you need to have collectives to have actual political power, are you not promoting political tribalism?
Just saying,
if you need to have but that's how voting works. It's about a majority.
So then you are promoting collective political tribalism, right?
So voting and then the will of the majority is essentially political tribalism, is what you're saying?
Well, it's not really the will of the majority. Here's what happens. No, not really.
Do you understand how voting works?
Do you?
Yeah.
Okay, well then tell me how it's the will of the majority when a California legislator gets elected.
Well, everyone who would like to vote can vote, and then whoever gets the most
What about the people in Georgia?
Wins. Well, why would a person in Georgia get to vote on a legislator?
So it's not really the collective, it's the tribe, right?
But then Georgians get to vote for their
right,
state
so
legislator.
It's a tribe then?
And then all of those legislators come together.
So it's a tribe. So it's a tribe?
It's not a tribe, but those are called states.
Yeah, states are voting for their own interests, right?
But states will vote for the governors. Yeah. Why would I get to vote for the governor? Hold on, pause.
Hold on.
Listen to me. Why would I get to vote for the governor of, let's say, Tennessee if I don't live in Tennessee?
Makes sense.
Okay.
So it's almost like these individual states, right? They vote along tribal lines for that state's particular interests, right?
Yes, and then each state has a representative in the collective government.
Sure, in the federal government, right? You're talking about in our Senate and in our Congress, right?
Yes.
Great. So let's start with this. If it is the case that you have California and Nevada, these are two states which are next to each other, you agree, right?
Yes.
Can these states vote against each other's interests when it comes to resources?
Yes.
In the federal government, yes.
No, even at the state level they can, right?
Why would they be?
Thank you for the donation. You are insane, grassroots hegemon, but I parasocially love you for the fat donation. Oscar Steen says, hey, yo, just came to say hi. Lots going on, but been watching most of your videos lately. Keep it up. Thank you, Oscar. I appreciate you. The Crawling Chaos says, P.S. When I say right winger, I mean extreme right wingers. I'm with you. I was tracking. Grassroots for $100. $100. I'm going to go ahead and shut down stream. You guys have a nice day. Okay, I'm just kidding. All right. So Grassroots says, despite my 27 IQ, Aristotle, Socrates, Kant, Mill, Hobbes, Locke should all be understood by the average person. Hobbes is right, by the way. Yes, 100%. Thank you for the crazy donation. I appreciate it. Kay says, Andrew uses Christianity as the ultimate authority to debate from and then says all other frameworks are choices as if religion isn't a choice. True, but it's a choice originated from the one true God. Therefore, he's correct and everybody else is wrong. Sacred Snow says, Andrew can't actually believe this whole it's not a majority because Georgia doesn't vote in a California state election. He's just ignoring the representative part of democracy. Yeah, 100%. Andrew isn't dumb. He is a snake when he debates. Great moderator, though. No, I mean, yeah, Andrew, I think he's being obtuse, and I think he understands what Naima is saying, but he is trying to win, right? He's trying to win. The tiger from Calvin and Hobbes. Grassroots says, give the lads effing membership with peace and love. I will, brother. I will get, I actually have a back end meeting with the Valor people at 5 p.m. today. So I will meet with them. I will make sure that we enable gifted memberships and we will get that done so your generosity can spread. So parasocial love, thank you kindly. I do want to thank Grassroots for his 2 very kind donations already. He's way too nice to the channel. but we love him for it. So thank you kindly. And then quick shill time. Like the stream, it's free. Watch the VODs, that's free, and it gives us ad revenue. Super chat if you got it. If you don't have it, then your support and your viewership is deeply appreciated. Then let's continue on with this. I think Naima, just for the sake of argument, should go ahead and say, yes, it's political tribalism, but if you just have a monarchy or if you have concentrated power, then you're only representing the tribe that is politically empowered, whereas there will be disempowered tribes that also need representation who live within your constituency. I understand that the debate might be so heated that she doesn't want to concede to that descriptive reality, but I think that would move the conversation forward. That being said, I'm not there, so I'm going to let them have the debate instead of Monday morning quarterbacking.
Be able to at the state level. I can't vote for the Nevada governor. I can't vote for...
LB says the lads. What of the lassies? Also the lassies. I just haven't seen Celeste Plantagenet. Although I have seen Harmonic Fox, but I haven't seen Gen X and Celeste Plantagenet yet. So we'll get some gals in here.
Because perhaps there's something
Nevada
that perhaps Nevada.
John says grassroots is your sugar daddy. Lol. Grassroots is my JMac. JMac is Sitch and Adams' sugar daddy. So if he's allowed to sugar daddy them, then I appreciate grassroots supporting the channel.
Perhaps Nevada has some type of, I don't know, assessed tax or something like this that they're able to collect, which disproportionately affects Californians in some way. They can do that, right?
What law is that?
Whatever it would be. They
So
can do it.
does it exist or does it not exist?
Listen, can they do that? Can they do that is my question.
Can Nevada legislate against California?
No, they're not legislating against. Listen to my question. Actually, I want you to repeat my question so I know you actually heard it.
I'm sorry, I'm not a dog.
Can you repeat it? Well, it's called steel manning a position.
Just say the question.
Okay. Can states vote against other states' interests simply by having a neighboring state, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's just say, for instance, that
They do this in reference to water rights. I know what he's saying.
you were to have like, I don't know, trucks which went between Nevada and California, right?
Yes.
And California took advantage of this by raising taxes on gasoline, but only on the border areas where these goods came in. This disproportionately hurts Nevada truckers for some reason, right? They can do that, right?
Yes, they can do that.
Okay, great. So in California, if that was beneficial to Californians, they would basically be voting for their tribe against Nevada, right?
But is that happening?
It
Or
does
are you
happen.
just trying to use a hypothetical?
No, there's tons and tons of instances where different states do various things, even asking for federal money in overages compared to other states for different problems. Same thing with disaster support. They definitely are all trying to support their.
And this is where I don't know where he's going with it, because he's arguing against political selfishness. But we can go throughout the history of monarchies and concentrated power and argue about political selfishness. For instance, with the Civil War, we could argue that the South was being politically selfish because they weren't actually guarding the interests of their chattel slave population. So, that was when we had more limited franchise. So did we have better virtue in the 19th century compared to now? Obviously not. Wowman542 says, Connor's haters accused him of taking checks from the DNC when in reality it was grassroots. Yeah, true. Yeah. All right, let's continue.
Their tribe, right?
Okay, so because states can potentially, hypothetically, vote against another state's interest, men and women should not have the right to
No,
vote.
that's not the conclusion.
But that was your argument.
No,
the privilege is you
again, do you know what a
no voting,
descriptor
both
is?
Sexes,
What's a
one marriage voting system.
Why don't you understand the difference between a descriptor and prescriptor? What did I prescribe?
What you prescribed is one voting system, a voting system in which both men and women are disenfranchised.
Yeah, what I'm doing right now is I'm giving you descriptors so we can determine if it's tribalism or not, because you said it's not tribalism to have collectivism in voting blocks, which is insane.
But what you haven't been able to answer is why disenfranchising more voters is somehow solving political tribalism.
Let her get to the end of the sentence, please.
Well, let me explain it.
Sure.
The best way that I possibly can. Your worldview promotes political tribalism. So what happens is this: NGO.
These tribes exist regardless of whether or not they're represented in government. When you're talking about all of ancient history, you're in medieval history as well. There's originally there's the proletarians, but they weren't referred to as proletarians. They were the peasant class. Then there's the monarchy. Then there's the military. then there's the nobles. And if you go back as far as like Egypt in Greek society or Roman society, they have parallels to peasant class, aristocracy, and the monarch. Now, although, you know, Rome obviously had the consuls and the Caesars and all that kind of stuff. Then when you look at medieval society, what effectively happens is a replication of that, but you have kings, military nobles, and the peasant class, and that lasts through the feudal system. But what ends up happening is the merchant class, because society complexifies through technology, is the merchant class starts competing with the noble class. And so the merchant class is actually arguably what competed with the noble class in order to create Enlightenment society, because there were people who had 1,000-year-long hereditary military titles that gave them disproportionate influence in government, but they were more poor than the rich people inside society. And so the rich people said, okay, well, I give way more money to the treasury. I contribute way more to the monarchy than this noble who inherited a military title 1,000 years ago and hasn't been to battle in 1,000 years. And he's only representative of a few thousand warriors. So why is this guy better represented than me? And so as a result, we created the parliamentary system, which, you know, effectively, you know, I'm trying to think of how to say this. It expanded power, but it only expanded power to the people who could afford to influence representatives. And we've kind of been stuck there. But with America, at least in principle, if not application, we also have this motivation to represent the people who are most downtrodden. And I think that's representative through the Civil War, through the ending of chattel slavery, through the 14th Amendment, through the 15th Amendment, through, I think it's the 20th that gave, or the 19th that gave women the right to vote. So, you know, we've given more and more people some level of franchise, but political tribalism has always existed. So I think this is an ahistorical argument.
Those can go to our government and they can bribe them for voting blocks. And that's exactly what they do. Non-government organizations do this and lobbyists do this. And what they do is they raid the treasury from people like you and me so that they can bribe certain portions of the electorate in order to incentivize them to collectivize.
Okay.
That's why black people often vote as a monolith, for instance. They vote monolithically, up to 80-90% together, especially in national, especially in national elections, because they're made certain promises out of the treasury from the electorate, usually at the expense of other forms of voters. This is 100% tribalism.
So how are NGOs bribing politicians, influencing who black people as individuals choose to vote for?
How do NGOs do that?
I just don't understand how you're saying. I mean, I agree that NGOs should not be bribing and lobbyists shouldn't be bribing, but instead of...
LB says things, stuff, and more, and all that stuff is illegal. I don't agree. I think lobbying is 100% legal, where effectively what we've said in the American system, particularly with the end of Citizens United. I'm sorry if I'm out of breath. I am working out while we're watching this. So with Citizens United, effectively what I understand the Supreme Court said, bear in mind I could be corrected by a lawyer, but basically, like, you can spend unlimited amounts of money towards a marketing campaign that is parallel to a politician's campaign or his agenda, because that's free speech. So you can spend billions, trillions, millions, whatever you want towards any kind of campaign in the United States that you want. Now, what's happened, though, in the United States is these are parallel to actual campaigns. So let's just use like Bloomberg. There were probably a dozen campaigns PACs, that were lined up around Bloomberg, although I guess Bloomberg did self-fund, but let's just keep going with it for the sake of, clarity. Bloomberg probably had a half dozen to a dozen PACs that supported his presidential run, but they technically didn't talk to Mayor Bloomberg, but they still spent billions of dollars on advertising. The way that that's possible is because they fundraise from a bunch of other millionaires and billionaires, and they spend in order to achieve a legislative end. But this has also happened throughout history. So again, this feels like wildly ahistorical, because if I go back to the medieval period and we talk about like Italian merchants gaining power with the papacy and Rome and with kings within medieval Europe, we're going to find parallels to like modern society in lobbying, because you could petition the king. So that's kind of where, for me, this argument doesn't hold any water, because he's like, oh, well, isn't political tribalism bad because people fight for their group interests in sub-tribes within a society? And it's like, that was always the case and will probably always be the case. Just checking in with chat real quick. Derek says, all that just to be racist. Well, I haven't been racist yet. Well, hold on. If you're saying that he's saying that black folk vote as a demographic block, okay, that can be true in the 80% level without being racist. That can be descriptively accurate. Grassroots says, I like this lady a lot. She's smart. She pushes in the right places. I agree. She's like I probably disagree with her on like 70% of the things, but I think she's intelligent and insightful enough, and she pays attention to the arguments and she gives good rebuttals. Wowman542 says, true. Andrew complains of tribalism while ignoring how many different Christian sects have and would like to kill each other for having different interpretations of the Bible. Yeah, that's the other thing, is like Christian nationalism is going to rebirth a bunch of tribalism, because you're going to have the atheists, you're going to have the agnostics, you're going to have the Buddhists, you're going to have the Sikhs, you're going to have the Jews, you're going to have the Muslims, and you're also going to have all the different Christian sects. And so they're all going to be competing within a new Christian nationalist state for power and influence. LB says, I was referring to bribery. However, Glass-Steagall was in place for a reason. Agreed. Derek says, isn't it only super PACs that have to stay separate? Not sure. I'd have to look it up, to be honest. Thank you, baby. Can I have a very large water? Yep. Thank you. By the way, she's 23 and Andy is 40. Well, aren't we all getting older? I've been meaning to watch this. No better place than to give whatever review. Well, thank you. Gen X says, good morning, kids. Our other gal, Harmonic Fox, Gen X, and LB. We got three gals in chat. We are cooking. Good morning, kids. Does anybody know why a budget bill prohibits states from regulating AI for the next 10 years? I am concerned. Well, you should be. I was talking to a super smart AI the other day. Gen X, before we get back into the content, I just want to say that we should either offline and or on stream, I don't care, whatever you're comfortable with. I wouldn't mind talking about decarbonization with you for an hour, only because I know that you were saying that you were involved with the legislative process. And I think that is, oh, there's Kay. Hi, Kay. Hi, Kay. Also, I'm sure Brooklyn is lurking somewhere. So Brooklyn, Kay, LB, Gen X, Celeste Plantagenet. Yeah, we're doing good. But anyways, we should talk about decarbonization sometime. Let's get back into the content. That way I don't get distracted.
I mean, that's what they do, though, right?
Okay, but we're trying to get back to your claim that
I'm in the middle of my claim.
Vote. Okay, well, I'm responding because this is a conversation.
Yeah.
Sure. So we're trying to get back to your claim that less people from both sexes should be able to vote.
Yeah, no, that's not where we just were.
That's your initial claim,
yeah, but now you're just pivoting. Where we just were was...
Well, you're not letting me finish my sentence.
No, because you're pivoting. We're talking right now about whether tribalism is descriptively true in your voting system.
I understand.
Yes, it's true. Let's kick it.
Understand that, but we're trying to get back to your initial claim because you have a very important claim to defend. You're trying to take votes away from the American people poorly, but let's get into it. So NGOs bribe, lobbyists bribe, and that is impacting who and what politicians are promoting. I would agree with that statement. Would you agree with that statement?
Well, not just what they're promoting, but also they are setting the precedent for laws themselves.
Okay. Yeah.
So they actually, I would even argue back that NGOs and private think groups write the laws in which politicians most often execute, and so do bankers as well.
I agree with that. So why would taking away votes from the average American and singular citizen prevent NGOs and lobbyists from having an ability to impact and predict and create laws?
Yeah. So if you move to stakeholder democracy, this idea that you had to have some sort of public service or something like this, it actually collectivizes down the voting pool, which adds responsibility to the voters who can then be held accountable, which right now voters can't be. That's why it's so important. So
voters can be held accountable.
So you're saying how?
Well, legislators will create laws that hold those voters accountable. We're the ones who have to follow them. Do you not have to follow the laws?
Well, that's not you being held accountable.
It is being held accountable.
No. So right now under tribalism, you can get laws passed which affect me, but benefit you. I can't go like hold you somehow accountable for that.
But that's how a majority voting works. That's how democracy
I know,
works.
which is why I want limited democracy where we can actually hold people
because
accountable.
you just want to be in charge.
How would I be in charge if it's stakeholder democracy?
Well, you said one marriage voting system.
That could be one way of doing it, yes.
Okay, what are the other ways of doing that?
Another good way would be public service.
So whoever
Perhaps up
does
to
a public service.
Perhaps up to
My dog is dancing on top of my power cord. So if I get knocked out randomly, my apologies. Let me try to get him out of here. Get out. Get out. Can you guys still hear me? He was literally dancing on top of my microphone and my power cord. So I have no idea if you guys can still hear me. But anyways, I'm probably going to agree with the service guarantee citizenship take. But I also understand that we would effectively have a governmental collapse in order to enforce that. So, all right, good. My fat 40-pound dog, he wants some of my toast and eggs. And so he's dancing on top of my power cord in order to get it.
3 to 5 years unpaid, or military service would be good.
So during this public service in which people are working 3 to 5 years unpaid, how are they paying for food and groceries and housing?
Yeah, so the state would take care of that just like they do in the military.
The state would take care of that like they do in the military. And how do you plan on getting that passed?
What does that have to do with anything?
Well, because
let's say I could never get it passed. We're arguing the ideology of this system. What does that do with anything?
What's the point in creating an ideology that will never work?
How are you going to get Marxism passed?
You're not.
So aren't you a Marxist? But you're a Marxist, right?
How did you know that?
Well, I don't know. That's what your videos seem to imply, that you believe in Marxist feminism.
Did I ever say that I was in Marxist?
Oh, I don't know. Are you a socialist?
On a certain level.
Okay, how are you going to get socialist? Like, that's silly. That us making the comparison contrast between like socialism, capitalism has no bearing on whether or not I could somehow get this passed or have some plan to get it passed.
Okay.
I'm arguing about the ideology here.
Do you want to understand my belief or do you just want to guess?
Well, hang on. What does that have to do? You know what I just said, though?
Well, I mean, you just called me a Marxist.
Do you agree?
Just called me a socialist,
well, if you're not a Marxist, I said we're doing a comparison contrast of worldviews and ideology. If we're doing contrast worldview and ideology, it's a non sequitur to ask me, well, how are you going to get it passed? What does that have to do with anything?
Well, why would you create a worldview that fundamentally cannot work in practice? That
well,
sounds
it's
like
not a worldview that fundamentally cannot work in practice.
But you couldn't
even
say
if
how
I
it works
could,
in practice.
even if I.
Sorry, I'm muting myself so you don't have to hear me eat, dude. He knows. Okay, he knows. Azari was saying that Andrew was lying. I don't think Andrew's lying at all, but I 100% think he's being obtuse. And this is absolutely a tack that I take with like communists and Marxist-Leninists, because Marxist-Leninists are like, oh yeah, we need to have a revolution. We need to fight the American government. We need to do this. We need to do that. And I'm like, what are the chances that we're going to have a Marxist-Leninist revolution in the United States in the next century? Radical Coder says I'm only here for the chewing sounds. That's savage. So anyways, but the point is that I will bring that up as an appeal to practicality, because I think there are people who are wasting decades of their lives believing in an ideology that's never going to come to pass. And so as a result, they're wasting their time and their energy and their life believing in something that's never going to be real. And so I'm with Naima here, where I'm effectively like, you can believe in Christian theocracy if you want. I don't think it's going to happen. And then I also think that you can believe in service guarantee citizenship, but that's not going to happen without a governmental collapse. So why don't we focus on the actual ideological struggles of our current society? And if you want to war game ideologies against ideologies, that's fine. Like we can do that. But we also need to recognize that it's all existing within the realm of like pure hypotheticals. And I agree, like within the realm of pure hypotheticals, I like service guarantee citizenship. I do. I think that you should spend 2 to 4 years in governmental service or serving with an NGO or being in retail or restaurant in order to vote. I would 100% be okay with that. However, there's probably negative externalities that I am not calculating, to the point that I would rather perpetuate the current system rather than fight for that tooth and nail on a day-to-day basis. I also view it as a waste of time, because I am probably in the extreme minority of wanting to peel back voting rights in order to force everyone going forward. You have to spend 2 years in retail or restaurant. You have to spend 2 years in the Peace Corps or 2 years in the Marine Corps at minimum in order to get the right to vote. That it's probably an inefficient, stupid system with a bunch of negative externalities that I can't calculate. Mega Zero says, this is great to listen to while playing Warhammer 40K Bolt Gun. Good. That's a strong endorsement. So anyways, let's continue.
Couldn't prescriptively tell you, like, the next political chain of things we do to get there has nothing to do with whether or not the worldview in practice would work.
Well, do you have any practical guesses for how we could apply this to a modern day society?
Well, I just told you how we would apply it. You would have stakeholder democracy.
Okay, so that's just so one day we're just going to flip a switch and have that. Like, I don't understand.
No, what do you mean? Okay, you could have an amendment for it. You could repeal the 19th Amendment. You could.
So you want to repeal the right to vote?
Or just replace it. It wouldn't be. What I'm talking about is universal suffrage. You keep on making a conflation in terms. You think that because I say universal suffrage, that means no suffrage. I'm talking about limited suffrage.
So who gets to decide who gets the right to vote?
Didn't I literally just tell you who gets to decide who gets to vote?
Okay, so everyone who participates in this public service gets the right to vote.
That could be one way to do it. Yes.
Okay, and that anyone could do that. Who wanted to?
Yeah, people could do it if they're willing to give up X amount of years of their lives for unpaid service so that they could then vote.
But it's not unpaid service because the government would be paying for their food and their housing.
Yeah, but you wouldn't be getting anything additional to that.
Okay, well, why not just have civil servants who are already?
Because civil servants have specific jobs to do, like, working at the DMV and stuff like that, and working in the Social Security office.
So you're basically saying anyone who does community service should get the right to vote?
No, some sort of civil occupational service under the state. That could be like civil firefighting work, maybe. It could be civil paramedic work. It could be there's all sorts of different things you can look at for stakeholder democracy. When we've seen it applied around the world, it's been somewhat successful.
And do the laws apply?
Number one, I would like to know where it's been applied around the world. But when we're talking about Robert Heinlein with Starship Troopers, because this was actually a foundational concept within Starship Troopers, the book, and also the movie, but weirdly enough. But the whole point is service guarantees citizenship. And so it's not that, especially in the book, it's not that somehow makes you more intelligent, more virtuous, a better human being, etc. What it does, though, what it speaks to is your willingness to, prioritize the collective over yourself. Even if you have selfish motivations over it, the hope is that you have like a education through public service where you do kind of think that way, where you prioritize the collective over self. And that can be a problem within an unlimited democracy, is that you have political tribalist groups that only advocate for their benefit to the detriment of all else. I would argue, though, that happened during the limited franchise period of the United States of America during the 19th century when we had slavery. And so my argument would be, you're not solving the problem. You're creating a bunch of externalities. And the problem, as you described it, existed under feudalism, monarchy, fascism, communism. It seems like he's trying to fight nature. And so I think that's a little silly, in my opinion. QW Gar says, I feel for her because she isn't used to debating with people like Andrew, even though she's doing well. Yeah, I think she's doing great. Silver Jacket, I'm friends with lots of firefighters. I'm not convinced they should be allowed to vote. Christian Blair says, being unable to vote pretty much for the only right not guaranteed to civilians. For hating communists, Heinlein was in favor of the state-based welfare. Okay. The purpose is to consider yourself as a volunteer and part of that community. Exactly. LB says, I do agree on some level that civil service should be compulsory, volunteering in a nursing home, for example, for 1 to 2 years. It would be dope, but also LB, here's a negative externality, though. Let's say that people do this just for the right to vote. This happens in draft militaries. Sometimes the people who are draftees suck. And it's because they don't want to be there. They don't care about the job. They're just doing it for some benefit. So would we want people who hate old people, aren't interested in actual public service, they're only doing it because they want to achieve the right to vote? Would we want those people taking care of our old folks? And I think the answer is no. So yeah, like, and it's the same thing with the volunteer military. The volunteer military still has people who are like selfish, manipulative, seeking some benefit, et cetera, but it also reduces the amount of those people by being voluntary. So anyways, Kahil said, we kind of had that also during the election of Jefferson. The Federalists tried to keep the Democratic Republicans from winning, held up Jefferson's victory because he and Burr were tied. Interesting. Yeah. I think the cure is worse than the disease in this regard. And I kind of wanted to get to feminism. But anyways, let's let them continue.
Apply to everyone in the society or just the people who
Yeah,
choose
they
to
still
participate
apply
in
to
this
everyone,
democracy?
yeah.
Okay. So how can you create and apply a law to people who are not represented? I just don't understand. Morally, how do you justify
There's nothing immoral about it.
There's nothing immoral about
No.
I mean, but that's
Like,
kind of
I would say it's
consent.
more immoral. Why is it moral for an 18-year-old to nullify the vote of a 41-year-old if the 18-year-old doesn't even know what they're voting for? How's that moral?
Well, because the 18-year-old is still subject to the laws of the state.
Yeah, but they don't
If an
even know
18-year-old
what they're voting for.
Can an 18-year-old go to jail for 20 years?
A 16-year-old can. Should they be able to vote?
16-year-olds can't go to jail.
Yes, they can. 16-year-olds can go to jail for life. Should they be able to vote?
I mean, no, but why?
Well, why
would they be
not?
going
Why
to
not?
jail
The
for-
laws apply to them, though.
Why would a 16-year-old be going?
Hang
to
on,
jail
I don't
for
understand.
that,
Because you murdered someone.
though? Okay, that's fair. I mean, if you
Yeah.
murder someone, that's a whole.
So I don't
thing to
understand.
do.
Why can't he vote? The
Well,
laws
because we
apply to
all
him. Why can't he
understand that.
vote?
Yeah, but we all understand that. a
No,
16-year-old
we all understand it's not an argument. Why does a 16-year-old get to vote, even though all the laws apply to the 16-year-old? Why does he get to vote?
Not all the lives.
Because of maturity and because we already have a dual justice system where kids are treated with kids' gloves. A 16-year-old can be sentenced to life in jail or prison for a particularly heinous crime, but they have to be tried as an adult. And we don't recognize adulthood as being real until 18. Andrew Wilson already understands that. He's trying to catch Naima off beat, on the wrong foot, so he can be like, lol, you don't know how to debate. But this actually doesn't have anything to do with the substance of the matter being discussed. And I would say that is my frustration with watching these debates with Andrew. I think he is a wildly intelligent person, but I think that he's been in blood sports debates for so long. It's no longer about the concepts that are being discussed. It's about the logical fallacies and getting owned and all that kind of crap, which makes it frustrating to watch for me. I would rather talk about the ideas than the logical fallacies.
But they start in juvenile detention, and then at 18, they get the right to go.
So laws apply to 16-year-olds?
But you're retried at 18.
So
Like when you
laws
start at
apply
16,
to 16-year-olds?
Some laws, of course.
Okay,
yes.
great. Why can't they vote then?
So babies should get the right to vote?
That's
I mean,
my
you're a
question
minor.
to you. That makes no sense. Exactly. So why do we limit it to 18?
Well, that's the
Because that's adulthood, Andrew. You know this. You're being obtuse. Stop being obtuse.
age that we've defined as being a legal adult. That's the
And she just answered you with a perfectly valid retort. Just acknowledge that and move on so we can get to something substantive. If he keeps being a debate pedo, I'm going to move it. We've had to do this multiple times on whatever moral voting and who is given the right. Can children make good decisions? Voting against your spouse's interest, abortion in the household, disenfranchising citizens, tribalism or NGOs, the ignorance of voters in implementing IQ tests, her boyfriend's opinion on the army, political representation and voting ages. I'm going to fast forward because they're jumping back and forth. I'm going to fast forward past who's given the right to can children make decisions? No. Voting against your spouse's interest, don't give a shit. Abortion in the household. That sounds interesting. So let's do that.
Could hold it against their husband and say things like, do this or I'll abort your child. They could actually do that, right?
yeah, hypothetically, sure.
Yeah, and have
that
done
would be
that.
immoral.
And have done that.
That would be immoral.
Yeah,
and wrong.
but you wouldn't say they couldn't go get the abortion, would you?
But would you say a man can?
But hang on. Answer the question first.
What?
You wouldn't say that they shouldn't be allowed to do that, though, would you?
Well, if it would be disenfranchising millions of other women who aren't. in that situation
That's
and need an abortion, then
yes or no, please. You wouldn't say that you would not actually say that they should not be allowed to get the abortion, right?
no, I think everyone should have access to.
Okay,
free
so
will.
even if it were the case that a woman, right, was holding the man basically emotionally hostage with her pregnancy and said, do what I say or I'll get an abortion, right? You would not make any claim that she could or could not get that abortion, would you?
I would make a claim that what she's doing is immoral, but I wouldn't make a claim that
And
because
should
one
anything
person is
happen to a
immoral.
woman who does that?
Yeah,
What?
I mean, that's blackmailing. I think
It's not
crime.
blackmail.
I think on a level, it's emotional blackmail. I
Yeah.
think you should be able
So
to sue someone
what
for
should
emotional
happen? Should they
blackmail.
go to jail?
I mean, maybe pay damages or a fine.
A fine?
Yeah.
How much should the fine be?
I don't know.
$200?
How much is an abortion?
They'd be the same as an abortion.
Can I ask you a question?
So just
Can
to
I
get
ask
this
you a
right, well, I
question?
want to finish this real quick.
No, can
and
I
then we
ask
can
you a
move
question?
back. Well, no, you can't until I finish the inquiry.
Okay,
but
well,
then
I'm
you
not
can,
going to answer your question.
but then,
until I
but you
ask
can
one.
inquire back. I
Sure.
just want to finish this inquiry,
Go
the
for
line
it.
of inquiry. That's all. So just to make sure I got this right, you have now said that the tribal voting does indeed pit husband against wife, has a potential to do so, right?
No.
And I've even conceded to specific examples of where it would be in a woman's interest to vote against her husband, to have a right to do something which could be used against him later, and then said, well, the punishment should be like, oh, maybe she pays a fine if something like that happens. And how are you going to convince people that that's a better system than one household voting? That's a terrible system.
Because then the leader of that household or the head of that household has control over the right and the will of every single person in that household. You're fundamentally denying people free will. They're not allowed to. Yes, they are. Because if they're
Fundamental
both
denying of free will, huh?
Because if they're both legislated by the same government, and one of them has no say in who is elected into that government, but still, because you're still
They still have
impacted
free
by
will.
law, but you're still impacted by laws.
So what? You're being impacted by laws when you're 17. They can't vote. You have a consistency
Not at the
issue.
same extent as an 18-year-old. Not at the same
They
extent.
can have it to the same extent as an 18-year-old.
In very rare exceptions, but you're
Yeah, but they
fighting on
can then. So you're
fighting on an
disenfranchising
exception.
people.
But look at you. You're around the fringe. You're fighting on an exception. We're talking about the general population.
Even
right
in
now.
the general
I'm
population.
not talking about murderers.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about
So
serial
let's start
killers.
with
I'm not
this.
talking about school shooters.
I don't think it's generally speaking a good idea to let 18-year-olds, 19-year-olds, 20-year-olds to vote, to disenfranchise the votes of people who are politically informed, because they're being used as a leverage voting block for elitists. And that's what's actually happening. What's actually happening was what you just said. NGOs and lobbyists are lobbying Congress to get various things passed. And what they do is they try to leverage the votes from a tribalist purview in order to get the things that they want, right? And
again, you would have to describe how this is bad, okay? So Andrew is talking with this tone that indicates that everything that he's talking about is bad. NGOs, lobbyists, all these people are evil because they go to representatives in order to get what they want passed. And problem, like if we go back to the feudal system, merchants did the same thing. The dukes and the nobles, they did the same thing. They would petition the king. They would petition parliament. They would go to parliament in order to do it. And oftentimes it would boil down to relationships, money, clout, and power. So at those times, we didn't have the universal franchise. So how are you solving the problem of nepotism and cronyism and power plays and demography and political tribalism? How are you solving those problems through the elimination of the vote? We had those same problems, 500 years ago, 1,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago, 10,000 years ago. We had all these problems, and eliminating people's right to vote isn't better. Now, if he wants to make the argument that we should have more virtuous and well-informed voters, I'm going to agree. But if your cure is worse than the disease, then I'm not going to agree with it. I would say that we should have better universal education, that we should have a strong civic education, that we should have a strong fiscal education, and we should have a strong social education. So when people turn 18, as maximally as possible, we have informed voters. So, his solution is to take away the right to vote. My solution would be make the voters better.
18, 19, 20, 21-year-olds are highly impressionable, right? So we're 22, 23, 24, 25-year-olds highly impressionable. And one way that you could eliminate this idea that they could be gone after by the parasitic NGOs who run things is by simply limiting the ability to vote to people who have such a political interest that they actually do social service for up to 5 years, so that then we can trust them with the right to vote.
Okay, I have two statements. Can you let me?
Listen, I'm okay with the service guarantee citizenship thing on a personal level. I just think that implementing it would be a pain in the ass, and there's probably secondary and tertiary consequences that I haven't even calculated. And then also, here's the other thing about this too, is we're talking about eliminating the rights of these people. But the perfect example is boomers. I'm going to bring this up, okay? I'm going to give you a full Counterpoints rant, okay? So what happened, as far as I understand it, in the economics of the United States of America, is that we had the Great Depression, which was one of the most Darwinian times in the United States of America. As a matter of fact, plenty of libertarians would love to go back to the social infrastructure of the early 20th century. But we had people facing starvation and unable to keep their houses. And so as a result, we voted in welfare systems through the New Deal, right? And then not just that, but we had World War II. And World War II was a massive industrial economic boon to the United States So while war is horrifying and hundreds of thousands of people, if not millions of people getting killed is horrifying, we still have this massive industrial boom within the United States. So a massive economic boom coupled with a generous welfare state through the New Deal created the economic prosperity of the 1950s and the 1960s, in which the boomer generation, the baby boomer generation, was born. But what ended up happening as a result of the boomers is they turned 20 or 30 and they looked around at the welfare state that had enabled their wealth, and they looked at the economic power that had enabled their wealth, and they said, it's not good enough. We need more. And so what happened was populists in the 80s, primarily Reagan, he said, give me a hammer and I will smash the welfare state. This is what's dragging down the economy. This is what's dragging down American culture. It's all the welfare queens who are reaping too much social benefits, and as a result are dragging down the United States of America. It's too many homeless people. It's inefficient and evil and abusive public hospitals who are taking in the homeless and then abusing them using your tax dollars to do so. And that rhetoric was wildly powerful. So in the 1980s, we ended up taking a hammer to the social safety net. And so as a result, what do we have now a generation later? Well, actually, hold on. I should tell you what it did first. What it did first is it unleashed the economy. And so because there was reduced taxation, not only did boomers benefit from the welfare of the 50s and the economic boom of World War II, but they also got to slash the social safety net in the 80s and then capitalize on the wealth generated by unrestraining the economy. And so they had it both ways. And so they took advantage of that. But what ended up happening over the course of those 30 or 40 years, it was a game of economic musical chairs, and plenty of people got to sit down, but plenty of people didn't. And so what ended up happening was the dot-com crash, the housing crash of 2008, COVID. We have a K economy where if you're making a lot of money, you make a shitload of money. And if you make no money, if you're working class, then you make barely enough to survive. And so as a result of that breaking, that bifurcation in economics, we now have a bifurcated society where we no longer have a middle class. So we have an incredibly wealthy society where we can produce incredible amounts of goods, but people's capacity to consume those goods is actually reduced. And so we have all these really complex economic problems where the middle class doesn't have as much money or power or influence as they used to. The wealthy are super rich and the poor are super poor. And so the question is this not a problem where working class and middle class families feel like they can't get by? The rich feel super good and the poor are borderline revolutionary, and fascists and communists are appealing to them and they're making inroads. This is dangerous. FDR was criticized by right-wingers and fiscal conservatives as the person who instantiated limited levels of socialism in the United States. But socialists think that FDR was a villain because through creating the welfare state, he staved off fascism and communism. So this is seriously like the boomers are the enfranchised group who through Andrew's system would have been politically empowered the entire time. And then all of the people who are now screwed over economically are the socially disenfranchised people. And this problem wouldn't have been made better by socially responsible boomers being the only people who could vote. It would be made worse. People are selfish. People are inherently selfish and tribal. So anyways, being broke did radicalize me. Dude, you're not the only person. Kay Soko says, damn straight, I'm borderline revolutionary. It's a problem that looks more and more like the state of France shortly before the French Revolution. Also, lots of people compare it to Weimar Germany. Jonah Boy says, being broke did radicalize me for a while. Me too, dude. When I'm working my ass off, when I'm working 60 hours a week, when I'm going to school, when I'm paying bills and I'm still behind, I'm still a week or two behind on my bills. I have to go to a payday. I had to go to a payday loan place while I was in college. So I'm paying 500% interest on a loan in order to make it 2 weeks. And then I had to take out that loan for 6 months in order to survive before I was finally able to pay it off and not do it anymore. And so when you go to the payday loan place, because it's literally payday loan or get evicted, and then you're working 40 to 60 hours a week, and then you know that you're paying 500%, I know it doesn't make sense. I know that you should probably have people in your life that you can ask for 500 or 600 bucks, but I didn't. I was by myself. My family has told me to be independent. And so I was being independent, and I did survive, and I did get myself out of that hole. But during that hole, I was bitter as hell. I'll tell you that. I was bitter and resentful because I knew that I was getting effed in the A. Seraph says, I gave my wife my GI Bill. That got her an associate's degree and part of her bachelor's, which is based. And I did get out of that. I got my bachelor's. I paid off my payday loans. I still have debt now, but I also have a mortgage that I'm paying equity into. Derek says the middle class is smaller because so many of them moved into the upper class. Yes, but it's a K economy as well. So the people who are really good at tech, right? The coders, the engineers, the HVAC guys, the people who do general contractors, all those people who make good money, they make really good money, and good for them. I mean, Grassroots Hegemon is able to share his wealth with this chat because he makes really good money. But then the working class and the middle class, the people who went down on the K shape, the people who went down, they're barely able to pay their bills. So yeah, you're right. The rich are richer, and the middle class is richer, but there are a substantive amount of people who are just surviving. Kingslayer says, I know this is a Ben Shapiro talking point, so take it how you want according to him. There have been studies to show that the New Deal prolonged the Great Depression, and it was mainly World War II that helped us. Okay, well, let's go fight another war then. Let's go invade Iran. I'm down. Let's do it. K-Soko says, God, I'm so glad I'm past having to use payday loans. Yeah, dude, payday loans are savage. They're savage. 500% interest on a 2-week period. So the way that I justified it to myself, because I only had to take out $500, but the way that I justified it to myself was, I think that my payback amount was like $570 or $580. It might have even been as low as like $550 on a $500 loan. And so that's a shitload of money, right? On an interest rate scale. But effectively, I was like, am I willing to pay $50 every 2 weeks in order to maintain my housing? And the answer was, of course, yes, right? The population is also an undereducated population. You can only educate so much. Like, we should maximize education because it's a controllable variable. Please, Jesus, never send me back to those struggles. Yes. Crawling Chaos says extremists always thrive when everyone is miserable. Yes. And now Republicans plan to ruin my credit with untimely and inappropriate school loan repayments. Listen, bro, if my choices are, I'll wrap up this economic rant, but if my choices are eating, if it's my family eating or paying back my student loan, what do you think is getting paid first? I'm going to eat. You know what I'm saying? Being middle class and having responsible but not rich parents radicalized me against FAFSA. Vocational skills pay great. They do. But I was raised in a completely different culture that said that you needed a bachelor's. Yeah. Biz D says, honest questions. When you get those scammy loans, did you have the option of asking your parents for help? Yes. Okay. Biz D, I did have the options to ask my parents. You're right. That was an option. I could have called them and said, hey, I need $500 in order to survive. But my parents are Reaganite fiscal conservatives, which means effectively that they just believe in bootstraps. Now, they might be a little bit different now that I'm in my 30s and they've seen like 3 or 4 cataclysmic economic events, but particularly in the 10s, when the most recent thing had been the housing bubble. If I had a conversation about economics with them and how hard it was to get by, they were effectively like, well, yeah, but I was making $5 an hour in 1970 and I was able to do X, Y, Z, ABC. So it was, and then when I was like, okay, well, I'm broke as hell and I'm barely able to survive even with GI Bill and working full time. Well, they're like, well, don't go out drinking with your friends. And I was going to go drinking with my friends. Just being real. Just being real, okay? Just being real. Like, if they were like, hey, you know, be more fiscally responsible, don't go drinking with your friends. I'm like, well, I'm 22 and I'm in college and I'm hanging out with young folk and I'm only going to be young once. So when I get done with an 8-hour shift running my ass off as a server at a restaurant, I'm going drinking with my friends. So, you know, they were right. I think I was right too. And I don't have any regrets. So... all right, anyways, we got to get back into the content. Otherwise, I'm just going to be engaging with chat the whole time. So hold on. Let me do this. Let me add in Mr. Andrew Wilson again. Sorry. Quick economic rant. I parasocially love you guys. We do have, this is probably the highest that we've been on Valor. We've broken 60 a couple of times. We're kind of bouncing between 50 and 60. But be sure to like the stream so other people know that we're live. Be sure to engage in the chat. That way it drives the algorithm. Be sure to comment on the VODs. That way it drives the algorithm. If you have a super chat burning a hole in your pocket, I know I was just talking about how it's difficult to be working class and how everybody's broke. However, Grassroots Hegemon is the spine of the channel fiscally, but you guys have also been incredibly generous to the channel in the past. If you do have money burning a hole in your pocket, super chats are appreciated, never required. Let's go.
Can I get through them?
Sure.
Okay. So here's number one. I agree that lobbying generally is bad. I'm not here for NGOs. I don't think anyone really is. I mean, but the whole
I am, because you don't understand how they work, but that's fine.
point of why we don't like them is because we want to be represented by our legislators fairly and accurately, and we don't want it to be in the control of a private interest group.
K-Soko says, when can we join Valor? I'll be a member here as well, K-Soko says. Let me turn that on. I do have a meeting with the back-end people tonight at 5 p.m. We're going to be talking about social media. We're going to be talking about VODs. We're going to be talking about editing. We're going to be talking about the content pipeline. We're going to be talking about all that kind of stuff. I'll add in memberships as well as a part of the conversation.
So lobbying's bad.
Yes, generally, I think that lobbyists and NGOs are not
bad.
good. But what
Which is so silly. That's a very silly statement. That's the first Naima L of the stream.
I don't understand is, if that's the issue, why not ban NGOs? Why not have a platform that's standing against NGOs and lobbyists? I think that'd be something great.
Yeah, so
if you
this
did
is a
that, that'd be
great-
awesome.
Yeah, so this is a great question, but here's the problem, right?
Yeah.
This is the leverage of tribalism.
I'm not going to listen to Andrew talk about tribalism again when I think it's a rawly ahistorical take where tribalism was even worse in the past than it is right now. So what he's trying to do, I'm going to summarize the argument, and if he feels like arguing with me about it sometime, we 100% can. But tribalism is inherent in all politics. Moneyed interests or interests in general fighting for their respective power within government. That was true 500 years ago, 1,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago. Limiting the franchise doesn't fix that problem. So, anyways, her boyfriend's opinion on the army. I saw this clip, so I want to watch this because I think I can steel man the arguments that Andrew's making, even if I disagree with them.
Here, baby, come here for us.
If you can,
Yeah.
just
And also, the feminist, the black female Marxist feminist, is dating a Chad white soldier. Like, it's white boy summer, dude. We've never been so back. Watch this.
kind of like
I've heard of that. It's called a
Crouch
Cat
right
5
here.
waiver, right? They give them a Cat 5 waiver?
I'm talking about category 5 waivers. I'm talking about.
Can you just
Baby, come here.
Shalom. Bye.
Not so low.
Look, dude, look.
In terms
I just think this is mad funny. So we got septum piercing, mixed race, dread, socialist, debate girl, dating Chad army poofball hair soldier. I think this is mad funny. I think this is so funny. And then and then they're going to talk about how dumb soldiers are. I'll respond when they're done.
terms of like people in the army and IQ tests, like I've taken the ASVAB, it is not a very difficult test, and a lot of people get their ASVABs taken for them. I knew guys in the army who were like medically diagnosable with mental deficiencies and were still in the army doing jobs that in theory required a certain level of mental faculty.
Sure. Yeah, the system can get gamed, but those are exceptions, not the rule.
Yeah, that was going to be the steel man. Having completely R-slurred army dudes, and Marine Corps dudes as well, totally happens. There are definitely some very, very, very dumb people in public service, but being dumb in public service is not the end-all be-all of increasing the virtue of people who do votes. Grassroots Hegemon with the $50. Again, he is my sake tanuki. He is my J-Mac. He is my financial king. Grassroots says, being poor made me so much more conservative. It was expected at 13 I would work, and I've worked continuously for 20 years. I've worked 110-hour weeks to have the things I want, but I started working illegally when I was 12. And yeah, I would say that I still hold a substantive amount of my fiscal conservative perspectives. Part of the reason why I didn't want to go to my parents was because I wanted to show that I could make it on my own. I've been working since I was 15. I'll try to make this rant brief, but I got my first job at a car wash. I was making like $7 an hour in 110-degree heat on the burning hot ass asphalt, getting scorched while I was wiping down tires and vacuuming out cars. So that was my first job. Then I was a cashier and a bag boy at an Albertsons. Then I was back of the house. I was a dish boy and a salad and hoagie station person at Mellow Mushroom Pizzeria. Then I enlisted in the Marine Corps. Then I had a property accounting and project management job. Those were two different roles, property accounting and project management when I was in the Marine Corps. Then I got out. I sold, I was a cashier again at Publix. Then I was a salesperson for cell phones, a salesperson for women's shoes, and then a salesperson for guns. Then I got my 4-year degree. I became a law enforcement officer. Then I got out. Then I did insurance. Then I did construction admin. And now I'm here. So, I've made it in the private sector, but the private sector is brutal. It's brutal. And you have to be smart. You have to be smart. You have to be intelligent. You have to be disciplined. You have to be all those things in order to make it in the private sector, in my opinion. Is the moderator stepping in? Not really. White boys are where it's at. And I think LB said that she was jealous of this giga progressive gal finding a Chad soldier boyfriend. Sarah says, I brought a guy into the army who needed an ASVAB waiver. suit wasn't fun for him. Yeah. Dishwasher. Yes. Is Mellow Mushroom a national chain? It's in the Southeast. Sales, oof, did that for 2 years and it was enough for me. I love sales. You guys know me. I love yapping. I love yapping. I could yap forever. I'll talk to you about cell phones and iPhones versus Android versus Windows versus OtterBox cases versus bulletproof cases. I'll talk to you about that for 6 hours. I'll talk to you about, shoes. I'll talk to you about, what was it? Like Steve Madden versus AGLs versus, God, there was somebody, Frank Camuto versus, I'm trying to think of the other brands, but there, Tory Burch. I'll talk to you about women's shoes for hours, because while I don't really care that much about like women's shoes at all, women drop a pretty penny on their shoes, dude. They will come into a store, and if they're broke or if they're rich, they will drop $150 on the right pair of heels, on the right wedges, on the right, flats, all that kind of stuff. And so when you're making 10% on a $150 or a $200 or $300 sale, if you sell, 3 or 4 shoes per hour, then you're talking about making $30 to $50 an hour, which is dope. So I don't care that much about shoes, but I could still sell some shoes. Silver Jacket Man says, yeah, being poor can stick in weird ways. I knew a guy, DBA, who grew up dirt poor in Hong Kong. After meetings, etc., he would always take the leftover food home with him. Guy was making $400,000. Yeah, he probably has like poor PTSD. Crawling Chaos says, is it difficult becoming an MP while in the military? No, but you need that as part of your MOS. You need to sign up for the job of military police. By the way, love me some white boys. Good, white boy summer. QW Gar says, the toughest thing about selling is getting something you can sell you're proud of. True. Believe in your product. Believe in your product. If you don't believe in your product, you're not going to be a good salesperson. You have to believe in your product. Christian Valera says, I hated sales in third shift. You deal with the worst people and are likely to develop insomnia. Yeah, I loved it. Wow Man says, Connor never left sales. He simply went from shoe sales to sci-fi weaponry. Yes. You're not wrong. Yeah, grassroots. To be fair, I put down some hard cash on boots. Yeah, dude, shoes. Shoes are important. 100%. Ask for 31 Bravo from your recruiter. Yeah, you have to get your job before you enlist. Do not go open contract and then get your MOS. So many dudes get screwed over that way. What if your product sucks? Get a different job. I'm serious. So I worked for AT&T. We were not as good as Verizon from a coverage standpoint, but we were competitive. And if you were a new customer, I could get you better pricing with decent products. Now that pricing fell off after 2 years, but I could still sell it. Then with women's shoes, again, I don't give 2 shits about women's shoes, but finding out the different brands, their quality, their aesthetics, customer satisfaction, all that kind of stuff, you could speak to what people were interested in the product, even if you didn't care about the product yourself. So, and then same thing with guns, dude. You kind of learn like a price versus quality balance and customer satisfaction within the price quality balance. And therefore you can sell to different kinds of customers with different kinds of products. Yeah. Christian Valeris. Cotter is a debate streamer. He is selling his values and guns. Yeah, which sounds based. Thank you for making me sound based. All right. Anyways. Let's get back to the content. But the truth is that, yes, military people are dumb. Yes, there can be exceptions where service does not guarantee valor or virtue. That's totally true. That's not Adam Steelman or Andrew Steelman. Andrew Steelman is that if you are willing to sacrifice part of your life for the whole of the community, you are more likely to vote for the whole of community rather than within your selfish interest. It's something that Robert Heinlein points out. It's something that I believe in. I think that it's going to have second and third order consequences that are not worth. The cure is worse than the disease.
I wouldn't really go that far, to be honest with you. And then also in terms of your...
You don't think the majority of people are stupid or in the army are stupid, do you?
I think there are a great number of people who join the army because they want a place to live and food, which is the system you just described. And that's pretty much independent of intelligence.
They seem to be joining the army based around patriotism, the ability to get paid, the ability to do things like that. What's that?
It's both.
I was in the army for a very limited amount of time, years and years ago.
How long was that very limited amount of time, if you don't mind me asking?
It wasn't very long, about a year.
About a year. So what happened?
Well, it doesn't matter what happened.
Oh, but we're talking about service, man.
What about it?
So you want to disenfranchise people based on military service? I actually know why most.
What are you talking about? How would I disenfranchise them based on military service?
No,
it would be the opposite.
Those
If you're
who
requiring people to serve
No,
in
it wouldn't
the military.
require them to serve in the army. Literally didn't say that.
I'm sorry about
All right,
that. Yeah.
Yeah, I literally didn't say that.
Thank you for your help.
Thank you.
Okay.
Adjust this.
So now we've established that people in the army can very much be stupid. So
Nobody ever disputed you can have stupid people in the army.
okay, so again, we're trying to go
My
back.
question-
We're trying to
yeah.
figure out
So
how
let's see
your
if we
system
can't.
would work
Yeah, so
in terms of
Yeah.
those who are
Sorry, Kingslayer Damocles says something that actually is really important. You sound like one of those cops that could talk violent people into cuffing themselves. I did, bro. I'm thinking about this one time. Okay, I'm gonna go full screen for this story because I think it's a cool story. Even if you guys don't want to hear my cop stories, I'm gonna tell you my cop story. So there was this one time where a guy he shoved his girlfriend. She was saying, "Oh, I'm gonna call the cops," and they were like exes. They'd broken up before. I'm gonna call the cops, and he's like, "No, you're not." And he grabbed her phone, snapped it in half, and then walked out the door. Okay. Now, shoving, not that big of a deal. Simple battery, it's domestic violence, it's dating violence. So maybe we would need to take you. But if you're not cohabitating, if you're not living together, then simple battery isn't really something that we take you to jail for unless the other person wants to prosecute. And we have evidence of it. And in this case, we had witnesses. And so this guy is walking down the street. Bear in mind, this is like 11 o'clock at night, and we have a violent crime. And he also destroyed her cell phone. And her cell phone was worth $1,000. So that's criminal mischief. That's like vandalism, effectively. And vandalism, I think it was greater than $300. I would have to check it out. But vandalism greater than a certain dollar amount can become a felony. And so as a result, him snapping the cell phone is something that could get him arrested. And then not just that, but denying access to 911 can be something serious. And so we have two kind of serious charges, one not so serious, but it's probably something that he needs to be arrested for unless the girlfriend says, "No, I don't want to prosecute. Yeah, he's an asshole. He pushed me, but it wasn't that big of a deal. He doesn't live here. I don't care that much. I'll use insurance in order to buy my phone." So what I do before I even know whether or not I have charges is I go down the road, I stop him. This is like 11 o'clock at night. And so it's actually kind of like scary to confront a man who was just in a domestic violence situation at 11 o'clock at night. You have no idea if he's drunk. You have no idea if he's armed. You have no idea about any of that kind of stuff. But I basically said, I stopped, walked up 10 feet away from him. I said, "Hey man, can I talk to you for a second?" He says, "Yeah," or he stops and he comes to talk to me, which is great because already that's an indication that we're probably not getting into a fight. I'm a little jumpy, but not totally crazy jumpy. And I'm like, "Listen, man, like, I know y'all just got into a little fight. I understand that it's, it might not be the biggest deal in the world. Like her cell phone got broken, whatever, but we do need you to come back in order to talk with us. And we do need your side of the story. And so basically, can I pat you down for weapons and can I put you in my car and can I bring you back there?" And he's like, "Yeah, okay, I guess I'll go back, whatever." And so what happens is I get to pat him down for weapons. Thank God, no weapons. Then I put him in handcuffs in order to transport him in the car. Well, what ends up happening is by the time that we get back to the crime scene or whatever, She's like, yeah, fuck him. He's going to jail. He shoved me. I got these witnesses. He smashed my phone. He's an asshole. He's a piece of shit. This isn't the first time. Fuck him. He's going to jail. And so, he's already in handcuffs. So I don't have to fight him. I don't have to shoot him. I don't have to stab him. I don't have to tase him. I don't have to do anything. And then basically we already have her sworn written statement. And I'm like, listen, bro, I'll get your statement at the police station, but we already have a signed intent to prosecute. And you already did these 3 crimes. So my sincere apologies, but I'm taking you to jail. And then boom, now is that cool for him that he got talked into handcuffs and then he has to spend his night in jail? That's definitely not cool for him. But is it better than us getting into a real fight, getting into a shooting, getting into, like a fist fight on the side of the highway? Infinitely better. So yeah, I was the kind of guy who could talk people into handcuffs 100%. Excuse me. So I wanted to share that story. Could you pretty please not hit your wife? Yes, I won't hit my wife. How lucky do you have to be to work for a company that makes the best stuff? You don't have to be that lucky. You don't have to be that lucky. Have you ever seen True Detective level cases? I haven't worked a serial killing, but I have worked murders, and I had a dude killed in front of me while I was in law enforcement. And then also I worked like an anthrax attack. I captured a baby alligator. I captured a full-grown black racer snake. I've chased black bears out of towns. I fought drug addicts. I fought a demon. I've arrested a couple of murderers. I pulled my gun on a few people. So it's a pretty sweet job. Not going to lie. Like the adrenaline will make you feel like you're about to have a heart attack. And then the stress will kill you slowly. But overall, being a cop is a very fun job. Yeah, I fought a demon. 100%. I'll tell you that story at the end of the day. I'll tell you the demon story. Just tell me at the end of the day, hey, I want to hear the demon story, and I'll tell you about it. It was pretty sweet.
Participating in some sort of civil service.
Yeah, so you would have some type of civil service, right?
Okay.
Which a person would participate in for at least 5 years.
I'll tell you the demon story at the end of the video.
5 years?
Yes, unpaid.
5?
Yes, unpaid.
That's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. Even military members are paid. They're just paid like enlisted people are paid a subsistence living, and officers are paid a decent living. All right, I'm going to skip this next segment. We understand that the military people are stupid. Removing NGOs. This is so silly. I'm not even going to listen to it because it's just going to piss me off. But removing NGOs. Do you guys know what NGOs are? NGOs are non-government organizations. Okay, so they're private, they're not always nonprofit, but oftentimes they are nonprofit. And so as a result, like the primary NGO that worked with USAID was the Catholic Relief Services, who provide adoption services and hospice worldwide. So when you're bad-mouthing NGOs, you're bad-mouthing them. Another very large NGO is PEPFAR, which was started by George W. Bush, that provided like antiviral medication for AIDS worldwide. And Trump has paused and is not guaranteeing that he's going to renew PEPFAR, which is already projected to kill hundreds of thousands of people. And if the program is eliminated, it will end up killing millions. And so when you say NGOs shouldn't be influencing our government, it's like, wait, you don't think the Catholic charities should be able to provide hospice care with government funds and be willing to do adoption services with government funds? That's stupid as shit. You don't think that PEPFAR, a nonprofit organization that's dedicated to delivering, like anti-AIDS medication to the third world, you don't think that that is a good thing? Are you stupid? Right? So NGO becoming like a dirty word is just total ignorance. Total ignorance. Wait, Connor, how many black people did you George Floyd? 0. I George Floyded 0 people. As a matter of fact, positional asphyxia is terrifying, and it's related to the demon story. So remind me about George Floyd during the demon story, and I'll tell you about positional asphyxia and excited delirium. Derek says, it sucks there's an NGO industrial complex in many blue municipalities, but a dumbass thing banning NGOs is a solution. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, he would let them join and be flag holders and drum beaters. Anyways, yeah. NGOs flood America with immigration. Oh no, Hispanics. Oh, like, dude, listen, you're talking to a guy who wants to annex Central and South America and make the greater United States of the Americas. The way I want to eliminate illegal immigration is I want the United States to annex the entire continent. So, Hispanics, fuck. Like, what are we gonna do? Listen, man. You can have your opinions. I don't care if there's rapes or murders, then the rapists and murderers need to be prosecuted. But 99% of Hispanics are good people. So I'm not going to be like, the Browns. No, there's Mexican people. They're working in agriculture and they're working in construction for $7 an hour. They're making us tacos and they're working in the back of the house in restaurants and providing cheap labor. How dare they? How dare they come to the United States and provide cheap labor that they in turn can send home in order to give their families better lives? These monsters. Grassroots Hegemon says, I'm an NGO for this channel. True. Sorry. I'm just kind of sick. I'm not going to lie. The more I've thought about it, the less and less I've cared about Central American and South American immigration. I've actually just stopped caring as much because it's inevitable that we're going to become a continental and hemispheric power. So why would we resist that? Because you care about white babies? Okay, go have white babies then. Stop wasting all your time on the internet bitching to me about how Central and South Americans have more babies than you. Go find a white lady and have babies. You're part of the problem. Sorry if I'm talking shit, chatting shit on this chatter too much. It's not personal, and it's not just you. I hope you're living a good life. I hope you're paying your bills. I hope you have children. But I just knocked out my monitor. But the point is, if you guys can still hear me, sorry, I pressed a button and my monitor went down. So the point though is you're wasting your time. Okay. If you're a person who cares about North European demography and you come onto the internet to fight me about Central and South American immigration, instead of going to find your wife, you're wasting your time. Okay. If you actually care about North European demographic trends, go to a local church, find a nice white girl, talk to her during the coffee hour, say, hi, my name's John. I have autism and I love trains and Warhammer 40,000. And hopefully she says, hi, my name's Jane. I have autism and I'm a furry who's in a Nazi Discord. And then boom, you guys can smash your autisms together and you can have some more white babies. Good for you. But coming in and arguing with me about Hispanic immigration is a waste of your time and energy. What if we annex the entire world, though? Based? Super Earth, anyone? Super Earth? The northern United States of the Americas, the central United States of the Americas, the southern United States of Americas, and Super Earth? Based? Well, luckily, decreasing child mortality also decreases HIV infection rates in developing nations. Interesting. Silver Jacket Man says, wait, this is BS. I paranormal hunt in my free time as a hobby, hoping to fight a ghost, see nothing, but you get to fight a demon. Yeah, be a cop. You'll find demons real quick. It's pretty funny, actually. We're definitely talking about the Cleveland Browns. Gen X, $20. Thank you for the donation. Thank you, Grassroots. Thank you, Gen X. I just wanted my name to interrupt a Grassroots Hegemons. Thank you, Gen X. I appreciate you interrupting them as well. Brad, when you replace one population with another, what's that called? Democide. So it's okay to replace Africans in Africa with whites. I don't give a shit, Brad. Yeah, sure. Flood Africa with whites. Have fun. Do you know what you would have to do in order to flood Africa with whites? You would have to have a demographic replacement rate greater than 2.15. You're wasting your time fighting me, bro. Go. Find your Nazi autist waifu who wants 3 kids. Go find her. Go find her and convince her not to use birth control. You're wasting time, Brad. It's TikTok. TikTok. You want to save the white race? You need to go find your autistic girlfriend. Don't harass me about it. You're not going to convince me to dislike Mexicans. It's not going to happen. Thankfully, they have good food and are attractive, and unfortunately, from my experience, somewhat unstable women. True. She doesn't, no offense to my Latinas in chat, but Latinas have a reputation for if you go crazy as a man and you do something they don't like, you might get smacked upside the head with is it a chacla? Is it a chiclada? Is it okay to replace Africans in Africa with whites? Sure. If a whole bunch of black folk stop having babies and they have 1.66 children and they want to import Eastern Europeans in order to do all the labor of their society, if Nigeria wants to import Estonians in order to make up for their labor pool, I don't give two shits. Okay? I don't care. Have fun. Have fun making beautiful mixed race babies. Slash tires. Exactly. Democracy needs spreading. Indeed. Officer Doom guy type stuff. On the first millennium, he arrested 1 billion demons. No, I arrested 1. Wowman542 says, hear me out. New season of 90 Day Fiancé, but all the contestants are schizos and autists. Dragged from race realist discords. Think of the potential. Now that's fire content. That's fire content. Is it okay to replace Japanese with Africans? If they want it. Brad, I don't care. Sorry, we're getting one guide into race realist stuff, but let's face it, this is more interesting than the content. We'll get back to the content momentarily. But Brad, I don't care. So if Japan says that they have a collapsing demography and they want to make up for it with robots, and therefore they stabilize from a population perspective, I don't give a shit. Same thing with Poland. If Poland wants to have a zero immigration stance, and then they will not accept immigrants from Middle East and North Africa, and they have a military and law enforcement who are capable of enforcing that, and then they have a domestic population, I don't care. But I also don't care if the United States has a 1.66 demographic replacement rate, and then we bring in Hispanics, and 99% of Hispanics are good people. I don't give a shit. So yeah, if Nigeria wants to import Estonians, and if Japan wants to import Nigerians, and if the United States wants to import Mexicans, I don't care, as long as people are good. You know, one guy stream pog. Dude. All right. Anyways, that's enough race realism for, 15 minutes. We're talking about what America stands for. Yeah. And America, you like it or not, within the first 100 years of the United States existing, we had Anglo-Saxons, we had Celts, we had Germans, we had Italians, we had Chinese. Then, and then we also had Africans. And then at late 19th, early 20th century, particularly when we annexed the western side of the United States of America, we got shitloads of Hispanics. So color me shocked. As a matter of fact, I'm going to indulge me, okay? I get that I'm losing some people because I'm going on like a crazy schizo race realist rant or anti-race realist rant, but indulge me one more thing, okay? So Mexico, Google Maps. I'm going to show you something because I am a partial geographic determinist. There's me. Look at me. I'm in Central Florida. We have plenty of Hispanics over here. But look at me. All right. So this, from Texas all the way to over here, was part of New Spain, but they only had 2,000 colonists in California. And what happened was the United States said, hey, Mexico, let me buy this. Oh, sorry, I'm not showing my screen. Let me show my screen. So what happened was from Texas to this area right here, if you look at your screen, Mexico had all of this as a part of the new Spanish colony. And we said, hey, you only have 2,000 colonists in California. Let us buy it. And Mexico said no. And then we said, hey, let us buy it. And they said no. And then we said, hey, let us buy it. And they said no. So eventually we were like, okay, well, we're going to annex Texas. And then if you attack us, we're going to use that as an excuse in order to invade Mexico. So what happened was we annexed Texas. They did attack some Texans. And then we invaded Mexico and we took over Mexico. And then we forced them to concede this territory. So color me shocked when this area right here has a river, the Rio Grande, that's very easy to cross, but it also has entire segments that don't have a river. And then people like to cross that shit willy-nilly. I'm amazed. Oh, I'm so shocked that people from Central America and South America seeking better economic opportunities cross this border. Oh. So you're okay with democide, not genocide, but democide? So let's look up democide. And by the way, demos, obviously meaning people. Democide, definition. Democide refers to the murder of people by a government encompassing genocide, politicide, and mass murder. Well, I don't endorse mass murder, so you're wrong right there. Intentional killing of unarmed or disarmed people by government agents acting in authoritative capacity. So you're using democide incorrect. Excuse me. No, I don't embrace democide. You have been hanging out with race realist schizophrenics for way too long. Anyways, I've lost like 8 people in chat because they didn't want me to get one guide on this crap. So let's get back to the content.
Sure, less people can vote.
Gee,
I do endorse, Jonah Boy brings up an interesting point. I think they mean demon genocide. I do endorse demon genocide.
I never thought of that. Why don't we get rid of NGOs, the people who are utilizing tribalism so that they exist? Boy, I wish I had thought of that.
You're utilizing tribalism?
No, they're utilizing tribalism so they exist.
Okay, but you're a political pundit. You have the power to help people.
Uh-huh.
Why not promote a stance that is actually useful to them instead of trying to take away their vote?
Great. A stance that would be actually useful to them would be having their well-informed votes not nullified by non-well-informed voters of what you believe and I believe are more than the well-informed voters. That's exactly something I can do to help everybody.
But you're not helping.
But are you not engaging in political tribalism, Andrew? Let me fast forward to a more interesting chapter. Sorry. Removing NGOs is stupid. Super chats, IQ tests for voting. I'm okay, but that's not a thing. Is violence immoral? There we go. That sounds interesting.
Is immoral.
It depends on the circumstance.
I mean, violence.
We haven't gotten to the jar opening, but what's going to happen is I'm probably going to get about to here, I guess. And then if they don't have it, pickle jar. Yeah, we got pickle jar. Pickle jar is settled out. Nice. We'll get to pickle jar. Don't worry about it.
In an attempt to control others and usurp
Again,
their
that depends on
ability.
the circumstance. I think there's plenty of times where you and I would agree that using violence to control others is totally acceptable.
I feel like violence is necessary in self-defense and the
No, you
defense
don't.
of
You think that
someone else.
violence is completely acceptable to control prison inmates, probably to execute certain laws and search warrants, to do all sorts of things.
Violence is necessary. Again, those are both actions in self-defense or defense of others.
How is that?
If
when
two
you say-
inmates are fighting,
when you're
and you're
saying
trying to break
using
up that fight so that one of them
violence
doesn't die,
but it's violence to
that would
control
be-
others, right?
but it would be in defense of others.
Yeah, but it's still to control others.
It's in defense of others.
Okay,
though.
what if those people, like inmates, don't want to be defended?
So that's what we're talking about. Well, I mean, if someone is beating another person to death, I'm sure that the person
If
who's
it's mutual
dying-
combat, they both want to do it. The guards then go and break it up. They're
They want
definitely
to
using
die?
violence for control, not die, but fight.
Okay, but if someone is beating someone else to death, and you are
Yeah,
using
but that's
violence
not.
to prevent
See,
that, then
you
you're
see
using
how
violence.
you negate the claim, so you move to the next claim. Can
not
two
negating the
people
claim.
be fighting and then you use violence to break that up?
Yes,
Okay, great. So then you can use violence to control people, and it's perfectly acceptable.
it's not acceptable though because it's the reason it's acceptable is because it's in defense of another person.
Those people want to fight. Who are you defending?
If one of them is dying or if one of them is
The one
very
of them
badly
is not
hurt-
dying. They
you are
just
defending.
want to fight. They're not dying, but they just want to fight.
Okay, sure. So 2 prison inmates, but again, you're using these like really, really, really stringently specific.
Yeah, because if we go too broad and too general, then if we hone it down, then
Bodily autonomy.
no.
What makes someone deserve the right to bodily autonomy?
Pasajero, does Andrew not believe in context? Apparently not, because he's being a debate pedant. When it comes to, I really don't care to split hairs on the violence thing. She is saying that she only believes in violence and self-defense. He is saying that violence is necessary in some other context. They're going to disagree on what is self-defense, and so I don't give a shit. That's why I fast-forwarded it. We're moving into whether or not Andrew believes in the concept of bodily autonomy, which is fundamentally a liberal or libertarian argument. So I'm actually really interested in how they're going to philosophically clash on this.
Autonomy.
Well, when you say bodily autonomy, would you agree then that a fetus has bodily autonomy?
I'm talking right now about human beings.
Well, I consider those human beings, though.
I'm talking right now about people who can talk and walk, who are independent, singular organisms.
So people who are in comas, they have no rights.
Dude, you keep doing comas and prisoners and fetuses. Just talk about a fucking person. What if
Yeah, he's always looking for the exception. This is frustrating about this conversation is he's always looking for the exception so he can explode the argument rather than with contending with the rule. So her calling this out, I agree with Naima.
about
That
you
is a
and me?
person.
Just talk about a person who is not an exception, who is not in a medical state of
Lazy Hobbit, you just said what I said. Yes, I agree with you.
Yeah, but what
physical-
we're trying to determine right now is the worldview. You say people deserve to have bodily autonomy. And then you give me the criteria for bodily autonomy, and then I can instantly point to an example where you agree
That's
that
not what we're trying to do. What you're trying to do
What am I trying
is
to
create
do?
a gotcha so you don't have to answer the genuine question that I'm asking.
What's the
you.
genuine question you're asking?
The question is, do people, regardless of outliers, does the average person who has not committed a crime, who is not inside of another person, who is not brain dead or in a coma, deserve bodily autonomy?
Depending on what you mean by that.
Bodily autonomy being defined as the ability to choose what you do with your body so long as you are not threatening other people's bodily autonomy.
No.
Why not?
Because I would say that things like laws against unaliving yourself would be completely appropriate, and things like this, which would be a violation of your bodily autonomy by your criteria.
Yeah, this is fundamentally liberalism versus collectivism, or what I would view it as communitarianism. And this is a perfectly valid argument, because I think that Americans are raised in a liberal context, and so we kind of default to bodily autonomy, as in, if you're not hurting someone else, should you be able to do what you want to do with your body? But at the same time, even if we don't legislate it, I think that we can put cultural pressure on negative things associated with bodily autonomy. So as an example, I'll check out extreme body modification. Okay. So within the bodily autonomy argument, you shouldn't be able to judge this behavior at all. These people have, if you're not looking at your screen, they've tattooed large swaths of their body. They've filed their teeth into fangs. They've blown out their ears with gauges. They've put in like knobs or fat deposits or skull deposits into their skulls in order to modify the way their skulls look. There's this guy who cut off his nose in order to look more like an orc. He also did like tooth modifications where he put tusks on top of it. This lady, I don't know if she used dye, but you can technically tattoo your eyes. So there's this guy who tattooed his eyes. There's this guy who cut off his nose. There's this guy who cut a hole in it. And if you're an extreme bodily autonomy person, then you shouldn't have a moral objection. Here's like a lip split, right? You shouldn't have any objection to this. Where I think it's perfectly morally acceptable to say, no, this is very silly, very stupid. It can cause health problems, and there's probably something psychologically wrong with you that's causing you to do these body modifications, and therefore you shouldn't do it, right? So for me, you know, I am not an extreme bodily autonomy person, especially once you hit the outside. Same thing with like extreme drug use. When you're talking about like heroin, cocaine, when you're talking about freebasing, when you're talking about crack, when you're talking about whippets, all those things I think should also be at minimum culturally pressured to be bad, and at maximum legislated away, where if you engage in those behaviors, then you should be pursued legally. Lazy Hobbit says, but whenever someone else talks about an exception, he will immediately jump down their throat and say that you can't talk about the exceptions. Yeah. I'm noticing a lot of debate pedantry, and we are going to be talking soon, I think, unless he gets pissed off at me offering to train Wick for the upcoming boxing match. If he doesn't get pissed off about that, then I'm going to point out when he's doing this stuff, because I think some of this is not about the actual topic. It's just about trying to make the other person look wrong so you look right by comparison. Not a good time to eat breakfast. Well, it's off the screen now. Kay says, I know those people, lol, for real. I was in the bad mod community in the early thousands. Yeah, and Kay, I would say that if you were an extreme liberal or extreme libertarian, you wouldn't make value judgments based off of whether or not somebody did body mods or engaged in body mods. However, I would say, as a mild social conservative, that we should at minimum put social pressure on those people not to do those mods. And at maximum, if it becomes like a health risk, there should be a legal prohibition. Brad said, those are you people, they're okay with everything like you? No, Brad. And if you don't stop being a schizo, you're going to get a ban. So stop whinging in chat. Again, like Brad, you're wasting your time. Go to church. Go talk to normal people. Go to church. Go talk to normal people. Go to church. Go talk to normal people. It's that simple. Go to church. Go to church, and then at the coffee hour, get a coffee, look around for other young people, walk up and say, hi, my name is Bradley. What do you like? What brings you to this church? And if they seem skeeved out by you because you have no social skills, then say, it was nice meeting you. You have a nice day, and then walk away. But if you start talking to somebody and they're like, hi, Bradley, I love perpetuating the white race, then you talk to them about perpetuating the white race and you go have babies. Okay? That is what you should be doing. You should not be in this chat fighting liberals and progressives and libertarians. Go to church. Go be normal. They look like orcs. True. Some of them do. Cypher says, there are some of these photos that are culturally significant, just FYI. Yeah, like the lip thing. I think the lip mod. The cut in half tongue is where I'm like, yeah, no, I'll just die. Precisely. You love the government as long as they are for far left, and you'll shut down free speech if it benefits you. Go to church. Go be normal. Go to church. Go be normal. Go to church. Go be normal. Wowman542 says, counterpoint. Once we get stable cyborg modifications, I would be able to min-max my cyborg dreams. Well, if you want to do your transhumanism thing, as long as it's cool, right? Yeah, that's the main thing, is rule of cool, okay? So if you do Cyberpunk 2077 human mods, so if you do, let's take a look. That just looks like a normal girl with like a brain implant. That doesn't even look that crazy to me. Spiked arms, normal woman, robot woman, tiger woman. I don't know. The point is your mods have to be cool. If your mods aren't cool, then I'm going to make fun of you. I'm sure Elon will sponsor me to be a Terminator. Maybe. Or a bookstore. Go to a bookstore. If you don't like church. Damn, now I feel like going to church. Good. Go to church. Go be normal. Go to church. Go be normal. Meet your waifu. I have no problem with extreme body mods. Well, you're more libertarian or liberal than I am. Astronaut Farmer says, has to be cool, can't be gross and weird, will not elaborate. This is it.
So you think that because people can't unalive themselves?
No, I'm saying you gave me the criteria for what bodily autonomy means, right? You asked me what an objection would be against
I need to use the restroom, so I'm going to be right back, but I'm going to let the content play.
it, and I just gave you
Max Thrax, go to Barnes & Noble.
one.
Okay, so let's cut out that outlier. Do you think that people who are not inside another person, who have not committed a violent crime against themselves or others, and who are not currently brain dead and are conscious and capable of perceiving the world, do you think that those people deserve bodily autonomy?
No, based on the example I just gave you.
Just because people have the capacity to unalive themselves, no one deserves bodily autonomy.
By the definition that you just gave, we could not give them bodily autonomy definitionally by that definition because...
Definitionally by that definition?
Definitionally by that definition, yes. So I could say definitionally by some other definition, but I'm giving you the referent to your definition.
We don't deserve bodily autonomy.
Not by your definition, because that would prevent us from preventing people from like doing suicide and things like this.
So we don't deserve bodily autonomy because under my definition of bodily autonomy, we cannot prevent someone from killing themselves.
Correct.
But that's not a violent act. Like, why
yeah, that's a real violent act.
Why can't, under my definition, you can't prevent someone from killing themselves?
Because it would violate your rule for what bodily autonomy is.
I said so long as you are not a threat to yourself or others. So that includes you. So you would relinquish your bodily autonomy if you were a threat to yourself.
Then I think that it would then just be trivially true that you don't really mean bodily autonomy anymore, because what you do is you say bodily autonomy with all of these exceptions where we can violate bodily autonomy.
But that's like 3 exceptions. It's exceptions that...
It's not like 3 exceptions. It's many exceptions. What about somebody who's just like cutting themselves with a razor blade? Can we stop them? What about a person who just says that they want to cut off their right arm because they think it'll be fun? Can we stop them? Like, there's so many examples I can give you of where we would violate people's bodily autonomy. What about a person who's having like a manic episode and doesn't want to go to the hospital? Can we violate their bodily autonomy?
Well, they're a threat to themselves or others. So again, that would fall in the...
What if they're not a threat? What if they're just having like a manic episode? They don't want to leave their house. You just perceive it that way.
Well, that happens all the time.
Exactly. So we violate that, whatever you consider what by your definition, bodily autonomy. When you say people deserve that, and I say absolutely not by that definition, because I can point to 300 different reasons why we would need to violate
So
it.
is there any definition of bodily autonomy that you think that
Not that I'm aware of. I'm not aware of a definition of bodily autonomy I would agree to that I wouldn't think we should be able to violate.
So you don't think that people should have the ability to control themselves and their bodies under any circumstance because
I didn't say under any circumstance.
So what's the circumstance in which people should have the right to control their body?
Yeah. So, well, for me, I would say that if it's in some type of case of will, that you could do that. But I mean, ultimately, I think
free will.
Yeah, no, in case of will. So I'm not sure that I believe in some universalized right for bodily autonomy. And you haven't really given me any definitional reason why I should.
But
here.
I don't.
Chris Smith says, if a 1 is a mom tat, 3 is a sleeve, and 10 is a full body tat, what's the social standard? A 2. So I have a quarter sleeve. Sorry. Live chair react Hassan moment. We're doing a Hassan. So what I have is technically called a quarter sleeve. Okay. So if I have an extra long t-shirt, this covers it. I actually kind of regret this forearm tattoo. I don't hate it. I do like it. It's a nautical star. I will always come home. It was a pre-deployment tattoo. So I don't hate it, but I do kind of regret that it's outside of the t-shirt line. But anyways, what I would say is what I'm going to tell my kids is get as many tattoos as you want. Like, this is pretty sick tattoo, not gonna lie. It's a dragon, you know, clutching a skull, and the skull has a halo of bullets, and it's basically like a Marine Corps tattoo, like I grew up within a culture of death. I'm so hardcore. I'm 19 years old. I want a quarter sleeve. I want to look cool when I'm naked. So basically, yeah. I'm gonna tell my kids t-shirt line. So no neck, no face, no hands, and then do t-shirt line and get as many tattoos as you want. Now, I'm going to say it's a waste of money. It's a waste of time and energy. You should be paying your bills. You should be doing other things with your money besides getting tattoos. But if you're going to get tattoos and you can afford tattoos, then that I would say on your scale, a 2. And I would say t-shirt line. That's where you should get tattoos. Who's this dude again? Andrew Wilson. Quick count on the threads before he gets back. Sacred Snow says, I'm totally fine with extreme body mods. I'm also fine with jobs discriminating against those people. Enjoy your body mods and your job at Hot Topic or digging ditches. But the problem with digging ditches when you cut your nose off is you're going to be breathing in all that dust and dirt, and then the sun is going to bleach out your tattoos, and then the dirt is going to give you more infectious diseases because you don't have your nose and your nose hair in order to push back against the airborne diseases. So that's where I would say body mods are bad, because you're wasting a buttload of money on something that's going to get bleached out because you can't get a job. If we're not allowed to have bodily autonomy, how are we able to communicate? I mean, the truth is it's the balance between the two, okay? There's individualism, which is represented by Miss Naima. There's collectivism, which is represented by Andrew Wilson. But the truth is that we're all communitarian creatures. We are individuals who like to self-express. However, we have to self-express within a social context, and therefore there's limits to our behavior. We're all communitarian. It was already solved 150 years ago. We're having arguments that are 3,500 years old, and we're having arguments that are 150 years old. Excuse me. Wowman says, try libraries. Unironically, sometimes they have reading books and you can just pick one that fits your schedule. I mean, Wowman 542, if you don't have a Barnes and Noble around, that's fine. But I do think that public libraries, at least in Orlando, they're more known for gay cruising. Gay dudes like to use like Tinder in order to hook up in public bathrooms at libraries. And then also homeless people like to use them to wash because you don't have to pay in order to get to a public library. Whereas if you go to a Barnes and Noble, it's less likely that there will be degenerates having sex in the bathrooms and that there will be drug addicts, washing their armpits. Paz Ajero says, it sounds like violence in defense of something is what makes a difference, defense of the person's safety or that of others. Sure. Wowman 542 says, sorry, I meant reading groups, libraries. Okay. Probably less homeless people and sex addicts in reading groups. That's probably true. K Soko says, Andrew is so religious the founding fathers wouldn't have paid any attention to him. Maybe. Some of them were deists. MS-13 member spotted nautical star. Maybe. I bet most of us don't like the Jays. I mean, no, most of us are normal. So, rad tattoo, bro. Thanks. Well, I got a Hawaiian hook on my arm and a 10th Mountain Division patch on my calf. Sick. I don't have any tattoos, but tattoos can be cool. I wouldn't get it because I spent all in all, I probably spent around $2,000 on my tattoos like 20 years ago, right? And I think that in retrospect, I could have been spending my money on better things that would have set up my life better. So that's the main thing. Max Thrax says, I'm going to get a full Yakuza-style body tattoo that you can't see while I'm wearing a t-shirt or shorts. Nice. Is it okay Jews are replacing Palestinians? Nobody cares, Brad. Go to church, be normal. Go to church, be normal. Go to church, be normal. All right, we're gonna keep doing that voodoo chant for you, Bradley, until you finally do it. All right, back to the content.
I don't understand why you don't believe in bodily autonomy. Why don't you believe in
Because
bodily
my understanding of what bodily
autonomy
autonomy is that you basically have the right to do whatever you want absent the infringement of somebody else's bodily autonomy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Why don't you think people should have
Because
the right
I
to do
think that I need to many times infringe on people's bodily autonomy for their good or societies.
that? Why are you constantly infringing on other people's bodily autonomy? What are you up
What
to?
do you mean?
What you just said, I feel the need to.
Yeah, well, I would use force doctrine for that, meaning voting, things like that, to violate bodily autonomy.
When are you forcing?
When I go,
She's trying to accuse him of being a sexual assaulter, but he's saying that I use law enforcement to enforce social norms. It's funny, but who cares?
vote.
to bodily.
I'm forcing my will when I go vote on other people through force doctrine.
No, you're not, because they all have a vote.
Great. Can I
I
vote
mean,
it?
not according to
Okay.
you, but
I can vote and you can vote, right?
yes,
Okay, you want abortions to be legal?
yes,
If I vote against that, am I voting against your bodily autonomy?
yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Can we move on now?
No, we can't move on now.
No,
because
we
you still
can't move
haven't
on.
explained-
Okay.
Well, Andrew, you still haven't explained why humans don't deserve bodily autonomy. Like, what?
That is, yeah, he just demonstrated it very simply. Again, I agree with Naima so far more in this debate. However, that's a perfectly coherent point by Andrew Wilson. Also, specifically when it comes to bodily autonomy, I'm more with Andrew Wilson. We violate bodily autonomy all the time, and sometimes it's for moral reasons, and sometimes it's for immoral reasons.
I
you
just
saying?
explained it to you.
So then, should control people?
Well, in this case, we would use groupings of laws under, and from my view, it would be like Christian ethics. From your view, it would be like, I don't know, shared bizarre intuitions or whatever, where you think that, I don't know. Well, I don't know where
Why
it
are
is that you.
What I believe. Stop
Do
it.
you believe in God?
I'm on the fence about
Then
it.
it's just intuition. So everything that you believe is probably just
So
intuition.
you believe? Well, I mean, there's also facts and like physical evidence, but you know. So you believe
Facts and physical evidence require an interpreter, right?
like eyes and ears.
They
and a brain?
require you to interpret them.
So you're saying that facts are different for everyone, regardless of how they interpret.
Well, they require an interpreter, and the interpreter can interpret them however they choose, and then can make moral prescriptions based on those. But when we get to the moral prescriptions,
Facts don't change based on your.
but your moral prescriptions based on the facts do. That's
Okay,
why
sure.
they require interpreters. So I'm not really willing to kind of cede the
Every
ground.
fact, but you are
Yeah.
your own personal interpreter now.
Yeah, I interpret things correct. Yeah.
Yes, okay, and so do I. That's
Yeah, I
how
know, but I
facts
just
work.
don't.
We
I-
all see
but I-
facts and then we make
Yeah,
our
right,
own
but I
conscious
haven't-
judgments about those facts.
Right, but I have an
based on how
epistemic
our brains work.
foundation that I appeal to for foundational morals. You don't. You would
So
just
you think
appeal
that
to
everyone should
intuition.
have to subscribe to the Christian God, and that is who decides who has free will?
I think that Christian ethics.
I'm confused as to what that.
We're
has
not
to do with
even.
bodily-
We weren't talking about free will.
Okay, so then what?
We're talking about bodily autonomy now.
Okay, so then based on
Your definition of bodily autonomy,
Yes.
the one that you gave me,
Sure.
we would definitely need to violate it, and you even agree to that. So
and what? Just for abortion or what?
no, for the purpose of like suicide, cutting yourself with razor blades, all sorts of various things that you could do to yourself for self-harm, that we would step in and violate your bodily autonomy over.
Okay, so outside of those specific examples in which someone is committing an act of harm, which I also removed from my definition of bodily
Then I don't
autonomy.
consider that bodily autonomy anymore by your definition. Your
Okay.
definition would have to be something
Dude,
different
like the
than
right
your
to go to
definition.
the fucking grocery store. Who has that right? Who are you saying under your standpoint of government, what is it based on your equal force objection
So-
can women do
Yeah.
that they should not be allowed
So
to
let's untangle some ideas. When you say who has a right to go to a grocery store, who has an inherent right to go to a grocery store, or who has a physical right enforced by men to go to a grocery store? Which thing are you asking?
What do you
An inherent right or some external subjective right that is enforced? Which thing are you asking?
I'm saying who has an inherent right to
Nobody.
move their body in the way that
Nobody.
they-
Nobody has an inherent right to do anything.
Nobody.
Nobody has an inherent right to do anything
So then how do we gain the physical right to go to the grocery store?
through force.
Exclusively through force.
Yeah, the only reason that so if let's say the Taliban took over the grocery store area, do you have the right to go to the grocery store now?
No, but that's an anarchic society.
Then you're agreeing with me. So then you're saying there's no inherent right.
It sounds like you're advocating for anarchy, and the only way that
I'm
people
not advocating for anarchy.
The only way that people gain a right is through force, and we'd all be fighting each other all the time to gain the.
So hold on. I'm going to steel man what Andrew's saying because I fundamentally believe it. And this is also something that you guys might not agree with me on. However, I think in the era of Trump, it's probably increasingly likely that I can get you to understand the steel man of this position. So force, I don't know what he means by force doctrine. I don't think I've had it sufficiently explained. However, what I would say is that ultimately, the government, taxes, all that stuff is force. So when you're giving taxes out, that's force. You are giving your money to someone else, not on a voluntary basis in order for them to provide social services. And then if you fail to do that, that wealth will be expropriated from you or you will be incarcerated. That is force. And so social norms are oftentimes enforced by force. So if somebody comes and tries to hurt my wife or hurt myself or hurt my children, I'm going to hit them. I'm going to fight them. And then same thing, even if I call law enforcement in order to intervene, I am also using force at that time. Now, I might not be individually using force because I've externalized it to another party, but it's still ultimately force. And then same thing with firearms. So one of the things that has happened recently that I was really scared was going to happen, and now it's happening, so I don't know what to do about it, is the Trumpist right has started saying the Constitution is just a piece of paper, go ahead and ignore the courts. And so what that does is it tells the Trump admin, regardless of whether or not they follow it, that they should go ahead and do whatever they want, regardless of the courts. Well, the courts ultimately, if they want to have their judgments interpreted, they have to have the authority to order law enforcement and to order the military in order to enforce their edicts. And if the government gives contradictory orders, what happens? You have the judiciary saying one thing, you have the executive branch saying one thing. What's going to determine the balance of power? And we can go back to the Constitution in order to see what it says. But if they don't even agree that we should follow the Constitution in the first place, then ultimately what it's going to end up being is which side has the most guns. And so that's a scary thing to be normalized in our republic. And I actually do think that the Trumpists and MAGA are evil. They're doing something bad and they know it's bad and they don't care. They're corrupting and subverting and destroying the power of the republic, and it could get tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people killed. If you look at PEPFAR, if you look at the mosquito programs that have already been canceled in Africa, we might have we might have negligently killed tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people. And over the course of the next decade, we might kill a few million. So we have done that. MAGA did that. MAGA is responsible for hundreds of thousands of deaths. Now, they're not exciting. They're not war deaths. They're not terrorism or explosions, but they're people who are getting bit by mosquitoes and would not have been bit by mosquitoes if we had provided the nets and the inoculations. And then it's people who have contracted AIDS who could get drugs that minimize their capacity for AIDS and could use protection in order to minimize the spread of the disease, but we don't do that anymore. And so as a result, hundreds of thousands of people are going to die. So, and MAGA doesn't care. And we cannot compel them to take that action unless we're willing to use force if they ignore the Constitution. If they defer to the power of the courts, if they defer to the power of the Constitution, we're good to go. If they don't defer to that power, and let's say Trump runs for a third term, or let's say, I'm trying to think of another thing. It's mainly if Trump runs a third term. Let's say if Trump runs for a third term and he just totally ignores the Constitution, it will ultimately take law enforcement removing him from the office in order to force him to no longer be in power. So, all right. Cypher says force. Max Thrax says, so do you think the courts should have an enforcement arm? We do have an enforcement arm. It's called federal law enforcement. It's the FBI, ATF, FBI, ATF, and DEA, and all those branches. It's also local law enforcement. So we do have those branches already, but if you look at what's happened over the past 5 years, Trump has cut those institutions and appointed sycophants to the executive and the judiciary are not supposed to be at war with each other. They're supposed to work in complement. But if they are at war with each other, that's a problem. Cypher says, because they don't want a republic, they want a dictatorship, and always have. These are the same type of people who credited the John Birch Society and liked Hitler. Are you wrong? Max Thrack says, or how do you remedy the problem of the courts having an enforcement capability on their own? You don't. You fight over who controls federal law enforcement. Force is used by men to uphold women's rights. Men will have to fight men for women's rights. Sure. That's actually, I think, what descriptively you're being accurate, Bradley, even though I don't like what you've said so far in chat. Descriptively, that's accurate. And I think I've already said as much in this stream. What is wrong with Brad and we need a mod to mod him? No, we have mods. Christian Valeris is here. We're not modding him because we want him to try to be normal. So everybody just like type in chat right now, go to church, be normal. Okay. Type that once in chat and maybe the pooling of a few dozen of you folks telling him to be normal will wake him up to the point that he goes and be's normal. Marshals. True. Marshals as well. MPs. Yes. Those branches are full of loyalists. No, they're not. There's plenty of people who care about the Constitution more than they care about Trump. 100%. Wowman542 says, do you think that Trump has enough support within federal law enforcement and the military to get away with it? No, I don't. All right, go. Sacred Snow says, go to church, be normal. Pazagero says, go to therapy. I mean, go to church, Brad. Go to church, Brad. Be normal. Don't go to church. I thought mod status was on your channel, not Valor. Oh, I'll appoint you. Okay. Yeah. All right. Maidenless behavior. So true. All right. Anyways. Yes. Okay. You guys are bullying Brad with normalcy. I appreciate it. So I do want to thank Grassroots. He's being kind as always. So, he's donated some substantive amount, but I also want to thank Gen X. She gave a healthy donation as well. So I parasocially love you. Thank you for the donations. Be sure to like the stream. We're still going. Be sure to like the stream. Be sure to engage in chat. Be sure to engage with the VODs. Watch the VODs. That way we get that sweet AdSense revenue. And then super chat if you got it. Okay, Brad. Go to church. Be normal. Hey, can I have a wrench of justice in here? Yes, but not yet because I'm worried that you'll kill Bradley instantaneously. I got the Halo announcer saying no maidens on my soundboard. That's dope. All right, let's go.
The right to just
no, we
use our
don't.
bodies
You can
in a basic way.
cooperate for the purpose of force doctrine. We do it constantly. What do you mean?
No, we don't, because we don't live under a force doctrine principle.
Yes, we do.
Well, how would old people have the power to do anything? How would disabled people have the power?
Because
to do
they
anything?
have.
If no one can defend themselves.
Because they have
with force.
people who have force, which enable them to do those things. That's how.
It's talking about cops.
So then there is power that comes not from force. If people who do not have the power to force can.
Even within the, I don't know about the force doctrine in particular, but even within this framework, like liberty, freedom is freedom from force, which in turn means that force is limited, but force is limited by force.
Utilize the strength of others on their behalf.
The strength of others would be force.
Okay, but how did that person
Oh, sorry, you were asking somebody else a question.
at the top who doesn't have force utilize the strength of others?
He's utilizing other people's force.
Okay, but what is he doing to utilize their force? Because he somehow has power over them. How?
He doesn't have, well, it's agreed to power. But the thing about power dynamics, which is interesting, is that if you have control over force, if that were to shift, like let's say the president said some shit that you really didn't like, and a big ass mob showed up to take him out, right? And nobody opposed that, who has force doctrine on their side?
That's fair. So I want to go back to this claim. You said
hang on. Before we go back to my claim,
you said agreed
hang
to
on.
based
I want to
on force.
Wait.
And I would like to just ask.
Hang on. You said that's fair, though, right? You said that's fair.
No,
You said that's fair.
I'm responding to the words you're saying. If you said agreed to power based on force.
Yeah.
And that those who are disabled are protected and their will is protected, and those who are elderly are protected and their will is protected.
If there's force, yeah.
Then why can't you do the same thing with women? Why do women now usurp their right.
So hold on. This actually circles back to his original argument that feminism is contradictory because it says that it needs to abolish the patriarchy, but ultimately the patriarchy needs to submit to feminism, which is a choice by patriarchy, which can be subverted at any moment. And I think this is fundamentally true. So if men wanted to instantiate a patriarchal, hyper-authoritarian society, then they, as a collected pool of people who are more willing to engage in violence, can create an authoritarian, dystopian, patriarchal society. If, however, you want to create an egalitarian, equitable society, they can also defer their power and then allow for an egalitarian society. So she's kind of ultimately making his point. I wonder if he's going to be a smug jerk about it, but I understand this descriptively, even if I'm not assigning it moral weight.
To protection and bodily autonomy under
There's not rights. These aren't rights. It's just force. Can
is a right.
Can women like manipulate men to use force on their behalf? Sure, that's happened before.
Okay.
Great. But they're always going to have to appeal to men's strength for force, no matter what.
But I don't think society is intrinsically and implicitly governed by force. And I think advocating for that
Which
is
part
creating
of society?
more violence.
Which part of society is not governed by force? Which part?
I mean, schools aren't governed by
Yes,
force.
they're
People
governed
go to
by force
school
for
because
sure.
Really? So kids go to school because they're afraid they're going to get
No, they're not going
hurt
to
and
school
beat
because they're
up if
afraid
they
they're
don't
going to
go
get hurt. But there's security guards who are around. There's police officers who are around. There's people who enable that nothing bad's going to happen to those kids. There's teachers who are there much stronger than the students to keep potential threats away from the students. All of it's governed by force.
Okay, but you're talking about force for protection versus
Yeah.
force for the utilization and monopoly of
It's
power.
all the same thing.
It's not the same thing.
Same.
If
I'm actually more with Andrew on this one.
you're protecting people's right to be somewhere, then that is a different use of force than,
But they're both force?
sure,
Okay, great. Then they're the same thing. Force.
sure.
Okay,
But why are you, just because you have a monopoly on force, what gives you the will to usurp someone's right to very basic bodily
They
autonomy?
don't have rights. Rights are not, by your agreement, inherent.
So then what's to stop a bigger, stronger man from just beating the shit out of you? And now you don't have rights.
Nothing except force doctrine. That's the whole point.
Then why would you want to live in a society in which everyone is like
I didn't say
dependent
you
on
have to live
force?
in a society in which individuals can get beaten up by somebody who's next to
But
them.
that's what force doctrine is.
No, force doctrine would be like the cops would show up and beat that guy down with billy clubs, drag his ass to prison. Then he would get thrown in a prison where guards would make sure he stayed there.
Okay, so
that's
what
all
kind of force is appropriate through force doctrine?
Well, I don't even know what that means. What are you asking?
So the force and the power to, I mean, you're basically saying that women do not have the right to, I don't know, because you won't define what rights are, to do really anything.
Okay,
because
I'll tell you
men
again.
can-
What did I say a right is? A duty. Oh, I'm sorry, a privilege.
So, Soko, that is an un-American stance. Andrew, rights are rights. Well, hold on. So if we go to, what is it? It's the preamble to the Declaration of Independence. Declaration of Independence text. I think it's the second paragraph that's best. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal and they are endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted amongst men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. So here's the thing, though. So, Soko, that is an un-American stance. Andrew says, and the preamble to the Declaration of Independence say, that we are endowed by the creator with unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Andrew would say that if you actually look at the Bible, nowhere does God say life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. He might say life, like life might be a natural right. He might be liberty insofar as you can regulate a just society to function. And the pursuit of happiness is not something that God cares about at all in the Old or New Testament. Like, deference to God is more important than individual happiness. So these are kind of like ephemeral virtues that are pulled from the creators. But that to secure these rights, governments are instituted amongst men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. So this, again, is an appeal of where does the government secure its right to rule, I suppose, and that their just powers come from the consent of the governed. So this is where this is simultaneously nestled in God and it's also nestled in the consent of the governed. So it's kind of contradictory. And while I do think it's like flowery and kind of beautiful, you have to believe in this as a social construct in order to derive rights. And so if you don't believe in a creator, well, then you don't believe in this second half of the sentence. And if you do believe that a majority of people are stupid and you don't believe in democracy, then you don't believe in this second sentence. So you can say that it's anti-American, and I agree with you, but that doesn't mean that Andrew isn't capable of articulating why he's against these things on a moral basis, since he's a Christian nationalist. So if you don't believe in a creator, then you don't believe in this sentence. If you don't believe in the consent of the governed, you don't believe in this sentence. And rights ultimately are as useful as your capacity to exercise them. And so that's where force doctrine, I think, steps in. Brad, go to church, go to be a library, go to a bookstore, be normal, stop being a script robot. True, Brad, go to church, be normal, go to church, be normal, go to church, be normal. Old School says, I thought pursuit of happiness was used by the founders due to the inherent problems in declaring a right to property being inalienable. Probably. It probably is. Kyle says, that is a problem. Christians believe in a creator, but don't agree in the nature of ethics and government. Yeah. Are you really claiming that if you don't believe in a creator, you have no rights? What are we talking about? K Soko, separate the statement out. I'm going to do a blank slate. Wipe your mind clear. I'm going to say something, and you should be able to understand it. Wipe everything else that I said away. Your rights are only as strong as your ability to exercise them. Okay? If you are born in the United States of America, you have the right to freedom of speech, freedom of conscience, right to self-defense, up to and including against your government, and you have a limited government that has restraints on its power. If you are born in North Korea, you might be able to appeal to nature that you should have more rights than you do, but you don't in practice because you're under an authoritarian dystopian police state. Does that make sense? Sacred Snow says, I mean, it doesn't specify the Christian God. So if you believe that there's a creator, but he hasn't spoken to anyone, then rights are inherent and we determine what they are. I mean, kind of. I'm saying from like a textualist perspective, you can still come to whatever reason why you believe rights are rights, but I would say that it's subjective and therefore up to be interpreted and debated and fought over. Fascists don't believe in rights the same way that you believe rights. Communists don't believe in rights the same way that you believe in rights. And ultimately, who rules the globe or even the galaxy will be determined by force. That's why I'm unironically like a super Earth managed democracy supremacist, is because I believe in liberalism and republicanism as governing philosophies, but I think that those need to be enforced by force, or else it's all going to fall apart. Mega Zero says, I feel like you just did the thing from the last episode of Smiling Friends. Maybe. I might have. I love Smiling Friends. I love, is it Jeremy? And he hates the Constitution because it stops his theocratic ideals. Probably. Yeah, and I agree with him that rights don't exist inherently. Rights only exist insofar as you're able to enforce them. Yeah. The God Emperor cares not for your rights. The God Emperor only cares for humanity's survival. Exactly. Lol, I'm just joking here. Connor, you are a globalist. Yes. If you mean a human globalist supremacist, sure. But I'm also actually what would you call it? An internationalist. I'm actually an internationalist, but I do want humanity to spread to the stars. So what's Andrew's ultimate argument that there are no such thing as rights? Well, he would argue that he roots his sense of rights and justice within God in the Bible. So hold on. I'm going to show you guys something very silly before we continue. So this is a show called Smiling Friends. It's very silly, and I think it's acted out. Oh my God, I'm going to be an Arbutus. Sorry, we'll watch that in a second. Charlie punches Jeremy. I watch this every single time, and it's so funny. So this is like an absurdist cartoon. I'm not going to give you any more context because if I start describing the show, you know, it's going to take forever, but I just want you to watch this and appreciate the voice acting.
And
the voice acting is great.
this is Jeremy, your only form of hellish entertainment.
Dude, if you do that again, I'm gonna punch you. I'm not kidding. I think the biggest surprises are behind me. Dude, I warned you. I said I was gonna do that if you did that again.
I'm gonna call Bo Blacks. This
I love that segment because if you've ever had the wind knocked out of you, then that is like, you know, that sound feels very realistic where you're like, you're sick, you want to throw up, but you can't catch your breath. And so as a result, like you just kind of go there like, oh. Globalism is not based. Internationalism is based. Now, Terran human supremacy is based, but I'm not a globalist. So you guys have to realize you need to understand it because it's not just nationalism versus globalism, because nationalism has increasingly been associated with isolationism and globalism. I joined a Facebook group called Global Citizen, which was sold in its marketing as a place where people across the world could take part in international endeavors to improve the lot of human beings. That's how it was marketed. But if you actually look at their statements, they legitimately do not believe in nation states. They think that anybody should be able to pick up for any reason at any time and travel the world and end up on the opposite side of the world and then just drop everything again and then just do whatever they want within that society as long as it's not criminal, I'm presuming. I don't believe that. I don't believe that at all. I think that nation states 100% have the right to determine what they're going to do with their nation's history. If Poland bans people from traveling to Poland except for tourism, I don't give a shit. You know, be careful, you might get a copyright strike. Well, hopefully this is a YouTube advertisement, so hopefully we're okay. We might get copyright for the Smiling Friends thing, but it's 15 seconds. I can appeal that. So hold on. I know I'm pausing the content, but this is important. Adeptus Arbitus are space cops for Warhammer 40K, and they just announced that Darktide is going to have an Arbitus class reveal, and I love Arbitus, so we're going to do it.
Attention, scum! You are in defiance of the Emperor's law. You cannot hide. You cannot escape. We are judgment. Prepare for sentencing.
Oh my god, it's a cyber mastiff. Oh my god, I love them.
In the name of the light!
Dude. Bro, he's just like me for real, for real. Oh my god. Bro, he's just like me for real, for real. Oppress me, please? Yes. Anyways, let's get back to the content. But that was a fire trailer. I might break that down.
Absent a duty, and you agreed to it 4 times.
So women have no privilege
Hang on,
absent of a duty.
Stop. I just want to point out your lie. You said I
So frustrated.
You said I keep lying, or you keep lying. So
When did I lie, Bookie?
You just said I never defined privilege.
No, I didn't.
Yes,
Oh,
you
yeah.
literally just said that, and I defined it 4 times.
You didn't say you didn't define privilege. You didn't define privilege. You defined a right.
Oh my God. A privilege absent duty is what?
A privilege absent of a duty. I'd say like free will.
A right.
essentially.
It's
Yeah.
a right. I defined it multiple times.
So what are you trying to say? That because women cannot defend physically their right to do things, that they do not deserve rights? Is that the point?
They can't enforce their own rights. So they
Okay,
have to
so
appeal to
because
men.
someone cannot enforce their own rights, they don't deserve rights.
Well, they don't have them.
But do they deserve them?
Well, you're at, again, then you
Also, he's saying they don't have them, but that's not true. So even within his own system, which I think this is silly, is that enough men have been swayed by egalitarian arguments about race and about gender that they have permitted their societies to become more egalitarian over time. And therefore, even from force doctrine's perspective, there are enough men and women who are willing to fight for women's rights and enforce it socially that they do have those rights. So even from his own logic argumentative framework, I think he's incorrect. I think he's just being an a-hole because he's getting tired through the debate. So I'm actually gonna keep going with that because I actually think that this is interesting. And then after that, we might find another interesting segment, and then we're gonna go to the pickle jar because I think the pickle jar is gonna be the climax of the episode for sure.
you're moving into a different claim. So if you want to get into like what people deserve or don't deserve, right? We can get into that, but can we at least agree on the descriptor of how it works first?
No.
Okay.
Because women, I'm trying to understand why women don't deserve rights because they cannot physically.
That's a different claim. I just asked you if we could agree to the descriptor before we moved to that claim, and you said no, and then brought that claim up again.
Because the claim doesn't make sense. I don't understand your claim.
Okay.
Make the claim,
and I'm
then we can
literally
debate it.
answering all of your questions for this claim.
Not well, though. Like, what are you saying?
Which question? Which thing am I not answering?
If women do not have a monopoly on force, cannot control their own bodies, why don't they deserve basic human rights, basic equal rights?
Okay, let's try this again.
I don't think that's the argument. I think the argument is whether or not they're enforceable. That's the argument.
It's like talking to a fucking child. Okay, do you agree with me?
No.
Okay. Do you agree with me?
I've never seen you this pissed off. This is fucking hilarious. Oh my God.
I'm not pissed off. I'm just.
Yes, you are. And they say women are emotional. Look at him.
You're the one freaking out, not me.
I'm not freaking out. I think this is hilarious.
For me, it's extremely frustrating talking to someone who doesn't actually understand the words that are coming out of my mouth.
You're sounding very emotional right now, Andrew.
Can we go back?
Would you like to get some water?
Yeah. Can we go back and go through all
If you need to
these?
cry, that's okay.
Can we go back?
I'm here for you, my friend.
Can we go back through these descriptors now?
Sure.
Okay.
Alrighty.
What is a
You
right?
just want to keep defining words?
What is a
Fucking
right?
Merriam-Webster over here.
What is a right from your perspective?
Okay. I mean, I'm fine with your definition on those descriptors.
No, but I want your definition.
I'm fine with your definition of that.
Then why do you keep contradicting yourself if you're fine with my definition?
I'm not contradicting myself. Your claim just doesn't make sense that humans do not deserve rights specifically because they cannot physically.
When did I
defend
say they didn't deserve them?
them. You just did. Like
I said
4
they
times.
don't exist inherently, right?
Okay, so whether or not it doesn't exist inherently, does someone still deserve that right? Just because they cannot physically defend themselves.
How do you deserve something that doesn't exist?
But it does exist.
Okay, so now it exists.
Yes, even within his own framework. I'm getting frustrated because she might not be able to like competently go after his points, but also if you're not used to his line of thinking, I understand how it would be confusing. But these rights don't inherently exist, but we've extended these rights to women, to black folk, because we thought that it was just, and enough people in our society agreed that it was just, that even under force doctrine, we've extended these rights. So I don't know why he can't move past that.
Does it exist or not exist?
I mean, do I have bodily autonomy currently? Yes. Can I go walk around my house and do what I want? Yes. So on a certain level, it does exist.
Where?
I mean, right here, right now. I'm here on my own free will.
So because you can do this,
pissing you the fuck off.
So because you can do this, you have the right to do this?
I'm trying to see.
Yes, Andrew, unironically, yes, because if you infringe on her capacity to do that motion, then a law enforcement officer is going to come and use force on you. This is my frustration with the conversation so far, is that he is so unwilling to concede descriptive reality, even within his own framework, that he's still getting wrapped up in trying to make her look like a moron, even when they descriptively agree.
What extent you think women should not be allowed to do things because they cannot monopolize and control others based on
Do you understand that, like...
I just don't understand practically what you want out of this. Women can't force men.
It's hard to argue with you because you don't have any understanding of philosophy at all. So when I bring these things up...
That's not the issue. The issue is that your philosophy is inherently flawed. It morally doesn't make sense.
Okay, I'll tell you what. Negate it. Negate the proposition.
Okay, sure.
LB says, can I make eggs for breakfast in my kitchen without police? You can, but LB, somebody could violate your sense of autonomy by breaking into your house at breakfast time and then, doing something violent. So what ends up happening is we base a healthy chunk of our society on the fact that if you do bad things, like break into somebody's house and interrupt their breakfast, then cops are going to come beat the crap out of you and throw you in a jail cell, right? So can you? Yes. But is your sense of liberty predicated on the fact that if somebody uses force against you, then there will be people who are capable of violence who come and defend your rights on your behalf? So your breakfast is predicated on violence. So, yes. Consequences is an unreasonable thought. Sure. Gas stove? Maybe not. You do not understand anything about philosophy, defends a position that is contradictory and incoherent in addition to intellectually suicidal. I agree with force doctrine. I just think that she associates negativity with force, whereas of course there's justified uses of force that support society, and then he is being a pedant, and so they get wrapped up on pedantry instead of talking about the concept.
With what I said before, so you're basically saying that people who utilize force to execute laws are those who have the ability to control those laws. My issue is that, and in terms of a movement towards equity or a goal of eliminating, and in terms of feminism, you're saying it's a movement towards equity with the goal of eliminating patriarchal systems. My issue is that I fundamentally do not believe that laws should be exclusively enforced to the benefit of those who have physical power.
Okay. That's not a negation of force doctrine. So, I don't know what to... You're so philosophically illiterate that you actually don't even understand what I'm saying to you.
And you're just regularly illiterate. I mean, dude, then just argue the claim.
I did argue the claim.
But it doesn't make sense.
Then falsify it.
Okay, just because someone can do something does not mean that they ought to do it.
Okay,
just
so then
because men can force women to do what they want doesn't mean that they ought
to. So then descriptively, do you agree with force doctrine?
I mean, I believe on a blanket, I believe on a smaller level. I think that interpersonally, someone can use force if they have more force over someone.
Okay, let's try this. What is force doctrine?
Force doctrine is your whole thing that men have a monopoly on force and human beings have no inherent rights. All laws are enforced by force and violence is used to maintain societal regularity on a certain level.
Perfect.
And that women have to appeal to men for their monopoly on force in order to secure their whatever needs or rights or whatever it is they want, right? That's part of force doctrine?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah,
Do you
by your
agree?
definition.
Then do you agree with the description? Do you agree the description is true?
I already said I agreed with the description. That's why I
asked you 4
claim.
times if you agreed with the description.
And
of
I
force
said
doctrine.
I agreed with it 4 times. Well, one time I said no to piss you off, but then the other times I said yes.
So you agreed with me that when it comes to force doctrine, you agree to the descriptor being true.
Sure.
Okay, now we can get somewhere maybe.
That's what I said. Oh my God.
I mean, you never did, but okay.
I did, Andrew.
So now that we can get past that, now that you've agreed to force doctrine, can you tell me why men should enforce women's rights?
Why men should enforce women's rights? I don't necessarily think that, I think that free will is honestly a privilege. I mean, not a privilege. I think that free will is a right. I think that everyone has the right to bodily autonomy.
Then you don't agree to force doctrine. Why'd you lie to me? Why did you lie to me?
You asked me if I agreed with your definition. I agree with your definition of it. I don't morally agree with it. That's what I'm saying.
Well, if we don't agree with the descriptor, then we have to argue the descriptor until you either falsify the descriptor or agree with the descriptor. It can't be either or. It has to be either or. It can't be anything else. It's either true or it's false.
I just want to understand your moral justification for controlling someone else's body. I'm talking on a moral basis, not that you can't physically. I understand that you can physically. I agree with the premise.
That's nice,
but
Sacred Snow says, got to drive home from work, so I'll be listening in the car. If I'm not back by then, everyone have a good day. Thank you. Thank you, Sacred Snow. I appreciate you. Gen X already donated today. Then, of course, Grassroots Hegemon already donated today. Thank you kindly for your donations. Grassroots Hegemon, always insanely generous. Gen X was also insanely generous today, so thank you kindly for your donations. Be sure to like the stream. That way other people know that we're live and they can come enjoy content with us. Be sure to engage in chat. That way we have some fun. Be sure to, what was the other thing? Check out the VODs. That way we get that sweet, sweet AdSense revenue. And then if you have money burning a hole in your pocket, super chats are appreciated, never required. And then effectively, like, I would like Andrew to move on, because while I do agree with force doctrine that at the bottom of rights, the underlying thing that enforces rights is force, even within the force doctrine standard, there are men within modern society who have agreed that racial, religious, and ethnic minorities and women deserve rights. Deserve rights along with white, straight, cis men. And so as a result, we enforce those rights, and law enforcement enforces those rights. If you go and beat up a trans person, the cops aren't going to say, sweet bro, good job beating up that trans person. They're going to take you to jail. If you beat up a black person, they're not going to say, sweet job being racist, bro. They're going to take you to jail. If you beat up a woman, they're not going to say, sweet job. They're going to take you to jail. And so as a result of that, force doctrine is enforcing the rights and autonomy of sexual, racial, and gendered minorities. And so as a result, even within force doctrine, we do this. So her question, while she might not understand force doctrine, her question is more important. Then LB says, I would donate, Connor, but I'm broke, but I will share the stream. Well, thank you kindly for sharing it. And also, I'll say that as well. Watching VODs is cumulative, okay? So let's say that you were like me a decade ago and you're brokies and you're 2 weeks behind on your bills and stuff. Just by watching the VODs. So when I take a pre-recorded video and I post it to the Counterpoints channel, if you watch that, that's a few cents in my pocket. And cumulatively, if you add up, thousands of people watching it, it adds up to a few $100. Add it further, build the audience, build the audience, build the audience. And then boom, before you know it, if we're getting a few 100,000 views on videos, I can support myself not with super chats, but just with AdSense. So you watching and engaging with the content is actually phenomenal, and it helps out already. So thank you kindly.
I asked you,
why
but I asked you a
acceptable.
question and he didn't answer it. Why should men enforce women's rights? Why should they?
This is actually the crux of the issue. They're both asking it in different directions, and I want them to both address it.
Because it is morally unacceptable to control others. It is morally impermissible.
That's the opposite.
Well, K-Soko says, well, if there are no rights, we need no laws. No. K-Soko, that is what you're advocating for is anarchy, which is no rulers, which means that you do not have any moral authority to enforce anything on anyone ever. And anarchists would even argue that there's like autonomy is the most important concept. And so they would do like the non-aggression principle similar to libertarians. So no, I don't agree with that at all. I'm not saying that rights don't exist. I'm saying that rights are only as valuable as your capacity to enforce them. Grassroots for $20 says, find a way that I can donate members to Valor. I will, Grassroots, but I'm just going to have to do it tonight. I can't pause the stream in order to do that, but I will get on the back end and I will get memberships going. I promise. K-Soko says, I watch and comment on the vids. I also enjoyed the double stream day and enjoyed your guest. Excellent. Thank you, K-Soko. I appreciate you.
Opposite. You're not controlling. If you're enforcing their rights, it sounds like they're controlling you, right? Like, how are you controlling them by enforcing their rights?
But right is simply, as we've defined it,
yeah,
a privilege without a
So
duty.
why should men enforce women's privileges?
But they don't have to. So what are you defining as
Answer my question. Why should men enforce women's privileges?
Because it's ultimately good for society. If Naima wanted to answer this like straight away, because it's good for society. Because when women feel like they have a buy-in to society, when they feel like they have autonomy, when they feel like they have economic access, when they feel like they have the right to choose, when they have the ability to have children, then what ends up happening is their level of purpose, happiness, all that kind of stuff, it can rise up because instead of being forced into marriage, forced into raising a family, forced into, being men's, what do they call it? I'm not trying to be derogatory, but it's an incel term, bang made. And what I mean by that is you have sexual access and you also clean up after your man. When women don't feel like they're a part of that, they typically tend to be a bit happier. And also lots of men are dirtbags and douchebags. And just because they're men and they have the quote unquote monopoly of force doesn't mean that they're good. It doesn't mean that they have good virtue. What was the phrase, the naughty words that I used distracted me. LB says, what's a privilege? So what's a privilege? I looked this up the other day, believe it or not. What's a privilege? A right, advantage, or immunity granted or available only to a particular person or group. So it's a advantage, right, or immunity available to a class of people. So, yeah. So he's saying that it's a right, advantage, or immunity granted to women. So why is this being granted to women good if they do not have the capacity to enforce it? And like I said, it would be because it's good for society. The point is, men are the enforcers, sure. And women are the ones who perpetuate the species. LB says that men have and women don't. I can't lift 300 pounds the same way men can't have a baby. Exactly, LB. We are a complementary species. I cannot gestate a child. I can't, but I can enforce things. So if I'm willing to enforce things on your behalf, not you specifically, but if men are willing to do the necessary labor that's required to perpetuate society, and if they're willing to enforce the rights of other people who cannot assert their rights themselves, then would women do us the kindness of perpetuating the species, right? And there's going to be people who say, well, men shouldn't have to ask. What's a privilege that men have that women shouldn't have? More to the point? Yeah, no, I agree. I don't think that there is a right that men should have that women shouldn't have the right to, but I do think that there's social roles that are more fitting for men than fitting for women, like serving in the infantry. Like serving in the infantry, I do think should be exclusively male for efficacious reasons. We shouldn't have less efficient fighting forces in order to extend women the privilege of dying in combat, right? James Demone says, so blacks and women or gays are the privileged? No, you got privileges too. We all got privileges, Ninja. What are you talking about? So hold on. So blacks and women and gays are the privileged? No. Like actually, when you look at the Civil Rights Acts, they're oftentimes extending the same rights and assuring the same rights as what Americans were already guaranteed. Having the freedom of speech, freedom of conscience, right to self-defense, limited government, all that kind of stuff. When you look at Civil Rights Acts, it's just making sure that gays, blacks, and women have access to the same things that men have historically had access to. That doesn't mean that women can't be enforcers too. I agree. Number one, they can be social enforcers. Number two, they can leverage their reproductive capacity in order to say, if you do not treat us well, then we are not going to fulfill our reproductive capacity. That's 100% true as well. And then not just that, we obviously have men and women who serve in the military establishment and the law enforcement establishment who secure rights for everyone. So trans men are not women. Trans men are not women. I don't know, man. I don't really care. Well, I guess I do care about the gendered stuff, but it depends on how you want to define it. I separate sex from gender. Okay. So sex is having large or small gametes. So gonads, if you will. I love gonads. I love that word. So if you have ova, if you have eggs, that's one kind of gamete. If you have sperm, that's another kind of gamete, right? But you need both of those in order to procreate. So there's male, which is typically the people who have sperm, and there's female, which are typically the people with ova. And if you define man and woman, oftentimes the biological definition is adult human male, adult human female, right? But there's also a social definition. And we've been over this before, but we might as well give a shout out to our trans guys and gals. So if we look at, let's use Elijah Schaefer as an example. So if you I didn't mean the internet Nazi. I meant Hunter Schaefer. My apologies. Hunter Schaefer, American actress. So if you look at Hunter Schaefer particularly when they were younger, there is an ad where Hunter looks more masculine because I don't think that they have a boob job, and I also don't think they had FFS, right? Female feminization surgery. However, I don't know if they had bottom surgery, but they probably had bottom surgery. They probably got on estrogen. They had a boob job, and so they look a lot more female in these pictures. And so if you go to the bar and you see this person at the bar and they have boobs and they're drinking and they're talking in a feminine voice, and you walk up and you talk to them and there's no indications that they are male, and you engage with them as a woman, are they a trans woman? Are they a woman? And ultimately, I don't think I give a shit. If you want to date trans people, date trans people. If you don't want to date trans people, don't date trans people. Okay. There's some hot trans people who are passoids. There's some hot trans people, or some not hot trans people who are not passoids. And then also there's hot and not hot straight people. So date whoever you want to date. I don't give a shit. Have fun. Sarah, if you're dead to me. LB says, by the way, Connor, this is addressed to Andrew vicariously through you. Okay. Yeah, no problem. I just like explaining these things because they are fairly complex. Professional shoppers would be the only women. Lol. Intellectual dishonesty in reference to what? I just told you what gonads are, and I just told you that I don't give a shit. If you want to date trans people, date trans people. You got played. They are dishonest. Who? All right. Anyways. Gonads and strife squirrel. Interesting. By the way, you need two people to propagate the species. What responsibility do men have? Men have all the responsibilities that Andrew already said. To do the jobs that perpetuate society, to protect and enforce the laws and rights of all people within the society insofar as justice is served, and also to provide the sperm. That would be what I think men need to do. Yes, someone other than me got it. Good. That was not met, but they are improving with the most recent season. I knew they were going to kill Oh, you're talking about a show. LB says, maybe it hits my ears differently because I'm a woman, but Andrew is not saying what you're saying. He's an absolutist. Oh, yeah, 100%. But I think they'll get into it later. All right, anyways. All right, let's continue.
Don't have to enforce women's privilege.
Great. Great. I believe the exact same thing. Perfect. I'm going to go have a smoke.
You don't have to enforce. Oh my goodness, he's upset.
He's coming back. He's just going to do a little
rage
smoke.
quit.
Are you kidding? You just agreed with my entire position.
Oh shit, the misogynist rage quit.
I agree with you that men should not enforce women's
Well, you didn't let
rights.
me finish the sentence.
Well, I don't really need to. You conceded the debate.
No, I did not concede the debate, Andrew. You're just walking away because you're mad.
True.
He's just taking a brief.
I'll take a smoke
break. Oh, we'll have you stay at the table.
Oh, I want to smoke though. That's not fair. Why does he get to smoke?
You want to smoke with?
Oh no. Oh, is he gonna come back?
Yeah. So usually we'll just have one person take a break at a time.
Yeah, sure.
While we do that, I'll allow a couple of chats to come through. Give me just a moment.
I don't want to talk to the chat. Fuck those guys.
Yeah, chat's nasty.
Give me $1 million TTS if you.
Now that he's on.
We should take 15,000 via either Streamlabs. So Andrew's $100 TTS.
Sorry, I'm fast forwarding it to when they're both back.
Would have no. Okay, we'll talk about it after the show.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they're going into chats. Okay, I don't care about super chats. Confronting Andrew's past. I do want to check out that. That sounds funny.
They're a
Women
satanic
whores.
prostitute whore. You just did it.
If she was a prostitute and a Satanist, yes.
Well, she wasn't a Satanist. She was a sex worker. But they're a
Women
satanic
whores.
prostitute whore. You just did it.
If she was a prostitute and a Satanist, yes.
Well, she wasn't a Satanist. She was.
Hold on. What? Andy rage quit? No, he just had a cigarette. Connor, do you not remember gonads and stripe squirrel? I Googled it. I don't see it. I don't see gonads and stripe squirrel. 1,000 cigarettes. I think it's 500 cigarettes, but true. Let me sneeze real quick. Excuse me. Paz Ajero for $5. Thank you for your donation, King. Thank you, Gen X. Thank you, Grassroots. Thank you, Paz. Why is the argument men versus women? It's about strength. No, we are protected by the strong, and Andrew seems weak. Shouldn't he be subservient to strong men? You're really going to enjoy the pickle segment. So, okay, when she said F the chat, she won me over. Yeah. No, she's funny. She's funny. Destron says, funnily enough, when Naima boyfriend asked him about his service, he said a year and didn't want to go into it. Yeah, let's see what Andrew's nefarious past is. I think they're talking about Nala. Nala was a girl who came onto the Whatever podcast and shilled her OnlyFans and made millions of dollars. And, you know, she was a good looking gal, but she effectively was like super obnoxious anime character. And then probably within a few months, she was like, oh, actually, I'm a Christian and I don't believe in any of this stuff. And I lied on the podcast about how promiscuous I was in order to get attention. And so as a result, you know, I made all this money, but I'm done with this crap. I'm going to go be like a giga Christian. And so Andrew Wilson has argued that Nala is not a true Christian, that she's just grifting right after she got to grift left. And so he's obviously given her flack, which might be fair to some degree, but she hasn't accepted her conversion, which might not be his role to do. And then people are giving Andrew flack because he's sticking by his guns by saying that she's a grifter and a fraud.
A sex worker, but
no, she was a Satanist.
Am I answering the question or are you answering the question?
Yeah, but I'm not going to let you lie.
Satanism can also mean self-worship. It doesn't exclusively mean the worship of like a proto-deity named Satan. You know, it can also be self-worship.
Like, I'm not going to let you lie. She was a...
I think the question
if a person is a...
You might not be able to post the link, but if you want to DM me on Twitter, Counterconor, COUNTERCONOR, and then just remind me to pull it up, I'll do that. Alternatively, you can send it to me on Discord if you have the Discord.
Satanist and a prostitute? Are they a satanic whore?
But she didn't call herself.
Can you answer my question?
She didn't identify.
But she did. She did though. She's if you're a Satanist and a prostitute, then you're a satanic whore. You see how that works?
Yeah, I see how that works.
Do you? Do you?
Here's what I'm trying to say.
You're so emotional. Calm down. Answer the question.
Look at him. He's trying to do it to me. Are you trying to upset me?
Answer the question.
It's not working, baby.
I don't know. It looks like it's working.
It's really not.
It looks like it is.
It's really not.
Yeah. So is a woman who is a Satanist and a prostitute a satanic whore?
Yes. Now, can I answer the question directly?
Thank you. Okay. So then I was right.
And it's funny because you just said you don't call women whores, and then you just called her a whore. But
no, I make descriptive statements on what is a whore.
Let me answer the question. I don't think it was right.
I make a descriptive statement on what is a whore.
Somebody paid a ridiculous amount of money to ask me a question, and I would like to answer.
I can't wait to hear it.
Okay. To be honest with you, Andrew, I think you debate in bad faith. The whole concept of I'm trying to dominate my opponent is not necessarily the way to debate. If you're trying to reach a common ground and create a mutual consensus, that is a bad faith debate.
I literally just allowed my entire worldview to be up for internal critique. I didn't even push back once, and you still came to my conclusion without me pushing back at all. That is the epitome of good faith.
We haven't gotten to your conclusion, Andrew.
We did. You agreed that men have no obligation to enforce male privilege after saying you descriptively agree with force doctrine.
But men also
That's it. Done.
Okay, but men also have no obligation to enforce their own rights.
Great.
So, how do you create a society in which all rights and all privileges are based specifically on force? To me, that sounds like anarchy.
You already descriptively agreed and conceded that point, but I'd like to move into feminism whenever you're ready.
No, we did not concede that point.
I mean, you did, but we have other topics to move into, specifically your feminist view. And since I stayed up to internal critique, it is now your turn for your view.
Okie dokie.
Paz Ajero says, do women have an obligation to give men offspring? I don't think that they have a specific obligation. So I don't think that any woman has any specific obligation to any specific man in order to create offspring. I also don't think that any specific woman has an obligation to create offspring. So for instance, if they have like a difficult pregnancy, if they have narrow hips, if they have ovarian cysts, if the pregnancy inherently is dangerous, it's actually like a pretty physiologically dangerous process. And so I think it should be undergone voluntarily. Now, that being said, do women in general have a general duty to perpetuate the species? I would say yes, but I also think that men likewise have a general duty to perpetuate the species. So yeah, I don't think it's just women. I think it's men as well. Azarai says, woo! Dawn of War Definitive Edition announced, 64-bit modding support. Yeah, I also saw a remastered version of Space Marine 1, so I'm probably going to play that as soon as it comes out on that date in order to in order to maximize it. And I'll probably do a narrative breakdown similar to how I did for Space Marine 2. Seems like good content to capitalize on. Chris says, bro rage, needed a smoke break, now saying calm down, and Andrew gets amazing comedic timing. Well, listen, this is actually Andrew pretty chill. I've seen him way more pissed off than he is here. And anger isn't necessarily losing the debate. And but that's the thing, is like, he rolls in the mud and he says stuff like that, like, oh, did I make you mad? And so if somebody's going to say that back to him, then, you know, that's no skin off of my butt. Kingslayer says she is doing the thing again where she agreed society is based on force doctrine and now she's fighting it. This is why Andrew keeps saying she's fighting what force doctrine is. Agreed, but I don't think she completely understands it, which is why I want them to move into the next topic. LB says women have a biological clock, but also common sense. If you can't be there financially and emotionally, then you shouldn't have kids. But LB, I'm going to tell you, you'll never be there financially. Even when you have hundreds of thousands of dollars, you're still going to want to send your kids to Disney and send them to Montessori schools and send them to private schools and send them on summer vacations to France and all this kind of shit. You're never going to have enough money. So just when you find the right person, you love them, you're interested in having their kids, have their kids, and just be broke. It's fine. It's fine to have kids with someone you love when you're broke. Guess what? You're still going to be broke a decade from now.
Fundamentally, I mean, I just...
Maybe not you specifically, but I'm just saying in general, most wage slaves, most middle class and working class people, you're going to be broke your whole life. So just whatever.
I don't think it's morally correct to say you do not deserve rights unless you...
Great. What do you base your morality on?
I base my morality on like base.
So hold on. LB asked an important question. Do you think that if women had the pill 500 years ago that the species would have died off? No, I don't. I think that there's always going to be a pronatal core, which is effectively people who are having kids because they want to have kids. And so that part of the human species is always going to perpetuate. But I think that the antinatalist flux outside of it, they are going to self-eliminate out of the gene pool.
Basic concepts of ethics, Kantian morality, Rousseau's philosophy of ethics. I think that...
So Kantian ethics, you're a universalist ethicist, you're a deontologist?
No, I wouldn't say. Honestly, I feel like neither consequentialism nor deontological ethics like fully encapsulate.
So you're a threshold deontologist?
Which is fine. Honestly, this is like nerd stuff, but... So if I remember correctly, bear in mind, I don't give two shits about this, but it always comes up in debates. But effectively with consequentialists, they just evaluate the world and its outcomes. And so they try to maximize the best outcomes for everybody. And then with deontology, you effectively like narrow it down to the individual, as far as I understand the concept. And then you just have principles that you think that are good. And so like a rule utilitarian is somebody who believes that through deontological rules, like having certain ethics and principles at an individualist level, you're going to maximize the consequentialist good. But then that gets into the arguments of like, what is good? What is a util, like a utilitarian unit, you know, all that kind of stuff. So it always gets complicated and boring, but realistically, I think most people are threshold deontologists, or I think most people are threshold deontologists. They believe that there's moral behavior that they can engage in at a local level, but if there was some extreme scenario where they had to break a rule in order to achieve a greater good, they would break that rule. Yeah. Wowman542 says, Valor, GOG announced they are going to sell a remastered edition of Space Marine 1 with a 4K update and improved character models. Do you think you'll check it out? Not only am I going to check it out, I'm going to buy it and I'm going to play it on stream, 100%. LB says, how many people have sex with people they don't like or dislike ain't the test. It's after that baby gets here is the test. Sure. But you need to be responsible with who you sleep with, you know? And also that's going to be my rule for my kids is I'm going to tell them, if you can't see yourself having a kid with the other person, either through physical attraction, mental attraction, chemistry, shared goals, etc., you shouldn't sleep with that person. Do I think that they're probably going to hook up with some people when they're teenagers or when they're young adults? Yeah, probably. But I'm going to tell them effectively, don't hook up with anybody that you can't see yourself having a kid with. I don't have plenty of friends, but I have a few friends who had kids with people that they should not have had kids with, and it's made their lives very difficult. They love their kids, but they hate their partner or their ex-partner.
I don't know. I think there's merit to both arguments.
Okay, so what do you base your morality on?
I think I base my morality on physically how you are impacting other people. If you are hurting
that would be
others,
consequences.
Sure, but intent does play kind of a part in consequences.
That would be consequences as well.
LB says, do you though? I thought we were talking about propagating the species. Listen, quantity is a quality all on its own, but I do care about quality over quantity.
So if I have the intent to do good things and bad things happen to you, you'd say I shouldn't be doing those good things to you, right?
No, that's why I'm saying I think that there's a gray area between consequentialism and deontology.
So threshold deontology. So,
sure.
Okay, great. So you're a threshold deontologist. Can you tell me what you base that on other than your own personal perspective?
I hate this shit. I've heard it 10,000 times. He bases it in God and the other person bases it on subjective whim. I understand. Let's move.
Do you not believe that it's immoral?
It's not my turn to answer questions. Your turn for the internal critique.
Do you not believe it? Well, I believe it's immoral to hurt other people. It is inherently wrong to hurt others. And
what makes it inherently wrong?
Well, hurting other people is not. You think that's good?
That's just you making the claim and then it's called question begging. It's a question begging fallacy. When
you're question begging.
When I say
okay, I don't care. I'm going to skip. Because with morality, I'm going to go ahead and summarize this argument because I've already seen it a billion times. So Andrew is a Christian theocrat. Okay. He believes in Christian theocracy. He thinks the government should be informed by the Christian religion. He's a Christian religion. He's an Orthodox Christian. So he thinks that God, an external force, gave his rules to humanity, and it's good for humanity to follow those rules because God is the creator of the universe and the authoritative source. Okay. Boom. That's it. Now, when it comes to people like me who are not religious literalists, oftentimes we're reliant on our own interpretations in order to create our own morality. And so he says, isn't that ultimately subjective, and isn't your rule set as arbitrary as anybody else's? That's true to a degree, but what's not true about it is that my inferences are based off of nature and observable facts. And so as a result, you can say that my prescriptions are going to be different than other people's prescriptions, but I still think that there's going to be a broad moral overlap. And so I forget it. There's actually a technical term for like broad moral overlap, like murder is bad, rape is bad. These are almost like universal human conceptions, universal human moral beliefs. There's like a technical term for it. 7 moral rules found all over the world. While there isn't a single universally agreed upon set of moral beliefs, studies suggest some core principles are widely shared across cultures. These include values like fairness, justice, honesty, respecting other people's property, and dignity. And there is a specific term, and I forget what it is, but effectively, like, anthropologists have gone across the entire planet, and they found that in all functional cultures, there's like shared morality. And it's not just because of like cultural interchange. It's because that human beings observe nature and good and bad behavior. So anyways.
Do
you even know what question begging?
Hold on. I'm gonna skip. Moral relativism, don't care. Negative outcomes from feminism, cohabitating problems, pickle jar. All right. We're almost at the pickle jar. We're almost at the peak, bro. So I'm going to go to negative outcomes from feminism because I think that's interesting. And then we'll probably climax at pickle jar. And then I might actually dip out and be back for a debate. So give me a second. Let's watch this and I'm going to check my Discord.
My definition of bad have anything to do with what your definition of bad is?
Throughout this entire debate, you have been advocating against the free will and the bodily autonomy of a significant group of people.
My whole view.
Hold on, pause. You want to disenfranchise voters.
My whole view was already up for internal critique, and I gave you the entire internal critique of my argument of force doctrine for an hour and a half, and now it's my turn for the internal critique.
It was not an internal critique of the argument of force doctrine for an hour and a half. Let's calm down.
What do you know what time it is?
Yeah, it's about to be 5:45 around.
Yeah, so it was about an hour and a half. So here's the thing, right? We get into feminism itself. If I can demonstrate to you that the outcomes of feminism have been bad, will you concede that it's bad? If I could.
If you can demonstrate that the outcome of feminism is bad, how would you, under the force doctrine, then that would be saying that
has nothing to do with my view.
No,
you're now under internal critique.
I'm saying that under the force doctrine, the only way to remove feminism would be through force. If we can both agree.
That's not the only way to remove feminism.
Really? But I thought all power comes through force.
So what?
How would you remove power?
The fundamental building blocks of power would still be there, but it would not be the only way to remove feminism.
So you believe that there are other ways to fundamentally have and consolidate power besides force?
Well, it's not just a matter of power, though, right? So,
but that is
this is the big problem. Is like you don't even understand what's being said. But here's the thing: back to this
Yes.
on feminism. Do you agree with me that feminism has not kept its promise of protecting women?
I think it's making progress. I think it's done better, but I don't think it's
Well,
complete.
how is it done better if we've had now about 150 years of feminism and women are in more dangerous situations they've ever been in the history of the United States?
Why do you believe?
So this is already absurd to me because more women are in more dangerous situations in the past 150 years. Female death rate by decade USA. Like, I almost guarantee you that like accidental death rate, medical death rate, birth death rate, they've all plummeted in the past 200 years. Death rates all caused by gender between 1950 and 2023. We've seen like a plummet in deaths. Is he going to say like sexual danger? Maternal mortality rate has also plummeted. There's like a little bit of a spike right here, but that could be associated with lack of. Look at this. Canada, United Kingdom, and France. Those are all states that have pretty generous social welfare. And this was through 80, 90. That's when the social welfare was being cut. And then we see a spike in maternity deaths. So age-adjusted death rates for non-Hispanic whites, age trends for men and women, death rate. Okay, but this is from 1.05 to 1.10. That's almost nothing. So again, like you're going to have to show me where the danger is coming from. It can't just be women are having promiscuous sex and therefore they're exposing themselves to psychotic males. Therefore, they're in more danger than they were in the 19th century. That doesn't feel like a good analysis of reality.
Women are in more dangerous situations now.
Well, I'm sorry. Do you agree with all of the RAINN statistics on sexual assault and all these various things?
Well, sexual assault statistically has increased, but again, the amount of reporting has also increased.
And so has STDs.
Before sexual assault.
So has STDs.
So RAINN's report on sexual assault. RAINN's report on sexual assault stats. Boom. Out of 1,000 sexual assaults and battery and crimes, 627 are reported to police, 255 report lead to arrest, 105 cases get referred to prosecutors, 41 cases will lead to a felony conviction, 33 criminals will be incarcerated. Okay. So these are sexual assault stats by decade. I think I should go for US. Reported forcible rape rate in the United States from 1990 to 2023 per 100,000 population. So we had like a spike with the Me Too movement, but we also had a substantive decrease from 1990 until now, until 2013. Do they have it even more aggressive? RAINN's victim service programs have helped more than 3.5 million people since 1994. Sharp increase in sexual assaults in the U.S. military, but that also could be reporting. So she's saying it's reporting. He's saying it's a trend. I have no idea because I'm not seeing historical stats. Oh, here we go. U.S. forcible rape per 100,000, 1972 to 2013 estimated. We have a 40% drop. So in the past 40 years, and the sexual revolution was in 1960, we've had a 40% drop in forcible rapes, but we've also had a correlated increase in reports of sexual assault. So is it actual crimes or is it reporting? I have no idea.
So,
well, that affects men and women.
So I have mental illness, not as much as it does women, and
Okay,
not as much. Hang
like
on, not as much as mental. Hang on, I'm going to give you the laundry list.
Sure.
Mental illness is much higher in women. Single motherhood much higher in women. Right. Divorcee much higher. Right. All of the by every single conceivable metric for negative outcome, you would have to concede that we've had nothing but negative outcomes from feminism.
But I
the
think
intact family home has been completely eliminated. due to feminism.
That's not true.
Yes, it is true.
I think you're conflating causation and correlation, though.
Okay, I'm sorry. Is it feminists?
How are you claiming
and feminist organizations that push for no-fault divorce all over the United States?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, but do you think that we have more or less intact families because of that?
Okay, but living in an unhappy home, like why should people be subject to live in
What about the positive outcomes for children? Like even if it were the case that you didn't really like your husband, but your children had better outcomes if you stayed with him, shouldn't you?
Your children will not have better outcomes.
If they did, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I don't like this line of argumentation either, because I do line up with Andrew as well. Not always, of course, and I think that there's a line of argumentation where you actually have like a physically abusive, emotionally abusive household, that just because a person is unhappy doesn't mean that they should get divorced. And I'll give you an anecdotal example momentarily. Give me 1 second. Oh, sorry. Oh. I'm going to give you an anecdotal example. Okay, so let's do FaceTime. Well, let's build some parasocial love between you and me, okay? Chat, I'm here for you. I parasocially love you, okay? So, when it comes to, physical abuse, emotional abuse, verbal abuse, and it's perpetual, and the couples they don't care to change their behavior, that's going to result in less abuse over time, then of course I think that divorce should be something that people have access to. However, I think that we have created a culture in which divorce is kind of like, it's like a trump card that you have in your back pocket. So whenever you're unhappy, you just throw down the divorce card. And so people break up all the time when they could work on their relationship. And so I do think that particularly if you have children, then you should say, is this something that's fundamentally broken that we cannot reconcile? Or is this something that can be reconciled, but we are just so bitter and angry and resentful that we don't want to? And if it's that you don't want to, then you need to work on your relationship. If it's because something is fundamentally broken, then you might need to get a divorce. But just as an anecdotal example of how feminism has culturally normalized antisocial behavior, this is an anecdote. I am not saying that this is the case. It's just something that's happened within my periphery, okay? There is a woman who is a family friend who has gotten divorced, or she's currently divorcing her husband, but she already had 2 children with her husband. They were incredibly materially well off. He's a good-looking guy. He's successful. He loves the kids, all that kind of stuff. There was effectively no real reason why their relationship wouldn't work. And if you asked him within the past 6 months, was their relationship working? He would have said yes, because he didn't know about the affair, okay? She, because she has a 19th century like conception of love, like a Victorian era romantic love, she fell out of love with her husband and then fell in love with some idiot boss at work. And then they started hooking up on the down low. He's also married and has kids. So in a normal, socially conservative, Christian dominated society, number one, that would have been unthinkable. Number two, if you did it, you would be socially shunned. There are probably plenty of relationships that were saved because they were worried about what their family would think about them, what their community would think about them, what would happen to the kids, what would happen to this, what would happen to that. But because we have a total girl boss, pro-feminism mentality, she's adopted a feminist girl boss mentality to her own divorce, to her own affair, where she thinks that she shouldn't even be ashamed for her behavior, for destroying her family, for destroying her boss's family, for neglecting her kids, for cheating on her husband for the better part of a year, because she's an entitled brat. Okay, that's my personal opinion. So could this have happened 7 decades ago? 100%. But would she have been socially ostracized and punished? 100%. And so the question remains, should divorce be a tool on the table? 100%. But should we have this girl boss approach to divorce where you can fuck up your family, fuck up another family, betray the person you love most in life in order to pursue some stupid high school version of love? No, absolutely not. And so I am trapped between these two people where I think that Naima has way too large of a deference to personal autonomy, because I guarantee you that woman uses personal autonomy arguments whenever she's talking about her divorce. And then I think that Andrew Wilson is way too aggressive about saying, like, you should never get divorced ever and we should eliminate no-fault divorce. But is that even a majority of divorces? Probably not. I will say that she is a freakishly selfish, bratty person. She gave into intrusive thoughts. Unironically, yes. Connor's opinion is winning out amid Gen Z. Yeah. That's agency, though. It is. It is. That's the thing that's interesting about autonomy and agency, is that when you give it too much deference, then your self-actualization as a spiritual being to explore sensory pleasure becomes your sole priority. And so you sacrifice the well-being of your family and your children and all that kind of stuff in order to pursue your own stupid version of love. So yeah, I would disown this person if they were a part of my family. So should adultery be illegal? So that's an interesting question. Weirdly enough, in the military, adultery is illegal. And if a married person gets caught, they can actually suffer like judicial punishments where they can have they can lose their rank, they can lose their pay, they can do this, they can do that. I don't know if it should be a legal issue, but I do think that it should be socially ostracized, because of course there's a total difference between this woman, who I think of as a girl, she's a teenager who never grew up, destroying her family in order to pursue romantic love that in turn destroys another family. That's a very stupid reason to pursue divorce. However, I think we also all know that there are physically, emotionally abusive relationships that are also bad for the children, in which divorce is the right thing to do. So yeah, for me, it's cultural more than legal. Ideas should be tools, not ideologies. Yes and no. I like an ideology. Men do the same shit, sure, but we should socially ostracize and bully the shit out of them too. I think that a 50-year-old man who throws away his family in order to pursue a 19-year-old is a fucking idiot. Okay? If you destroy your family in the pursuit of carnal pleasure, I think you're a dumbass and you should be shunned and made fun of. People cannot help who they love or become smitten with. There's phenoms involved. Yeah, pheromones involved, I think is what you're trying to say. But Cypher, yes, you can. So everyone experiences attraction. Even married people, believe it or not, they don't suddenly become sexually dead because they're married. They experience attraction. The question is, how do you discipline yourself and what do you prioritize? So just because, let's say hypothetically, I experience attraction doesn't mean that I don't prioritize the love of my wife and the love of my family over my attraction. Pheromones, attraction, biology, all that stuff is wildly powerful. Of course it's wildly powerful. However, are you willing to destroy your family in order to pursue pheromones and attraction, when not only did you have pheromones and attraction, hopefully with your partner originally, but then also you've built an entire life together. And then also, especially if you have kids together who are your social responsibility for 2 decades at minimum, if not the rest of your life. And so that's where we need to valorize good judgment and we need to socially ostracize bad judgment. Pasajero says, I would disown such a person too, but to disown their agency, i.e. take it away. Well, right. You would just socially ostracize them. I'm not talking about throwing them in jail. Andrew Paris says, get rid of no-fault divorce, and the big winner would be lawyers. Lol, so true. Cypher report, or just people who hate each other shouldn't be together. It doesn't matter if they are abusive because it can still negatively impact the kids because everyone knows. I did mean that. Okay. They absolutely can control it. That's a victim mentality. Thank you, Shardmancer. You and I are by ourselves, but we are on an island. Because lots of people still buy into just autonomy, just pleasure, just autonomy, just pleasure. Let's take a moment and say how based our culture allows us to make these choices and have these debates naturally. Sure. And somebody said that I think that Gen Z and Alpha are more conservative in these regards, where they do value monogamy and loyalty more than, let's say, millennials and probably Xers. I think that's based. If the hedonism of boomers, Xers, and millennials has rebounded into a more sexually and socially responsible perspective on relationships, I think that's good, actually. Old School says, I'm pretty sure humans don't have active pheromones. Yeah, sure, but different people smell good, right? Different people smell good, different people look good, different people have different impulse. You know what's funny? One of the things that's actually really interesting is pheromonal relationships. I've encountered people, just because through nature of the internet, who are very, physically attractive people who are, I don't want to say repulsive, but you could just kind of tell the vibes were off. And I do wonder if that is partially because of like pheromones, where when you're in somebody's physical presence, if you can just kind of tell the vibes are off because of smell, because of sight, because of body language, because of all that kind of stuff. Yes. Cotter, you assume two parents can't raise good children if they're not married, or am I wrong? No, of course you can. I don't think that you have to be married in order to raise good kids, but I do think that a monogamous relationship is more likely to lead to the stability required to raise healthy, happy children. So it's more about the stability than it is about a piece of paper. But that commitment needs to be real, not just between the partners. It needs to be a commitment to the children as well. Yeah, marriage is more than just a piece of paper. Exactly. All right. Anyways, I'm sorry for yapping, but I think that stuff is important. I wanted to show off some of my social conservative bona fides.
I personally would rather live in a family that is separated, but both of my parents
I know that's
are
great
happy
what
and
you would
healthy
personally like to do, but if it were the case that
I think most children would, though. I mean, if you're in
if it were the case though,
okay, but what if you're in an abusive
If it were the
home?
case though that you were to be in a relationship with a man, you didn't particularly like him, but you stayed together and your children had better results because you stayed together, right? Would you stay together with him? That's my question.
Yes, but what if you're
Yes.
forgetting about, but you're forgetting about abusive relationships. You're forgetting about a relationship in which one parent is an addict.
Nope, not
you're
forgetting.
forgetting about one parent in
So
a
here, we'll
relationship in
go
which a
over,
parent is a cheater.
Yeah, we'll go over those
two. A child would be significantly more beneficial
I'll
to a
give you
child to be
the
removed from a
I'll give you
parent.
the stats there as well.
That is,
so as we dive into this, understand that cohabitation between men and women is what leads to mostly abuse, not marriage. The marriage rates of abuse are very low.
Okay, no, pickle jar is, I think, the next segment. Cohabitation and then pickle jar exclamation point. This is going to be actually pretty funny.
Comparison to cohabitation. Cohabitation is the standardization, which you see with divorcees. That's where most of the abuse comes from. Where it doesn't come from usually is from the husband in the home.
but you're saying that cohabitation is leading to abuse and marriage is cohabitation.
No. Cohabitation would be you're living with a man without being married to him.
Okay, so you think that they should marry, but like that would be having a child out of wedlock, which is
Yeah, you don't need to
against
have
the
a
Christian
child
religion.
out of wedlock either. Like these things are not mutually exclusive. So if it is the case, you have cohabitation, it leads to more abuse. The prescription for that, for the less negative outcome, would be marriage, right?
No, the prescription for that would be to separate those two people. If cohabitation of two partners who are not married is leading to abuse, then why should those people then get married?
Yeah,
That doesn't make any sense.
Okay, no. The fact that they're married and the fact that when you're married, there's less abuse than when you cohabitate would point and indicate that cohabitation is a bad idea. Not that marriage is a bad idea.
No, I think it would point and indicate that couples who cohabitate without being married, it's better. Why should they get married? Why should you get married to someone who you cannot even cohabitate with?
Because abuse rates skyrocket when you cohabitate and are not married.
So those who are cohabitated in an abusive relationship, once they get married, you're claiming that that abuse
cohabitation
stops.
itself leads to more abuse.
Okay. So then why would the remedy of that be for those two people to get married?
Because oftentimes the cohabitation begins from divorce.
So you're saying that cohabitation, what the fuck does that even mean?
It means
Okay. He's basically saying that folks who get married and live together have less abuse than folks who live together and folks who live together and don't get married, which is fine. Like there's some people, Cypher is saying no, LB is saying that that's a lie. I have no idea. I don't even know if I necessarily care. The point is, if you love somebody, put a ring on it. Okay. So if you love somebody, you want to have their babies, or if you want to give them babies, put a ring on it, and basically dedicate your life to that person. It's that easy. Stop all this cowardice around partnership and marriages and all that kind of stuff. Suck it up. There's plenty of anxieties to be had about marriage. There's plenty of anxieties about long-term partnership. There's plenty of anxieties about raising children. But the thing is, do you know how you get over those anxieties? you do it. Just do it. You move in with the person, you slap a ring on it, you get them pregnant, you have kids, you have your fights, and you figure it out, you know? And divorce, funnily enough, my wife and I, you know, we've had some spicy moments, but I think that we both agree that divorce is not really an option. Of course, like people change over time. So maybe I'll become such a miserable jerk that she'll be like, okay, I'm divorcing you. Or vice versa. But the truth is that because we have really good communication, we're going to try to fight through everything first. Like divorce is an absolute last resort. So because we have that attitude, because we're in it to win it, because we're partners, because we care about each other, because we care about our kids, we prioritize each other. But what the hell does one have to do with the other? Because I think they're comparing the populations of people who just live together without getting married versus people who get married. I missed the end of the Man Show. You're kind of dating yourself with that one, but hey, you're in good company. Destron says, the point is dumb. Naima is right. If one partner is abusive, being married won't change the issue. It means that the wife would be way less likely to report because they are married. That might actually be a decent point, but I don't think that Andrew is making a chronological point. I think he's making a comparative population point. Like getting married to an abusive person doesn't magically solve your abuse, right? Kay says, this likely has to do with the length of relationships, not married or not. Like shorter term cohabitation might reveal abusive partner and then you leave, and longer relationships end up in marriage. Yeah. That could be like a correlative stat. I think it also has to do with relational expectations. When you just live with somebody with no expectation of getting married, I think you just don't take that relationship as seriously as when you marry someone. So it could be, I think it's what Kay said, where partially it can have to do with the quality and quantity, like the time of the relationship that could be affecting the stats. And then I also think it's people's attitudes as they approach the relationship. I think they're more likely to be abusive if they view the relationship as temporary.
Means that post-divorce, women tend to cohabitate more, especially when they have kids. And it's the cohabitation with these people which leads to the abuse in their kids or the abuse of them.
So you're saying that they should stay in an unhappy relationship instead of
only if we're
unhappy if it's not abusive.
Care about outcomes. And you said, if it is the case that I stayed with my man and the outcome for my kid was better, you should probably do that. So if it's the case that I can demonstrate for you that when women leave their husband, the abuse rates for them and their kids skyrocket for cohabitation.
But what about the outcome for that woman? What about the outcome for that man?
My turn.
I mean, that's a net negative for two adults versus a net negative for a child.
Here's what you said. You said specifically, if it is the case that I'm married and the results are better for my kids.
Wait, one second.
1 second. You filibuster the debate.
Hold on.
Why is your mom calling you in the middle of a debate?
I don't know.
Listen, if my Jungle F donates $1,000, bro, I need to become a red pill grifter. Holy crap. $1,000 for this content? Jeez. Anyways, if my mom calls me during a debate, I might pick up. I'll probably have it on silence, though. I do think that's a little rude, but still, like, you know, I want to make sure my mom's okay. Cypher says, yeah, but legally speaking, it is simply easier to get all the child benefits, legal protections, etc., by just signing the piece of paper. Sure. Keisoko says, my wife told me if I left her, she wouldn't allow me to move on. It scares me a little bit in a good way. Yeah. My father-in-law told me that if I ever divorced, well, not if I ever divorced, but if I ever abused his daughter, he would, you know, chop me up and throw me in the Everglades. And I think that's a good thing for a son-in-law to know, is that if you hurt the other person's child, you're going to end up missing. And by the way, my father-in-law is the kind of person who would do it. He would go to jail or prison for his children, the same way that I would go to jail or prison for my children. It's like mutually assured destruction. Cypher Report says, like, you can't make end-of-life care decisions for your partner without being married. Yeah. There's paperwork reasons why people do it. Void of Parrot says, Connor, you're underestimating the overwhelming influence of people having personality traits prone to violence. Sure. And also, does cohabitation correlate with those negative personality traits? I'm sure it does, because they probably can't stay in a relationship long enough in order to achieve a marriage. Shardmancer says, low brow count, like this absolute mind slop, but I guess that's what the people want. Well, I guess that's what dumb rich people want. So good for them, I guess. Force doctrine. But we're about to get into the pickle. I'm very happy to be getting into the pickle.
Hold on. Now
we're at the pickle.
Chat's come through.
$1,000. Pop champagne.
Yeah, that's for the
What up,
olive
guys?
jar. Bring it.
Savage destruction tonight,
The olive jar, yes.
Andrew.
Oh, I don't want to be a pickle
Cheers.
jar.
It's an olive jar, so it might be easier. We weren't able to find. Sorry, we couldn't find the pickle jar. Go ahead, put
Oh,
it on
that's
the
not
corner
fair.
there.
He paid $1,000 for a pickle jar. You should get a pickle jar.
You know, actually, I'll see what I can do.
Okay.
Can you?
Do you have a source on?
You got to open it.
Oh, I have to open it right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
It's easier because it's an olive jar, though. Wait, put it.
My nail is fucking me up.
Yes, I do have a source for that. If you would like it, it's from the NIS. Anybody can find it. I just cited all of the statistics on it yesterday. Uh-oh. Come on, you can do it.
Put it right.
Uh-oh, he's giving her shit. Grassroots says, my ex-girlfriend told me immediately I want to be your wife and I want to have your kids on our second date, and that's why I knew instantly I loved her. Haha. You know, that sounds a little crazy. I think 2 dates is not enough, but I think that's why you said ex-girlfriend instead of current girlfriend. All right, hold on. This is the pickle jar. So it's not pickles. It is olives, but I think she struggles and then he struggles. So let's watch this. I'm going to watch it uninterrupted for the sake of the memes.
Right side up.
You can do it. You got this.
All right, bro. I can't do it. Here.
All right. Oh my God. I guess, yeah, Andrew, go ahead.
I'm supposed to open the pickle jar?
It's like a, yeah.
Oh, jeez.
I do. This seems a little immature. No. For
Hey, the guy
$1,000.
sent $1,000.
Yeah, but it seems slightly immature.
It's all fucking
It's just
slick
for,
now.
it's a little,
See, it
little fun.
is.
I got to grip it.
Uh-oh, Andrew. If you can't open it either.
Well, your hand greased the whole top of it.
My hand are fine. Here, high five.
It
My
literally-
shit's as well.
It's look, feel it. Isn't that greasy?
It was like that already. Oh my
Yeah,
God.
no,
you're
it
ridiculous.
wasn't. You greased the top.
Use
Oh
your
my
shirt.
Jesus,
Use your
Andrew!
shirt.
If you can't open the olive jar, you cannot
Here,
blame my
while we're
hand.
doing olive jar.
If you're so strong, you should open it.
Yeah, I got to be able to grip it.
Okay, we'll grip it. Let's
It's
go.
literally slippery.
Uh-oh. Back.
Grab me a paper towel so I can dry the top of it off.
Okay, once
Well,
the top
then,
is dry, if you still
but do
can't
we
get it
now
out.
need to allow her another opportunity with the
Yeah, give her the
towel?
paper towel so
Give her
that
the
No,
paper
I think
towel.
you should do it, Andrew. You're the big, strong man. There you go. Come on.
we
Here,
just
I'm going to
gotta
let
make
some
sure-
chats
I'm
come
greased.
through. We got some
Red
chats
Fox
while they're working on
donated
that. Red
$200.
Fox, thank you.
Deontology prioritizes intent, but threshold exceptions introduce consequentialist reasoning.
I'll
Are you
let you
gonna
go
open
first if you want.
No, Andrew, I greased it all up. There you
If moral
go.
rules are absolute.
I think he has sweaty hands. I think he's got sweaty hands, so he knows that it's going to slip.
Introducing a threshold is ad hoc.
Red Fox, thank you for that. Appreciate it.
I can't grip the fucker. Like, I got to have a way to grip it.
Jungle.
Andrew, I'm sorry. It's not.
My fingers slip
What a
right off the
backfire.
lid. My fingers are literally slipping off the lid. I just can't grip it.
You know what? Maybe the olive jars are harder than the pickle jars.
They're not hard to open, but I can't.
Hold up, dude. He's also doing it with the left hand too. So hold on. I guess I do grab the jar itself with the right hand, and I do twist with the left. Oh, this is funny though.
Grip the
Oh,
fucking
me?
thing.
Watch this shit.
So you can't blame me for my greasy fingers now. Like, go on.
It's still greasy. The top of it's like,
You tried it with like 4
feel
minutes
it yourself. Tell me I'm wrong.
You know what?
Is that not greasy and
It is actually a
sticky?
little greasy.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking greasy.
I'm going to let...
But it's the top, not the
Lulu
sides.
donated $200.
Lulu, thank you for this.
Katara, you got good morals,
Who's
but you're not
Katara?
engaging with Andrew on the level in which he's challenging you.
Oh, he's calling me.
Here, you know what? Let me
Yeah,
palm
this
it.
is not open. Fucking Fort
Read a
Knox.
philosophy book.
Here, go.
Just can't grip it.
Okay, now I want it to be
I got
open. It's
this,
like pissing me
Pisses
off.
me off.
Yeah.
We have
Go see this.
Hold on. I'm not making any kind of prediction because I want to see it happen. But what's so funny to me, okay? So obviously they do this in order to be like a shame ritual for the women because they're incapable of opening the jars. So they're talking about feminism, they're talking about, like all that kind of stuff, and then they can't open the pickle jar or open the olive jar. But we now have the guy who debates all the time women and how stupid and weak they are and how they can't enforce their own rights. Okay, we talked about forced doctrine for a while. We have the host of the show who is responsible for bullying hundreds of women to the tunes of tens of thousands of dollars. And now we're going to see if either one of them are capable of opening it. Let's see if Brian can do it. I think in the end, it's her boyfriend that does it. I'm not predicting, but I think I saw a clip where it was her boyfriend.
Same thing. It's
Come
just
on, bro.
greasy.
It is...
See, it's
My
fucking
hand's
greasy.
sliding.
It
My
just
hand's
slides
sliding.
off of it.
Oh,
yeah.
your hands are all baby soft, you pussy. Sorry. I apologize. I'm sorry, Mom. I'm sorry, Ken. I'm sorry, Jesus. I'm sorry to the women in chat. You pusillanimous folks.
Okay.
It's just too fucking greasy.
Yeah, you know what?
You'll get the same thing. Come in here, Jake. You think? Come on, you'll see for yourself.
I want to see.
You can't get your fucking hand on it.
Come on, Jake.
Try it.
Come on, Jake.
Nah, you fucker. That was bullshit.
Jake from State Farm. Jake from State Farm. Jake from State Farm.
Bullshit.
All right. I just want to say for record.
We got a little olive juice. Let's get off the table.
So does he own your free will now? Because he could open it and you couldn't, based on Forrest?
Wipe it up.
He could at least grip it, I guess.
All right. So what we're gonna do, it's 4:23 right now, or excuse me, it's we're at 4 hours and 30 minutes right now. It is currently 2 p.m. and I'm coming back for a debate, but the debate guy, Mr. Ali, is not available for another hour. So I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna get lunch, and you guys can go parasocially love or enjoy another streamer for the next hour. But then I expect all of you to be back immediately at 3:30 p.m. EST. So I do want to thank Paz Ajero. I do want to thank Grassroots and Gen X for being so generous today. Seriously, Grassroots, you are too kind to the channel. And then I do want to parasocially send you some parasocial love to all of you. But effectively what we're going to do, what are we going to be debating about? It's going to be with Ali. Ali is... I forget if he's Lebanese or Libyan or something, but he's from, I think, a country with an L. I'll have him introduce himself again. And then he is not a Hassan Glazer. I do not think he's a Hassan Glazer, but he does think that Americans like pearl clutch about terrorism and freak out on Hassan Piker unfairly when he's glazing terrorist organizations. And so as a result, he's going to come on and he's basically going to tell me why I'm a pearl clutching wussy who makes excuses for the American military hegemony and the slaughter of men, women, and children by drones. But I, clutch pearls at, terroristic murder. So we'll see if we can get into that. Should be fun. Ali's a good character. I do like him, so I hope that it doesn't become too ugly. But also if he says some crazy shit, I'm going to call it out. So I think the pickle jar is the climax. So I don't want to spend like another 20 minutes kind of like, down, climbing down from the rising action. I kind of want to leave it at the climax. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through chat. I'm going to thank you guys for hanging out, and then I'm going to disconnect, get some lunch, and then come back. So LB, you were super passionate in chat. Thank you for hanging out. Gen X, thank you for the donation. Thank you for hanging out. Voided Parrot, Seraph, Pazajero, Grassroots, Christian Valeris. God, I wrote your name down so I wouldn't mispronounce it. So let me pull it up so I'm not an a-hole. Where'd I put you? Kyle, but the K-H is like lock. So Kyle. Sorry if I mispronounce it. I'm going to go Kyle because that sounds more normal out of English. But Chris Smith, good to see you. Pasajero, thank you for the donation as well. Francisco, Andrew L., thank you for that comment. Shardmancer, good to see you. Possum Nation, always good to see you. Kay, thank you for being a member on the other channel. Cypher Report, love having you aboard, buddy. Daniel Meyer, good to see you. Destron, good to see you. So anyways, I'm gonna come back, but I'm gonna go make some lunch. I parasocially love all of you. I hope you have a beautiful day. The olive jar won the debate. He really did. Razzle says he'll definitely come back for that debate. Awesome. Okay. All right. Then Sacred Snow says, don't forget about the demon story. Ooh, do you guys want to do demon story real quick? Just that way. I'm going to do demon story. Real quick. Let's do demon story. We still got almost 50 people. So for demon story, what's a sad excuse for a climax? Yeah. Well, it's climax of the debate. So let's do the demon story. So I was a cop probably for 2 years. I'd been on patrol at the time, and it's a city in Lake County. I won't say the specific city, that way you don't dox me, but basically I was in the city in Lake County. And there's a McDonald's in a CVS parking area, and I get a call at 1 a.m, and they lock their doors, but the drive-through is still open. And so they're saying, like, there's a crazy guy banging on our doors. What the hell? And I'm just thinking to myself, it's 1 a.m. It's probably a drunk guy. They're probably drunk driving, but realistically, I'll just go chase him off, and then we'll have an okay night. No big deal. I'll chase him off. And so I show up into the parking lot, and they're like, oh, he's leaving. They're talking to 911, and 911 is talking to me. And they say, oh, he's leaving in a purple SUV. And so I show up, and I'm pulling into the parking lot, and I see a purple Mitsubishi Montero Sport pulling southbound in the parking lot. The parking lot's like 80% empty. And so it angles at a 45-degree angle. And so I'm just sitting there, and I'm like, what is he going to do? And I'm kind of waiting for him to take off or, whatever. And so I flash my lights. Well, what he does while he's sitting at a 45-degree angle in front of the CVS is he takes off. He takes out like a 6-foot tree, like a freshly planted tree. That falls under his Montero Sport. He gets up to like 40, 50 miles an hour. And then he T-bones a parked Prius. And so he goes from 50 miles an hour to 0 instantaneously. Boosh. And so I'm like, what the fuck? And so as I'm saying, what the fuck, I'm throwing the car in park. I'm opening up my cop door. I step outside. I pull my gun, and I'm like, what the hell? And so I'm just kind of pointing at it, and I'm waiting to see what happens, because as far as I know, this could be anything. This could be a murderer, suicidal guy, schizophrenic. He could already be dead. It could be a bomb. I have no idea what the hell's going on. So I'm just, pointing my gun and just kind of approaching the car. Well, what happens is this guy jumps out of the Montero Sport and then skitters across the parking lot. I swear to God, like a spider. He's like skittering across the parking lot, like, get on the fucking ground. So I yell at him, get on the ground. And then he pops down to the ground, and he puts his, his hands up. So his hands are by his head. He's like, oh my God, dude, I'm so scared. I'm freaking out right now, man. And I'm like, it's okay. Don't worry. I'll get you medical attention. You'll be okay. And then he kind of pops up a little bit, and I'm like, get back on the fucking ground. He's like, oh. So we play that game for probably like a minute or two, where I have other units coming. I have EMTs coming. Total psycho moment. But what happens is he sees the lights of the other car. He sees the lights of another cop car showing up, and he freaks out. So he pops up, and he starts sprinting across the medical park, or across the parking lot. And so, again, I don't know what's wrong with this guy. So I'm just kind of tracking him with my gun and kind of walking towards him. But basically this guy just did a kamikaze into another car. He's obviously not in his right mind. So I radio to the cop car that's pulling into the parking lot, and I put the cop car in front of the guy, and then that person jumps out and gets him down at taser point. Well, what I do is I close the gap, I get with him, I put him in handcuffs, I stand him up, and I'm describing a war story. What's up?
Can you open this for me?
Oh, pickle jar. Okay. Uh-oh. I got to keep it. Oh, okay. I did it. Now, in my defense, that one was already open. So next time that wasn't opened? Oh, cool. It was a new pickle jar.
You're so strong.
Yeah. Do we have an unopened olive jar?
I don't think so.
Okay. All right. So, yay, I opened up a pickle jar. Thank you, baby. So, anyways, so this guy popped up. We get him down at taser point. I put him in the handcuffs. And then as I'm walking him back to my car, he starts wrestling, and he's like a baby alligator covered in olive oil. He's just slipping all over the place and, going crazy. And so what I do is in the Marine Corps, they teach you different pressure points. And so I hold his wrist and I hold his elbow. And so I know I was worried that I was going to fail. That would have been really funny if I made fun of Andrew and then I got taken out by a pickle jar myself. But I grab his wrist, grab his elbow, get him back into the car. So anyways, I get him back into the car, and he starts trying to kick out my window. Okay. So he's like kicking. And so Lake County Sheriff's Office, which is a nearby municipality, they're like, oh, we'll get you a backup unit so we can go to the jail together. So you have 2 people. And I'm like, sick. So a Lake County Sheriff's vehicle shows up, and this guy's kicking my window to the point that I think he's going to smash it out. And so I'm like, okay, I'm going. So I take off, and I was like, follow me. Lake County didn't follow me. Asshole. Anyways, So I'm taking him straight to jail. And while I'm taking him to jail, bear in mind, this guy, he should go to the hospital, right? But he's being a total psycho. And so I need more than one cop in order to deal with him. And so he gets up. You know, there's a metal grill that separates law enforcement officers from the people who are in the back. He like smashes his face up against the wall to the point that it's like pancaking. And then he's like, and so he's just making these like creepy, demonic, possessed sounds. And he's also like, I'm possessed by Jesus. And he's like doing like all this like weird demonic shit while he's like bear in mind, metal barrier. My ear is right next to the metal barrier and he's pancaked up against the metal, making creepy fucking demon sounds. And so I get him to the jail. They get him out of the back seat of the car. There's like 4 deputies who take him out of the car. And they're like, bro, you didn't take him to the hospital. And I'm like, and I'm pointing at him because I'm not wrestling him right now. And I'm like, I am not taking that to the hospital. And the dude has his legs pressed up against the cinder block wall. And he's doing a leg press with his legs. And there's 4 officers who are trying to force him up against the wall. And the schizo guy, the demon guy is winning. He's winning the fight with just his legs, right? So what ends up happening is they're like, don't worry, we got something for that. So they get leg restraints. They hook it up to his arms. They throw him in the back of my car. And I'm like, you're going to kill this guy with positional asphyxia. Because positional asphyxia is when you're high on drugs and your diaphragm can't expand. It can kill you, right? So I'm like, okay, fuck it. I'll get to the hospital as quickly as possible. So I get to the hospital. Thank God this guy is still alive. Lake County meets me there. They help me get him out. They sedate him. And then when he comes to, while I'm doing my report, they actually ask him what he was high on even before they get toxicology back. And he was high on methamphetamine and acid at the same time. So not only was he in a total different dimension mentally, but his heart was pounding out of his chest. He was high on amphetamines and he could effectively like fight an elephant or a rhinoceros and he could win, you know? So just totally insane night. I love that story though. Fighting a demon and fighting a dude who's high on meth. I have other stories like that, but that's my demon story. So I hope you like that. Thank you to all you kind souls at home who are giving me beautiful, beautiful AdSense through your viewership.